Vă pup. Stați așa 2 secunde, nu, dacă am făcut totul în regulă. Nu o să scot aici, dați-mi 2 secunde. Că efectiv nu am setările făcute, deci așteptați-mă puțin și wait me a second, guys, please, please. Nice, gata, vă pup ceea ce faceți. Și vreau să mai verific și o chestie și de ce iar am notificări pe Discord. Eu să mai verific. Bun, gata. Suntem puțin gata. Ce faceți, chat? Stai să oprim și muzica, că deja nu e atât de NCS. Ce faceți? Te auzi început. Gata, purcei. Ce mă? Ce vorbește sângele? Bă, Electro, vii să-mi dau și eu trofirașul. Device. Sau de fapt las că m-au invitat ăștia, văd. 5, 3. Stai așa. Ce faceți, mă, cum sunteți? Nici nu am live-ul în față. 5 euro, ia auzi. Știu, asta am avut și problema la episod azi. Am postat episod pentru cine nu a văzut. Prea încetul. Acum iară prea încet? Mă, ce? M-am efectiv dat la maxim. Acum vorbesc efectiv cu microfonul din căști. Vorbesc cu ăla din căști, mă? Da, mă, cu ăla din căști. Mamă. Până și scaunul mi se blochează. Aici nici nu ce să joc pagun. Lili. Puțin. Îmi place că eu i-am întrebat ce brawler să joc și nu mi-a zis nimica. Stai așa. Ia zi, Electro, vino. Te pup, are, te pup. Stați așa. Iar mă aud încet. Cum mă aud, mă? Ia stai. Pe fira el să fie. Văd o leacă că mă aud cam încet rău. Văd o leacă că mă aud cam încet rău. 210? 210? Da, mă. Stai așa. Da, mă. Stai așa. Da, mă. Stai așa. Da, acum. Mamă. Da, acum. Mamă. Da, acum. Încet și sigur. Bă! Încet și sigur. Bă! Încet și sigur. Așa. Știu, e că cam live-ul porni cu sunetul. Ce faceți? Bă, eu sper acum că mă aud în continuare bine. Am văzut, am pus și episod de entitatea. O să vorbim și despre, bine, așa zisul roadmap, că nu prea este roadmap. Stai, nici nu știu ce am luat, nu știu dacă mi s-a pus, dar merge. Stai, nici nu știu ce am luat, nu știu dacă mi s-o Stai, bă, stai și fii, așa bun. Deci pentru cine nu a văzut, am postat episod dimineața, aici, na, nu m-am auzit încet, abia ce m-am trezit, ok? Și s-au văzut și acum că nici nu aveam setările, nici nu am setările făcute, o să încerc de miercuri încolo să-mi fac niște curățenie. Nici nu știu dacă am luat bine juju aici, că mă joc mai mult ca să înceapă finalele și după, na, sănătate. Mă joc și cu delay, bă, ce-i cu delay-ul ăsta pe hit? Ce faceți, mă, cea cum sunteți? Efectiv mă joc cu delay, nu știu cine să ăștia cei cu... Mapa asta e și primul meci pe azi. Tot încet! No, că mă schimb pe microfon, mă schimb pe microfon după. Nu am cum, cu așa lag nu am cum. Am lag de o secundă! Dar bine că au și ei ceac. Amuzanți și ei, ce pot să le zic. Am văzut, stați așa 2 secunde, că eu mă bat și cu microfonul, pe aici am delay, intrăm, cred că deja să nu uităm iară peste clipa acum, de fapt, după episoade, că să stau să în joc. Ne uităm iară să vedem, dar vreau să știu dacă mă aud bine. Fuse pe audio. Acum... Ai mă, da. Acum... Stai așa. Hai că ăștia îmi pare rău, dar nu joc acum la ăștia. Așa avem, bun. Așa avem în regulă. Cum aud? Purici, pe asta nu înțeleg. Ce... Mai băgăm o fiță, stai. Acum? Ia acum. Din beci. Acum. Acum e bine, mă. Păi asta, văd la microfon, cred că s-a futut o leacă cablul. Ia stai, că mai încerc o fiță, ia stai. Da. Hai mă, intră. Așa. Acum? Mai de capul meu, ai de capul. Așa, bun. Cred că microfonul e cam dus o leacă pe pilii. Implicit. Nu. Rămânem pe căști, n-avem ce face. Rămânem pe căști, vă dați și voi un bust booster. eu efectiv am la maxim date căștile. Și tot. Stai așa. Nu l-am conectat. Da, am conectate căștile bine. Control panel. Asta e. Control. Sistem de hardware, ceas și regim simplificare, acces, control de utilizator. Hardware și sunete. Ia. Dar n-are treabă, că acum e vorba numai de căști în sine, de sunet. Da. Na. Hai băi, îmi pare rău, vă dați voi volumul la maxim, să mă aud în regulă. Eu am și căștile fix lângă. Da, dar nu înțeleg la microfon de ce s-a futut în halul ăsta de se aud purici. Dacă dau cu sunetul din laptop, ziceți că mă aud din peșteră. Ia. Din peșteră? Da, efectiv, din peșteră. Na, 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 na. Na, lăsăm așa, lăsăm așa. Mai trebuie să mă apuc de miercuri, de să-mi bag pula. Bun, revenind la astea ale noastre, ne facem din nou introducerea, pentru că stați fei, așa că aveam și live-ul pe fundal. Vă pup, bine ați venit la un nou live. Am făcut-o de sânge iară și cu episodul de astăzi, că se auzea clipul mai tare decât mine. Avem aici, ne uităm iară peste clip, la 3 încep deja finalele, o trecut deja timpul, deci nici nu mai are rost să mai intrăm pe Brawl Stars. Deja au început. Vreau să vă... Aici acum o să se vadă. Stai așa. 11. Aici o să facem, cred că, full screen. Stăm, cred că, pe full screen când o să fie. Da. Ne uităm alea că aici iară discutăm, văd că deja... Stai că acum aud prea tare. Aici. Mi-am dat prea tare acum. Bun. Știu că nu auzi, stai așa 2 secunde. Da, puțin mai încet de aici. Și acum sper că e în regulă, legit. Stai așa. Voi vă dați seama că eu îmi fac setările pe sânge? Da, am făcut-o de sânge, vai, am zis că și skin-ul pe Sergi Miti, vai, de capul meu, e legendar. Bă, făcut de sânge o grămadă azi până acum. Bun, deci ne întoarcem înapoi aici. Ăsta clar nu este clip de roadmap, deci ce este aici clar nu este nimic confirmat. Mai mult doar discută ce planuri au. We'll still talk about some of our upcoming plans, just a bit different than in previous years. Before we kick this off, a quick disclaimer. Everything you are about to see is subject. O ajuns până să pună disclaimer, gen că au ajuns să subiectele poate să se schimbe. These are our current plans at the time we are recording this video, and nothing here is set in stone. A few weeks ago, we released our latest update featuring changes to the trophy system, including prestige, and the results look really promising. Arată chiar destul de bine, sincer, până acum chiar merg bine prestigiurile. Problema e alta. S-au descoperit iar niște bug-uri, niște probleme la matchmaking, de efectiv acum poți să abuzezi de matchmaking, să faci prestige 3 pe conturi mici, adică e ceva rău acum. Bine, nu neapărat ceva rău, dar matchmaking-ul în sine încă e mai mult de explorat matchmaking-ul. E mult de explorat matchmaking-ul ăsta nou. Ok. Asta da, da. Aici la cosmetici am văzut ceva, asta așa. Că trebuie să mai deschid și ceva. Bun. Aici.
From cosmetic items being rare and somewhat exclusive to cosmetic items being everywhere. That ultimately makes skins and other cosmetics less exciting, and it feels less rewarding when you actually unlock skins from stardrops or events. This also devalues bling as a currency. When was the last...
Bă, vreau să vă întreb, aveți prea multe blinguri pe cont? Vreau să vă întreb sincer, aveți prea multe blinguri pe cont? Vizionăm finala lunară. Tu taci, Luca! Că... Așa.
Time you were happy when you got bling for literally anything. What happens today is that our most engaged players are sitting on piles of bling.
Eu am zis și pe episod, adică, bă, la mine blingurile, oricum se vor duce pe bling buff-uri, adică o să mă rup alea, 60.000, nu fac eu niciodată 60.000 de blinguri înapoi pe update, gen în 2 luni. Acum nu știu, o să fie destul de aiurea. Nu neapărat aiurea, mă repet iară, dar nu știu. Aici, la skin-uri de-am zis, am făcut de sânge. Bă, mine, nu știu, stai să văd, deci... Pinuri pe o grămadă, skin-uri avem grămadă, chiar nu știu ce să fac. Cumva, cum ai zis și Ren pe server la el, că raritatea skin-urilor e bazată pe altceva și nu pe gen. Raritățile skin-uri s-ar putea baza pe altceva, nu pe cosmetice care vin la pachet cu acestea, gen un skin mitic, da. Un skin mitic vine doar cu un player icon și spray, atât. Skin-urile epice doar cu player icon și pin. Și doar că ridică chestia asta prețul la skin, nu e în regulă, adică, like, come on. Am vreo 60k pe mare, nu mai am bling, am cumpărat o bling-ul, 20k pe ăsta mare, gen 95, 74 n-am.
Then affects pricing and value perception to limitations of other cosmetics like pins. There are too many,
prea multe pinuri. Bă, avem 2 player sloturi, trebuie să mai adauge player sloturi urgent. Și pe brawler. Asta la fel zisesem, nu știu dacă ai văzut Ren. Stai. Au pinurile de Brawl Arena băgate. Oare vin astea? Să vină să ajute oare? După aici, ăsta cu bănuții, văd că mai este, dar cred că e din ceva PES, doar că nu știu, eu sunt prea uituc. Cardul ăsta la fel îl văd. Da, cred. Na, sunt bune astea bling, Buffy Bling? Nu, nu-s bune, adică e cea mai mare risipă de blinguri. Să dai 10.000 de blinguri pentru un bling Buffy nu merită deloc. Nu merită Buffy Bling, asta fă mereu un dev build, ok. Să-l facă iară la rank, deja m-am repetat de nu știu câte ori. No mai. Our goal with the 2025 rework was to make ranked more approachable, and it worked, especially for our more casual players. Pentru casual, activ, veteran, core sau professional player. Păi logic am dat left la rank. Deci, uite, asta vreau să întreb. Credeți că sunt șanse să vină rework la rank în aprilie? Fake după joci și exclusiv fake când știi cum vine PES-ul pe gaz de la War. Bă, nu știu să zic. Nu o să fie rework. Ok. Deci putem... Dar battle card-urile rămân. Că ar merita să dau grind. Am zis că joc la asta, dar n-am mai jucat. De joi să văd când vine noul sezon. Maybe we should focus on improving the quality la rank. Let's make ranked more appealing for our most competitive players. We would like to involve you more into which direction we should take ranked. What are your biggest pain points? How can we involve you more on the day-to-day of operating ranked? Everything is on the table.
From letting our most engaged players decide the map pool to bringing back solo and team queues.
Să selectăm map pool-ul, da, știu că parcă se discutase chestia asta, să ne votăm noi map pool-ul.
Even if that means making it less engaging for new or casual players.
Permanent features.
Another topic in the past has
Mie îmi place Mega Quest-ul.
permanent improvements to the game and temporary events. Events are
Și ăsta cu trofirașul, trebuie să mi-l dau iar să mă joc, că asta am încercat la început de live.
We'd also like to bring back smaller collaborations.
Să aducă iară colaborări înapoi.
Last year we said that we wanted to find a better balance between both worlds. And today we're happy to say that we have different teams constantly working on both.
More frequent updates.
This also brings me to a different topic. Releasing features that are polished and meet the quality bar we and you expect. If you read our look back
Am zis, m-am repetat iar am episod cu 2025 Rewind-ul. Aici am zis seren că ar fi Brawl Stars lunar, bă, mi-e greu să cred, adică să ne trezim acum în martie cu Brawl Stars, nici o șansă. Mă credeți că atunci când am văzut, stai așa, când am văzut asta de la Subway Surfers, am uitat abilitatea asta? Efectiv, am uitat-o, nu am jucat-o în viața mea abilitatea asta, mă jur.
We're currently working in the background to make both better. This will allow us to deliver updates more frequently, making sure the game feels fresh every month, but it would also allow us to ship features and changes only when we are confident about their quality, likely less frequently, and not with every update. We're not planning to ship more content than we have in the last few months, but we want to experiment with getting updates and content to you monthly at some point in the second half of this year. One thing we've done.
Aici la sezoane la fel nu prea am înțeles cel mai bine, adică bă, au fost eventul ăsta de Katana Kingdom, din ce am înțeles, o să fie doar qualify, nu este în finalele, mapele care să fie în fiecare sezon, că la începutul meciurilor. Da. Pele care să fie în fiecare sezon. Chiar eu știu că zisesem chestia asta, că bă, unele mape au rămas învechite de când lumea și pământul. Aici la Katana Kingdom, din ce am înțeles, că au fost cumva o lume paralelă cu povestea și... A, da, și cu story-ul, da, în The Process. Zice, ce vă place mai mult, Loaded Showdown-ul sau Upside Showdown-ul?
We also want to keep you more on the loop of what we do. The Time to Explain podcast is a good example of that, and we will keep doing them.
Aici am vorbit eu prostie. Eu m-am gândit că poate o să vină în aprilie, iunie și noiembrie, dar nu cred. E foarte random, adică să ne întrebe iară pe comunitate. Na, content creator, uitați-mă, mâncam artata cum stau eu acum la birou cu căștile și cu microfonul futut. Aici la fel poți să lansez iar Super Smash. Să cooperăm cu un brawler, să ajutăm să facem brawler. Ia zi Electro, cooperăm să facem brawleri.
Our community and our content creators were always one of the most important pillars of Brawl Stars, and we really want to double down on this strength in 2026.
Disclaimer, part 2.
Remember that all our plans can and probably will change as the year goes by. But no matter the change, our goals are to make a great game for you that's fun and engaging and allows us to grow Brawl Stars even further. If you don't meet one of these two, we'll pivot and try again. That's what we've been doing for the last 7 years or so, and that's what we will.
În 7 ani chiar am învățat mult, băieții.
We hope you keep having fun with the game in 2026 and for many years ahead. See you next time. Frank out.
Na, Frank out. Că tot vorbeam de rank. Ia să vedem, mă, bolnăviorii, ce fac. Dar chiar că a început aici, stai așa. Mă dau eu mai încet de aici, de la mine. E regulă? Da, puțin și de aici. Au venit cu global banuri acum, deci efectiv ei pe toți meciul ăsta au banat, au avut și 2 global banuri. Au banat Global Mortisville și Mina Ems. Asta e crazy. Global ban. Ultra legendar J4 să devină realitate real. Bine, stai așa că am zis acum că putem face scena mare. Acum. Nu ăsta. Acum ne facem scena mare frumos. Sau stai că de fapt ne punem cu F11. Așa.
for the side of FA.
Știu, nu sunt cel mai profesionist, dar sperăm că o să fie mai bine. Asta o să-l șterg, o să mai anunț eu.
Just to kind of helping hand things. Gene not going to have the highest DPS, so something like that could hand something
Sau,
over. Sometimes Miko is a brawler which this team like to bring in as well. Some which could be Claudina's pairing. I mean, it's a good thing to have in the back pocket. Sometimes folks do like to bring in a Buzz, so
something
to be able to defend against that.
Da, acum e ok.
Could go quite well here, but definitely still options available. But for esports can bring in some really troublesome.
Mamă, da, am șters ăla.
Buster could be a big one of those.
No, lăsăm așa, e ok. Avem acum Watch Party Monthly Finals. Fei, ce faci, Fei? Ești ultima. Ultimul prăpădit, doamne. Da, stai că am. Ce-am făcut, mamă.
I think it takes it off the hands of Foot, who are going to be pretty capable on that brawler too. So, and they've got enough range. The Gene got good range. Doamne, apără-mă și păzește-mă, but on the
doamne.
other side, it's kind of just the Spike at the moment who's got any range at all. So,
Așa.
it might be a slight risk for them to double down and do another aggressive brawler along
am zis 15 like-uri, vă dau spray.
You need something that's going to be able to carry that kill on its back and allow it to be in that thrower form. Here comes the Buster. So, something tanky, got a lot of HP. Shield can be pretty decent as well. So, we'll see how that one plays out.
Și acum pur și simplu stăm și nu uităm. Stau alea că o să mă duc să-mi iau și eu ceva de mâncare. Mersi de subscribe pentru cine a venit. Stați să mai dau și un everyone. Oh, domnul Casei, mare onoare, mare onoare. Dacă vreți mai curând sau mai târziu să intrăm pe un voice, vă aștept pe server la mine. Dacă Asedi are ban, bine, interdicție la live-uri că este cam obraznic domnul Casedi.
I honestly don't mind the right side, to be honest. I quite like what FA Kebab have brought to the table here. I think it's pretty solid. Taking the Kenji away from Foot Esports is always going to be a big thing, and it's a great brawler on this map as well. In the kind of dying seconds with the supers, able to kind of self-heal quite a lot as well. Can
joacă Foot Esports, joacă deja echipa Shawarma, bă. Joacă echipa Shawarma deja. Bă, ce?
Blue Star being there with FA Kebab and for esports not really too bothered because they prefer to hand over that super to
Doamne
ferește.
Echipa Shawarma în acțiune.
Not in a good position here at all. The shield instantly goes up and Foot Esports quite simply take the lead. Didn't really take much damage at all there. With Kit doing a good job being on Buster's back. I'm not sure if Ray kind of forgot about that situation, but he did just stay on the left and didn't really fight back too much. So lead with Foot Esports, but can quite easily be brought back with FA Kebab. You know, the Gene Pulls, the Cordelia Supers can quite easily single someone out.
Now, UP going to be quite cautious with this Kenji pick and already taking a lot of damage. Forced out of the super, but going to come straight back immediately into the hands of Guesty. That's not looking too good as for FA Kebab. Only got that blue star to show for it so far, not a single kill. This Kenji pick, you know, timing things aggressively is the key, and you just cannot go down.
Yuffie back in an aggressive position again. Cordelius did kind of just waste the super, didn't get a kill off the back of it. Now back on the back of Angel Boy, gets a nice kill here as well with that kit. Ray trying to get some shots on the right side. The pull goes through and actually damage pull hits and down he goes, but it still hasn't really changed the tides of the match just yet.
Hypercharge available for Nob, 15 seconds. It's going to be go time here for FA Kebab to be able to turn this one around into the realm. Ray brings Nob on the right hand side. Left, Guesty going on the aggressive with his teammate as well. Ray survives, but it's not really going to do too much. There's just too many stars on the side of Foot Esports. They got things done pretty early on in that game.
I mean, it's as expected. It was just calm and composed, really. Didn't seem like they were in a decent position for the majority of the game, to be honest, FA Kebab, but you know, Foot never really wavered. They stood strong, knew they could get kills. I mean, Cordelius realm Spike a couple of times and kind of failed to get kills. Gene only really one super. They've all just sat in quite nicely, played slow and calm, and just not fed the super. It just looked really, really convincing.
Again, taking things with a hint of composure, it must be said, but already though, FA Kebab with a better start now. Blue Star is with the Kenji of Yuffie. Trades going left and right. That one star differential still in favor of FA Kebab here.
Se joacă echipa Foame versus Shawarma Kebab.
Now putting their foot on the gas somewhat.
Guess he just threw up a shield there as well.
Cine mai dă request?
Having to feed the Gene, but in the end he gets it anyway. And down goes Guesty as he gets pulled in. 3-star lead. The Invis coming through, and Angel Boy gets just scouted by Yuffie, and he picks up the kill as well. Much better look this for FA Kebab, and now they've got to push into a Gene pull too.
Now Yuffie's got to be really cautious. If he goes down, it'll be 8 stars to 10, and there's just one singular kill to get in the final seconds. So Epic Up trying to extend things even
Bă,
more.
Casedi, nu mai fă tu contur cu Ștef că-mi bag.
That's going to be a 7-star lead now for Epic Up.
Well, Dede's not in a good spot coming out of the realm here.
Glumețul lui tata.
Straight on top of him. He's going to go down and get traded out, and that
Doamne,
reestablishes that
bă, Electro,
5-star
Casedi
lead.
este pus pe glume și face contur cu numele lui Ștef în
A
situație.
little bit of vision gear there across from the right of Dede, just scouted out Angel Boy in the cardboard box.
Needs to find a magic hand though to have in these final moments. He's struggling so far, has got the hypercharge, and I'm always a bit nervous when a Gene has a hypercharge because it's one of those brawlers which doesn't necessarily mean it's going to have that explosive moment. Sometimes it can be the very thing which pins you against the wall. Now, as we're seeing Epic about starting to rotate around the map and actually go straight back towards the esports 4.
Well, hypercharge there for Yuffie as well. That's going to pull them back into a bit of a tricky spot. He goes down, and the game ends. Real nice stuff there from FA Kebab. Just a better start, a few trades that went their way, and now they tie the score in Bounty.
I feel like for esports here might start to slow the pace down. It didn't really work out by trying to push themselves forwards prematurely. Need to feed that utility over to the Buster, allow themselves that better chance of survivability, in my opinion. But nonetheless, Kit can get some good value early on, especially that gadget with the cardboard box to be able to get behind enemy lines. See how they approach things already. Too afraid to continue the assault, it seems.
Yeah, well, Blue Star's always going to go FA Kebab's way realistically with the Kenji, so they get the better start of the game and force Foot to push into this Gene and feed a few supers. So they're just waiting for this Buster Shield to be available, Kit super as well, obviously, and then they can push forward without really feeding. It does use a super of their own, but gives them the positioning to be able to turn the game.
Well, this seems very much like that first game, which did go more towards the side of Foot. And just a couple of takedowns is all they realistically need here to gain the lead. So the first initial sign of that is going to be quite key here. But trying to play into things and not feed into the Genes will be quite key. Angel flanking around here as well. They haven't seen him until now. Some missed swipes as they pick up, just keeping themselves at a nice amount of distance.
Just trying to take them by surprise here. A nice realm there from Cordelius as well, straight onto the Buster. It just disrupts that matchup with Angel Boy and Guesty. Gets him off his back and forces that 1v1, but didn't get much back from it. No damage onto Guesty really either, and Yuffie trying to make a move round the back. A hypercharge available from Guesty now, and he just pops another shield, forcing them round, and this is a similar situation as last time, and it works out in Kebab's favor.
Here, Guesty with the hypercharge, a great gadget.
No,
here
hai
as
bă,
well,
cu
the support
15
of
like-uri nu vreți spray-ul de Brawl Stars eSport Fan.
Ray staying in
Că
position
live
here.
ăsta îl ținem, că avem finale H6 ore lejer.
Come in at a nice time, but there, the connection between Angel Boy and Guesty yet again. Going to keep that survivability in check. The helping hand there, the life plant gadget as well, as Nob trying to double down on these heals.
Cordelius realm available yet again. Yuffie might need to work.
Scuzați dacă se aude că mănânc, dar mănânc și eu
Gets one
ca
of his
tot
own now,
omul de
throws it
aici.
over the top, and Guesty will get him upon return. Nob just surviving narrowly for now. That would close it to 1 star. Super comes in, and I think he pops his hypercharge at the same time. Big waits from him, but something needed to happen, and it's sadly not going to for FA Kebab here.
Bravo, bă, echipa Sharma.
And Foot Esports take the first set.
Bățuc, echipa Sharma.
What a time for Foot Esports to jump on that Cordelius. I mean, realistically there, that would have been a hypercharge. May have brought some stars. I don't think they're necessarily enough to win the game regardless, but still for esports not taking any chances.
Pentru că sunt live probleme.
In that set, so they obviously felt the same way.
Problem.
And very
Uite-l pe Angel Boy ce-a întinerit, bă!
Nice try from FA Kebab, and yes, they did at least take a game, and that's already
Bă,
something
Angel
not many
Boy,
have done
bă!
before. Not many have bested this beast in Foot Esports, Trev. I'm really looking forward to the next one. I still feel like Foot is probably going to take this one, but the more we see of FA Kebab, the better for them as well to gain some experience, to take this basically as a script for the future. Maybe we see them back next month.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. In certain moments, they played really well, but did just seem to get pinned in corners in certain situations and constantly getting pushed over to that right-hand side. And it worked out for them in one instance, but in the other, it really did not. Guesty with 10 here, Angel Boy with 5. Nob just being that consistent factor, peppering them down, has the most DPS, but obviously the least kills. Over the other side, no one really standing out too much. Dede with some nice shots here and there, but in the end, they do take the loss.
Yeah, it's a really great scoreline for Guesty there as well. It's not an easy brawler to make work on this map either, but with the helping hand of that kit, which was already brewing in the draft, you know, I could see it coming, and when that's combined, it allows Guesty to be able to do so much more. But that's the kind of synergy that we like to see with this squad, and the way they go back so far, working together, that synergy works perfectly in that brawler pairing.
You know, whenever I see the kit, I already think cheese comp, which is kind of something we expected to come out of FA Kebab. They played a really solid comp in this one. So not really cheese from them so far. Let's see if it's going to look any different on double swoosh. And as you said, Kit and Buster just brought in that synergy. Wasn't really a cheese comp. Player draft has already started here. They rush ahead. Sandy, Misa, and Lily on the left-hand side band out. Lily, of course, one of the best bowlers to have on any gem grab map if you want to start a comeback. And they're going to have Chester and Stu already. Stu usually a gem carrier. I love him on double swoosh. We haven't seen him in quite some time though, Trev.
Yeah, I think that's really smart because it's going to have the ability to just kind of retreat, get away from these two brawlers who can switch the game so easily if they get near someone. So I like that from Nob. I like it a lot. Guesty as well, bringing the Chester in. I think that's a really solid pick too. We saw it, you know, heaps and heaps in East Asia yesterday as one of the more consistent brawlers, same along with Spike, to just be down the lane and have a say in the majority of matchups. Gale's going to come in now as well for esports. I would not have expected that one at all, but obviously it's going to be pretty good to push back the Shelly, the Ali, but you've also got to be very cautious of wasting that if Ali's in the bush and can just quite simply jump over it.
Yeah, it's been tested a little bit in this region. Now looking for maybe a mid here for the side of Epic Kebab, maybe the Gene. Let's see. But yeah, Gale rather is one of those brawlers that's just not really got much playtime realistically here. It's surprising in this kind of meta, but let's see. It's an interesting draft on the side of esports. It is going to be the Gene as well. Yeah, they did that to have that mid, allow the Shelly to be able to go off from those lanes and the Ali to go on the aggressive.
Boy,
but the Ali's going to be a tough one to make work with the scale now.
Two super aggressive lanes on the right-hand side there. Left-hand side, Stu, of course, can dash away if he has a super available once Gene has his pull. So that's actually
Bă,
not
dar acum
bad
văd că
pairing
eu
in terms of champion
deja
power
pot
there.
să
I
fac
like it.
pin-ul.
Really
O
looking
să
forward to
trebuiască
this
să-mi
one and
schimb
keep in
contul
mind
și
here,
asta o
Epic
să
Kebab
mă
has
pun
the
pe
chance
al
to
doilea
cause
cont să
the
farmez.
biggest upset today if they manage to take even just a set of foot.
I mean, at this point, it wouldn't surprise me if they do get a set. They didn't look too
Uite
bad in
ce
the first
râde.
one at all, but I think taking this game is going to be a real tough one for them. And I mean, I don't dislike their comp by any means. If anything, I'm questioning Foot Esports comp a little bit more, but we'll see if this Gale does pay off. Usually if a brawler like that gets picked up, then
Bine,
they're gonna
versus
have a
Ali
lot
chiar
of
e
pain.
foarte bun Stu și Shelly chiar.
Guesty already on the lower HP side of things, forces out there a twister to stay alive against Didi. Yuffie now looking to turn to this left-hand side, and it's not going to find too much of a good matchup as Angel Boy there already going to be on 3 of those shots, ready and waiting. And immediately goes down with the helping hand there of Nob.
Really tough one for her. At the moment, it seems like the Gene's playing more of a lane role than the Shelly is, because obviously the Gale over there is not going to be having, well, it's going to be having a very good time against the Shelly. And third gem there for Ray as well. We saw also the Shelly being a gem carrier played out yesterday. A little invis there for Ali, but gets knocked back. I'm sure Guesty wanted to push her against that wall to get the stun, because he's not running the slow, so something he's going to have to be a little bit more cautious in the future. And a really nice twist to defend that yet again.
Yeah, the action is all in the lane size, and meanwhile, Nob is just being able to clear out these gems from the mid. Got to be cautious now as Ray has got that shell shock to hand. Yuffie still trying to win this match versus Guesty, and Guesty's not really getting the connections on this stun. Now the gems are in peril, though, on the side of Epic Kebab. Very low HP, and everyone being forced to the left.
Yeah, I mean, that's something I said he's got to be cautious of, jumping over those supers, but even when he missed the super, he was winning the matchup. So it's a huge thing for Guesty here. Has the stun available as well. Might just want to kind of throw it out in spawn, but just going to wait, because now he's just going to be able to defend Nob so well. But he's actually going to go down. He's going to result in the 10 gems over his head, which I don't think they'll mind, considering he's got this defensive super and very few bushes that Ali can use.
Yeah, it's definitely the second best person to have the gems, and I think there's not enough time realistically here for Epic Kebab to get anything from the mid. And look at this, I mean, unless you can do something, the +3 blow will get him regardless of that Gale. And for esports, again, with a pretty clean game.
Yeah, I mean, it looked good. No complaints from me other than, you know, a couple of missed supers from Guesty, but in the end, it really didn't matter in the grand scheme. They were winning the lane regardless, doing a solid job. And as you said, it's just the Stu constantly picking up gems off the opponent's side when the lanes are giving them some grief. And they, you know, they had up. If you just get a few gems off the other side, it makes quite a big canyon of a gap of gems in between the two teams.
Well, Yuffie already going super on the aggressive early on. Both Nob and Angel Boy there, and Nob only just gets away from it, so a trade at least, and some pressure, if nothing else, in that early outset. But still, 3 gems now. Epic Kebab is a good start. Nob sort of catching up to do here.
Band-Aid popped on the right-hand side. Yuffie coming in again, and Nob just able to dash away quite a few times, but will eventually get the kill. Yuffie still in spawn, forced to kind of run away now. Doesn't have any bushes to jump with just yet, but eventually gets in one. And he actually gets some good damage on Angel Boy too. They're having a lot more of a hard time getting this kill on him. And the Gene pull is available now as well, but Nob with a dash should be able to evade that quite nicely.
Guess using super there just to actually get a kill there onto Ray. Keep the pressure onto Didi. Now Yuffie coming around this right-hand side. Considering his options, a nice magic hand there. Nice stuff from Didi. Does actually go down there in the process, I think.
What?
Ray there, still trying to collect the scraps. Guess he's really going so
Mă joc
aggressive
și
into this
să
ball.
băieți în caz
I'm
de
not sure how he
Magic
went
până
down,
zic
considering it
ceva
was a Shelly
cuvânt
and a
așa
Jean
ieșite din
on
comun.
top of each other against a Gale, but nonetheless, great stuff from Guesty, and he did cycle his super back in that spawn, which must have been used, surely. Throws it out now to push Yuffie into a shot of Angel Boy, and that's a lovely little combination they pulled out there, and Angel Boy, with a 5 spread of shots, will get the kill. It's Footy Sports in the lead, but for a lot of this game, it really didn't look like that was going to be the case.
At the moment, Yuffie's doing great on the aggressive, but it feels to me like FA Cup are a bit stuck inside their own head. That it's not really able to breathe as the esports really know the time to strike. There's a lovely cycle there, the hypercharge of Angel Boy really going to town.
Maxul nu face nimic.
They can't get out of this, they're just trapped in. And despite the agility of that brawler that Yuffie's playing, they just cannot get close with it. Ali just shut back so many times in this match, and Ray with some shots, but it's still Nob who's able just to walk back calmly to spawn and not really too deterred by the whole thing. Is esports going to be taking yet another set?
I mean, to be fair, it didn't even look like he was really walking back to spawn. He was baiting out the Jean super one more time. I think he was maybe overly confident there, and
Urâte-mă apăsați
just
pe
about
Brawl.
able to get this job done. Hypercharge at the end there, gets him some heals back. So really nice stuff from Foot again. They just looked so relaxed. First half of that game, though, it didn't look like it was going to go their way. The alley was starting to be a bit better, focusing down on the stew a bit more, getting a few kills. But in the end, the ending's the same. It really is. Another set to 4.
A clean set, a clean 2-0 for Foot Esports and a clean shaven Angel Boy. Some things are new, the others aren't. Foot Esports, we don't see them lose many sets, honestly. Last month it was the same story, 3-0, maybe a 3-1 once in a while, but they're looking as strong as last month already. I do have them down going all the way into the grand finals. We'll see if the semis are going to be just as smooth as this one is going so far. Yesterday we did have a couple of upsets, and they started as a reverse sweep, Mark.
Yeah, which is a big ask at this stage, I will say, with FA Cup. I think they've done well to get a game. I would like to see at least maybe a sit if they can, but it's going to be a really, really tough thing to do. I mean, you can just see how locked in for esports really are. Angel Boy there with 10 for 150 DPS also to his name. I mean, they're just really working well, harmoniously, you can say. FA Cup might be at the depth.
At least we can safely say now that Foot Esports are not underestimating anyone. It was kind of FA Kebab's hope that maybe they didn't really prepare for us, you know, but it really looks like they're as locked in as ever. They're not underestimating anyone, and that really what makes a great team even greater, to just always give it their all.
Yeah, I think on game day, this is exactly what Foot are going to do. Maybe they'll, have a few messes about here and there if they're super, super confident. But at the end of the day, it really does seem like this team is as locked in as any. We're going to see Leon as the first pick, which seems like a little bit of a slip through the bands to me. Really solid pick on this map. But then,
Mie mi-a amintit ca serii.
the alley and the Mo over the right. The Otis,
Dorești să te prezinți pe live să vorbești sau...
I'm surprised, to be honest,
and BB through again.
And BB again.
Eu acum mă joc și Brawl
is the top pick Brawl. It's 100% win rate
Ca
for
să știu
esports.
dacă mi
So
activez
unless
și
they're just kind of like seeing
trofiraful.
whether they want to go down with a hard counter and
Asta
leave
e
it
ce
open to
lucrați
see
în
what
încercat
happens
trofeind
inside
o
of Epic
săptămână
Cup.
azi,
But
Cardei.
BB and Brawl, to be left open in Brawl is such a dangerous prospect. So I want to see Brawls like, Otis, the band being there on the side of FA Kebab. It carries a lot more weight, actually.
And Mo
Wake
banned out as well.
Yeah.
Like, these are some of the bigger counters to these brawlers banned out, but I think it is a risk to take them so early on in the draft, so maybe we'll see them a bit later.
Pinnacle Punt is one of those maps where it's
Bă,
all about
nu mi-a amintit că asta am stat acum în prima jumătate de oră din live. Mi s-a futut microfonul și acum am cu microfonul de la căști și nu înțeleg de ce se aude așa încet ăsta. Ziceți doar dacă vreți să dau mai încet aici de la finale. Că altcumva nu am cum, eu am dat pe maxim.
There's just so many better brawlers, especially on a map like this one, where again, it's all about getting that area control in mid. Leon does a better job at that. Now the lollipop drop gives the additional speed to his teammates. Alongside it, and
stai puțin, că-l dau imediat, stai.
There's so many options. They're going to go with even more speed. Leon and Max with a toxic combination.
Just running it down, it seems. As you said, that lollipop drop buff is really, really good. You get a bit of a lingering speed as you exit it as well. So even if you're running out of it, you're still quite fast. Max on top of that to provide some more speed. If they take something aggressive here, which I assume they will with this pairing, it's going to be really hard to stop. It's not like they've got masses of DPS on the right side as well. They're actually going with the Nita. So just something to tank a lot of these shots down, and obviously it's helpful to have a bear running at a Stu and a Ruffs who aren't going to be able to deal with it too fast.
It's so interesting to see both sides really just evading the elephant in the room, really, because they both want to be able to try to deflate the prospect of the
stai
ball,
puțin, se filtră compresor în gain.
and the max is kind of perfect.
Ia asta e.
Now, then, they're going to hold on to that max speed and just apply it at the right time.
Deci, fii atent, dă partea, dacă poți dai partea.
La OBS?
Da, la OBS, da.
Bine, stai.
Deci fii atent. Click dreapta pe audio desktop. Nu, pe microfon, pardon, pe microfon. Click dreapta. Dar nu văd pentru că ai doar OBS-ul. Pune toată captura.
Bine, stai. Mamă, ce lag mi se mișcă coaie. Câte am deschise coaie.
It was literally just a walkover from one of the teams in the quarterfinals. It was really great gameplay.
Mamă, ce lag.
That was with I think that was when the ball slipped through, I want to say. So that's got the more aggressive stance. They do have, speed and everything on the side.
Coaie, ce lag. De ce mi se mișcă în lagul ăsta? Moare laptopul.
Deci, apasă pe proprietăți audio avansate și acum punem de la 0 decibeli până la 10. Acolo. Pune 10 decibeli. Ia, cum se aude?
Dai.
Cum se aude? Stai ca să mă uit pe live.
Dai. Mi se pare că au crescut volumul.
I mean, the speed is here as well from Nod. Danger Boy Invis currently at the moment going to go for dead
Deci mai
over
tare.
left on side.
Dă-i 20
Kill, but
sau
Nod will
15.
bring him low.
Dai. Mamă. Pe roșu a ajuns. Stai. Așa.
Seems to just have them pinned so heavily in spawn at the moment.
Gata. Stai așa. Bă, dar moare laptopul. Câte trebuie să închizi, stai. Depinde cât de tare filtre confesor. Power mirror așa, aici așa, OBS-ul. WhatsApp-ul închid o leacă. Explorer-ul ăsta la fel. Mai închid și fereastra asta, aici las. Mai rewards. Moare și ăsta de finale.
Hai că eu te las cam puțin.
Ok, te pup. Cine dorește voice, cine dorește, cine poftește, dar să nu se vorbească baloane.
Well, the speed zone will be helpful. This will allow Epic Kebab to be able to maneuver. It's gone down now. It's to be placed again. Not by trying to find an option here with the help of Guest. A good pinch. Now Angel from the right hand side. Epic Kebab are being really squeezed here. It's desperation. And sure, the Gale being the last man standing is probably the best person to have in a 1v3.
Yeah, he's actually just broken a little bit of his home wall there as well. Guesty still hasn't thrown down this bear, and this is the first one he's had all game.
Bă, urâte mă apesați la ladder, mă jur. Cred că o să vă pun și jocul. Să-l aveți pe fundal acolo jos, în timp să vedeți ce fac. În timp ce mă uit la finale. Așa, tată. Urâte-mă pe jur, peste tot, urâte-mă. Duels. Nu știu ce mă pe duels vine, basketul vine abia mâine. Numai Hodzone ce-i de el.
And then as soon as they started to get a bit of that ground, Angel Boy got a super or something, managed to push out, and the second half of the game was all on the
Nici nu știu ce să mă joc, mă credeți?
It was a bit of a situation where everybody kind of just fell down, and Angel Boy was just kind of left there.
De când am 34 win streak de la când am pushat atunci, cred, pe 5v5.
Showing the first set and already speed coming through. There's a lot of aggression here as a twister going down, a twister of desperation really, and the super there from Ray to clear the ball.
Da, fac ce echipă are Chris.
And actually Angel we're going to use a super to do so as well. It's going to be a goal as quickly as that's in the opening 30 seconds of play.
And that's much better from Foot Esports. They just seem a bit
wow.
in control of this match. Didn't get pushed back to spawn in the early game. And now we do see a little knockback available from the Gale as well, so he's probably going to use that here and does gets a nice stun on both the Bear and Guessy, but he just used that invulnerability. Now a hypercharge speed comes down and Angel Boy trying to push up along with Nob. He's going to go for the fade shift. Can he get the goal? Just off the line by Yuffie, but everything is
tot ce mi-am dorit din viață, să mă invite player de 5v5.
We'll finish this quarterfinal in a 3-0.
Very much what we expect to see from Foot Esports in their quarterfinals match.
Mi-e indiferent mie acum, na.
Could this be them up against the set? Or they're wasting no time.
Să vreau să mă joc.
Straight on some ping pong. I love to see it for esports. Clearly in some good amount of confidence here today because as there's competitive as they are clearly in Brawl Stars.
They're just staying warm. They're just keeping warm for the next match.
Gata, deja am făcut reward-ul, pe o să schimb imediat și contul, gen când o să îmi vină chef. Bă, dar de ce se mișcă în lag? Salut. Mă, live-ul ăsta îl simt gătit, îl simt cooked. Îl simt în sânge, cooked, gătit live-ul ăsta. Crow, ok.
Does not really reflect how close it was at times. At least in the first one they took a game. In this last one we at least had overtime, you know. No more 16 seconds games in Brawl today.
Yeah, I was impressed by Epic above. I still wasn't completely convinced that they were going to be able to do much against the inevitable, to be completely honest. Like for esports today are well aware of what they got to live up to, and one game here in that first set we can kind of pass that off and still say that for esports on top.
But realistically, nobody really has a chance against Foot Esports right now, so they shouldn't take it too hard. Like they said in their interview as well, we have to climb a mountain now. Unfortunately, the mountain won today, but that doesn't mean they can't come back next month. We do say, however, how competitive this region is and how we have a different constellation of teams coming into the monthly finals every single month. We have 3 new teams again this month, so let's see, let's see. Maybe we see some completely new faces yet again next month.
Yeah, like it could genuinely be we don't see FA Kebab all year long now. This is how competitive this region is, how hard it is to make it into these monthly finals. And the same could be said about any of these teams, right? Even the big teams.
SK?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I wasn't going to go that far, but listen.
I mean, we never expected them to not make it, realistically.
It's true. It could happen to any team, though. That's the thing. Like, any team, this could be their last in this region this year because of how competitive the region is, how many rolling teams we've got coming in who are capable of competing.
I mean, Pedro, if you hear this, you can always come back to casting, it's fine. Anyway, let's have a look at the brackets, where unfortunately we see no SK Gaming, like I just said already. Foot Esports takes it 3-0. They move up into the semifinals, as I said. Now they're just standing there waiting for their opponents to come up.
Yeah, so it will either be Team Heretics or Navi who will face against Foot Esports in the upper side of the bracket following the results of this next game.
Nice.
Versus Madrid as well will be our match number 3 in the quarterfinals stage, and then shortly after
Să-mi dau cu ăștia. Hai că să-mi dau, cred că cu ăștia Trophy Rush-ul. Cât timp nu-i simt Brawler, cred că o să-mi dau cu ăștia Trophy Rush-ul. Să aștept mapa de diseară de Haste. Nici nu știu, mă, frate, să aștept mapa de Haste de diseară.
How are you feeling today? Do you also feel like we might have a new winner today?
No, I don't. Like in my gut of guts.
This is still Trev.
For now, I'm picking Foot Esports, but it's one of those things where Humble always do the funniest thing, and I feel like
Ne-a făcut! Ne-a dat trick shot!
Okay, I'm gonna go Foot Esports. They're gonna do the reverse thing. I think it's either Foot or Humble, though. To be honest with you, they just feel like a tier above the rest.
Logically, I also have those 2 in the grand finals. But after yesterday, Crazy Raccoon wins over Zeta Division. Nobody believed that. I think it was 89% or something voting for Zeta Division in the final. Also from the viewers at home. So lock in your predictions at event.brawlstars.com. But in the end, Crazy Raccoon wins. Maybe today we do have a new winner. And realistically, even though Humble is like the team to beat, or were last year in EMEA, it would be a new winner.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see that happen. I think in the lead
up salutare, salut. Ce tare ești, man. Si. Nici nu știu, îmi dau cu ăștia Trophy Rush-ul, nu mi-l dau. I need to go. Hai că îmi dau cu ăștia Trophy Rush-ul dacă e.
In the quarterfinals, they qualified through the upper bracket this month, and 2 of these players, Marco and Sabine, continue to qualify so far for every single monthly final. Last year, 2025, we only have 2 roster managed to do that. One was Novo, one was SK.
Nu, n-am luat popcorn.
it's only Marco and Sabine right now.
Bine, aș putea să-mi fac low-key, dar...
Yeah, pretty unbelievable, especially in a region with such
3
caliber.
din
I
5.
mean, Humble, for example, even missed out on 1 month last year, so it goes to show the tenure of players these guys
Eu
are.
mai
I
trebuie
think
cu
outside
nu
of the grand finals
joacă.
they've won, though,
Ardi, dacă bagi un
absolutely
mega pig,
extend
aș fi mulțumit.
to being a special team in this region, and that is very difficult to do. I think now that they're on Team Heretics, last year they kind of had the luxury of growing, developing, no expectations. Now they've got a big signing, now they need results.
And alongside this super consistent
Need meme, du-te, bă, vere, mă nebunește și ăsta cu need matchmaking. Să-mi ziceți pe cea dacă facem, vă rog, 15 like-uri. Și de ce moare laptopul? De ce moare laptopul?
Since the start, since the birth of BRAWL esports. It hasn't necessarily been roses, I will say.
11 like-uri abia, bă, hai mă, chat cu 15 like-uri. Da. Da, bine că dă ăsta kick, du-te mă, vere, și lasă-mă, dai kick-uri acum. Acum te pomeni că dai kick-uri. Nu stau după tine.
Opening matches against Na'Vi, Drage and you go a long ways back in the BSC, whether as teammates or as ex-teammates as well and rivals. Are there any additional emotions you feel when playing this squad?
Yeah, I'm hyped to face them. We already play against them in qualifiers. We beat them, so I hope the.
Uite-l pe Spike House.
On the other side, we have a roster that has already made a roster change after just 1 month of competition, and they're all the talk at the moment. It's a huge controversy arc. You explained it a little bit earlier.
Caverna!
What else?
Gata, mă joc boss sau Rico. Boss sau Rico, rână. Și cu suc, mamă. Bo, Rico, rână.
It's kind of like everyone's entitled to their own reaction. I think for me, the core of that whole kind of controversy was more the way that LUNARA was finding out that situation. You'd prefer to hear it from your teammates direct. But obviously, for Navi, they felt like they needed a change. Enraged was that answer. And the qualifiers looked really good. I mean, they took FUT Esports to the 5th and final set. So I'm looking to see more of that kind of like qualifiers caliber leading into this monthly final.
This isn't the first time Enraged has been, you know, joining a roster mid-season. Last year, for example, he ended up joining a squad that ended up doing super well in the World Finals, even getting a win over a tenured player like Shitampo. That's a pretty big deal. So I believe that he can fit really well. For me, when it comes down to this match, it's the first month. The amount of time that they've had to build up as a unit, not necessarily as much as some of these other squads who had an entire offseason to do so. So I still think Team Heretics are favored. Obviously, they're the upper bracket team as well, so I side with that. And on top of that, they did beat Na'Vi 3-0. They smoked them in the qualifiers last month. That was obviously with a different squad. Enraged gets a chance. They played really well in this month's qualifiers, but nonetheless, I think the safer choice, if you will, is going to be Team Heretics.
And with picking up Enraged, they also pick apart Novo, who also has to now bring in a new player, Meow. We're going to see them later today. Let's see how well
Deci Glowy Leon cu Bull Mortis, ok.
These are the global brawler bands for this series. For anybody who just joined in now.
Wow! Cine a revenit? Hell na. Na, nu-mi vine să cred.
A couple of those brawlers that we have seen banned out yesterday so many times. I'm not really too surprised to see them here once more.
To be honest though, like seeing Drage play ball in the qualifiers, I mean, it was really, really abysmal. So I'm glad so I'm really glad that Navi...
He's been practicing.
He's been practicing on ladder with us, and it hasn't been much better. But regardless, I just...
Mamă, dacă îmi dă invite Black, dar nu știu. Andrew.
We've also seen the maps. Double Swoosh is gonna kick things off here for the series. Final punt after that, out in the open business and layer cake with.
Dar de fapt nu, n-aș vrea, nu-mi bat capul.
So the teams can also all scrim against each other. That's just super nice to have. But of course we changed the order.
Drake! Frumosul meu, mânca la tata de bolnav, că efectiv i-a făcut cheie lui Linein. Bolnăvioru!
I mean, we saw it a lot yesterday. I feel like it's a brawler that stands out to me for this map as well. It's just a good gym carrier. I feel like that was a pretty.
Doamne, să nu se califice Navi la World Finals. Plânge Drake cu Jerome Pumgen pe lângă că o să plângă Drake, o să-l mai bată și Gero după.
One thing that stood out to me in the global bans, though, is Crow is somebody I fully expect in this map set to be banned. I believe he slipped through, so I don't expect him to get played. I just expect them to ban him every set now. So he'll still get banned.
Nu știu să-mi dau mă trofii brașul. Cred că mi-l dau de seară. Deci eu dacă țin pe Hin nu pot să-mi pun gadget-ul, hell no.
Yeah, Sandy can have a great time on this map for sure, and I'm kind of curious to see how that draft will fare and whether it's kind of prioritized in the early stages. I think it's good, viable mid, so we'll see what it shows.
Quarterfinal number 2, we are heading to double swoosh.
Cu mingi arunc după el cu mingi.
I don't believe we're going to see Drake on the map, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect him either. The flyovers have been very sick this month. There's the Crow that I mentioned before. A double IMS ban as well. While she's not necessarily the tippy top like she was last month when her Buffy was introduced, since the nerfs, I would still say she's a borderline top 10-ish brawler, especially at the professional level. So expect to see her a lot either in the ban stage or the pick stage today.
And you were right with the Crow ban. Just want to point that out real quick.
Oh, thank you. I mean, he's one of the top brawlers. I fully anticipate, especially if he's not hitting the global bans, he's going to be banned a ton.
Yeah, Stanley's still open here, so following from what Sunny said, first pick from Navi. Let's go, love to see it. That's why we're here. Definitely high consideration towards a potential Tara here, actually, as well.
Nice.
Team Heretics, as that's one that does tend to leave the ban stage quite open.
Uite-l pe Dredge, nu vin vocal. Bravo, bravo că ai reușit.
Surprised for that Pearl ban, by the way, on the side there of Navi, but it is a brawler pick, which Team Heretics do like to favor quite heavily. So Bo could certainly be a brawler here, which is also viable. I wouldn't mind seeing it. Again, I think OTC is going to sleep through. So it just allows a little bit more of that insurance policy. The fact Splatzer, of course, can get some good value also on the gadget side.
Once again, a really bushy map, so you want area control. M spanned out, that means Terra and Sandy are even better now. Otis, Spike, anything with spray. Ember's one of those brawlers that we've seen quite a lot last year. I feel she's not in the best spot at the moment, but she can still be played on the right-hand side. She's also not too bad into a Spike because of his gadget. You can't really penetrate it with so many other brawlers. Janet is going to come in here in mid, a brawler that we have not seen last month whatsoever. We've seen her quite a lot yesterday, and she used to be, together with Sandy, the best gem carrier on the map previously, thanks to either just getting out of harm's way with one of her gadgets, the other gadget gives you more vision. She's just perfectly made for this map.
Yeah, it's something we talked about at the top. I mean, we didn't necessarily see it at the time, but yesterday it showed up a lot. Janet just makes too much sense here, and especially in
Știi așa că vreau să văd o chestie, stai. Da, vine asta, cred, sau?
Sandy makes a ton of sense as a first overall pick. With IMS out of the way in the ban stage and Pearl, when you see Pearl, traditionally it is going to be to outrange the Sandy. It's for that right side lane so you can gain the extra vision. Obviously the burning shot can give you a little extra dose in the bushes as well. Max Sandy, long time synergy, no problem.
Ai, bă, nu te mai zbate atâta, așa.
Sandy, possibly? I mean, the team's kind of dropped off a little bit. Okay, Rose and Max Sandy was not on my bingo card. That is a wild brawler pick to, like, I mean...
Mamă.
Rosa in the BSC now, it really is in a tough place. I'm looking actually forward to seeing Rosa with some buffies.
Da, ai, ok. Stai puțin 2 secunde. Da, mă, se ved barile negre aici, o să vreau așa să fac dacă tot țin jocul puțin aici. Să vedeți și voi ce fac când mă joc, gen. În timp ce, gen, înțelegeți voi. Așa. Mamă, dar acum am decupat prea mult acolo. Ia, mai dăm unul? Hai, bă, 15 like-uri să dăm și noi spray-ul ăla de pumn.
Navi made some changes. Been a lot of drama in this region just in general with roster
11 like-uri avem. Bă, momentan nu dau ad. Încă se vede cu negru acolo? Da, se vede o leacă, da. Ia stai. Aia stai puțin. E ok. Sau un picuț. Așa. Nice.
That Gale is going to be really on point. Marcus is going to have his work cut out for sure to stay on top of this.
Yeah, operating on that left-hand side lane, especially with all the grass going down, Marco's going to be nice just to cut off.
Bă, cred că eu ar fi ok să-mi dau trofirașul, adică am dat așa 2-3 meciuri, cred că așa mă jur. Leon trofiraș pe Loady Showdown. Că băsurâte mapele de azi. Nu știu, nu-mi plac deloc. O să stau mai pasiv, mai înalt, așa. Oricum trebuie să pușești și Leonul înainte de un nerf ceva. Hai mă, bate-l că ți l-am secat. Nice.
While Drage did die, he bought a lot of space, but unfortunately Marco is just going to have to press up against this wall and hope to push them back.
Okay.
Easy super right there on the right-hand in. iChaos now walking up this right-hand side. Drage low HP, doesn't elect to use a super or a hypercharge. Now it's completely gold for Team Heretics.
Nice.
iChaos able to slip by, grab a few gems. This is completely now on the blue roster's end.
Yeah, it's falling apart. Drage has got hypercharge though. Marco has himself that, and on defense, Gale wins on that side of things.
W.
Cycling to perfection also. Navi, you're not even going to try to run this down. There is no time to get these gems.
What? Cât damage mi-a dat?
Of ends to that game. I thought that Navi had some nice ideas, but coming down to the nitty-gritty, I mean, what can they realistically do against this Gale pick?
Wow, mersi. Da, cred că ne dăm trofirașul și ce-o fi.
I think a lot of times when you think of Bull and BB in this current meta, sure, on ladder they are excellent. They are the top tier brawlers in this game. But in a draft setting, you have time to react, especially if you don't pick it as a 6 overall selection. So I think getting this Gale pick at the very end works on multiple lanes, even if they try and mix it up.
47 de trofee, let's go, cât facem. Deci nu mi-a zis că nu era full screen. Așa. Așa, ești pe lacul, bea fi cu borcanul și pe care... Mă, ce? Ce spune autorul acolo pe chat? 16 like-uri. Stai puțin 2 secunde, imediat acum am văzut că s-au făcut, nici nu m-am uitat. Bă, dar ce cu bombele astea? Păi ce faci cu... Care-i planul? Păi ne uităm la finale și acum am început alea că trebuie să-mi joc trofirașul. Cât îmi da? No, stai. Da. Cheală mi-am luat. Da, îl dau pe chat, stai. Eu aici trebuie să dau play game, că efectiv am trofirașul, gen. Da, mă, 16 like-uri, stai așa. Chat, vă pun link-ul pe chat care îl prinde multă baftă. V-am pupat pe portofel, cum s-ar zice. Team Heretics once again starting exactly like they did a month ago in the monthly qualifiers, up 1-0, and it was not close. Dacă îmi dădea iar atâta damage, nebuneam. Ia auzi.
Prior to the third and final pick on their opposition side. I mean, obviously Team Heretics can see the big picture. They've got options. I mean, there was Amber, there was Gale, there was so many brawler picks and ideas, and maybe even Shelly, if he wasn't banned out, that they could have gone for there. I mean, Rosa is just not that brawler. She just has so little weight. It could be a strat.
Deci din apropiere îi dau atâta damage. Ok.
They can just go with the counter, and they just couldn't do anything with it. It was a loose pair of hands.
I'm open to a lot of different ideas in Brawl esports in general. I mean, these pros are the best of the best. This is a very old-timey selection. It's just shades of 2022 with the max.
De ce mi-am dat super 1? De fapt.
If you're going to pick the Rosa, though, again, my biggest critique would be why do it at a
Lăcheală.
amount of time. They've already drafted anti-tank with the mute button and Otis. It just didn't make a lot of sense to me. And again,
No.
That's not necessarily a top selection in the game. I actually ended up asking iChaos about this board on the background. It was one of the things I noticed as well. I thought, hey, is this just a thing that you're doing this month, or is this after last month, are we making adjustments? He's like, nope, we do this.
Eu Willow am amărât, am crezut că e Bibi. Probabil. Poate. Sincer, am o idee, m-am gândit să fac un community event gen pe canal. Cum fac ea de la BRAWL, așa fac și eu. Să facem un community event pe canal. Câte spray-uri mai avem? Bă, stai că eu nu trebuie să stau așa fecat, trebuie să le dau instant. Deci, ok. Păi nu am încă ideea foarte bine făcută, m-am gândit doar cum ar fi să fac.
Those are the brawlers which, when Immortus is banned, as we're seeing already today, consecutive global bans of Mo, the Ali, the Ruffs banned out there on the side of Navi, the Ems, the Crow, and the Otis. Yeah, good Crow ban.
Nu! M-a bătut clona! Eu îl bat și mie îmi pune clonă! Come on, unde mi-e Pepsiu?
Spike is another one I'll see. With Leon in the global bans, that would be another one I think teams would consider. And then you could clearly see, I mean, who has the first overall pick? Crow band on the left-hand side, Otis, who you mentioned before, M still a powerful brawler. This one's more of niche selections. Mo going to be a goal scorer going out of the way. Even though they have an anti-tank, it's still Team Heretics trusting in this BB, going ahead and locking it up, especially with Bull out of the way. These are typically your top two beefy options if you want to go at the other end.
Yeah, and BB still could be paired nicely with the Poco as well as a final pick potentially here for Team Heretics. Now back over to Navi. You might want to consider just taking it off the cards, to be completely honest, or they're bringing in something like a Spike just for safety, really. They've got to have a good answer to that BB regardless. It could be potentially the Gale as well. That wouldn't be the worst of ideas. It's a good shutdown maneuver, especially with that Ems being banned. That's kind of like the one that I'd prefer to have on that lane side. Anything with the Gale. Yeah, it has to be something like that. And maybe, again, maybe Poker wouldn't have the best synergy, but I'm just worried that if left untouched, it could be the final pick here for Team Heretics.
I wonder if this is Max again, to be honest with you. I think Gale and Max typically have some pretty solid synergy. They need something that's more of a mid, if you will. The one thing they're lacking, though, is a goal scorer. I mean, BB has enough beef to where she can kind of knock people back, at least have an opportunity. It's not free by any means, but I think that's something that this squad lacks. Just a little bit of fireworks, something that's a playmaker, if you will.
Final pick now, coming in for Navi. Going to be going with agility and speed. It's going to be Stu coming in. Which,
da. 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 Chiar showdown-ul. Bă, urâte mape. Efectiv am ajuns să mă joc la trofijaj pe cavernă. Să văd dacă mi-a venit și după pinul.
Do they go with the heals? Do they go with support or control again? Like I said with the Spike, Charlie, they want to shut this down even more so, which, you know, was flown around a lot yesterday in East Asia, and I wasn't overly convinced. But like in East Asia, they were basically just picking it every single set and just kind of hoping for it to work out. But the Cocoon, regardless, that is really where Charlie is quite key. And in Brawl, shutting down the goal scoring opportunity is kind of where that's quite important.
N-am cum, efectiv mi-a dat bătaie de m-a leșinat. Aia ce-o fi, să vedem cât facem. Bă, dar am pușat ieri efectiv pe Dels 1000 de trofee. Bine, nu chiar 1000, exagerez, dar 600 de trofee cu trofeașul și pe mizerile astea. Acum, bă, ăștia, hai să-i ba rapid, că-s boți, ce doamne. Mi-adun power-up și GG.
Ensuring that no flank is left untouched by him. Swellings go out, which again will be something of a bit of a struggle for the Stu, but
Nu, m-a bătut ăla. M-a futut abilitatea, mă, ți să-ți fut. M-a bătut abilitatea. Da, păi acum există și global banuri. Nu se poate, nu se poate așa ceva.
Especially with that pushback and just keep BB at an arm's length, which is very important when somebody has a baseball bat swinging at you.
A nice hill there for the back of Trix from the Chester, keeping Enraged alive out of the Cocoon, but now down to 810 HP. One shot for Marco is all it takes. And now Gero and Drage on the defense is not going to be necessarily a good thing with the amount of damage going down, but a buttery blow from Drage will just about seal a defense.
Insanely good stuff. Gale, one of the best goalkeepers in Brawl Stars between the Twister and also the pushback.
Nu știu să zic. Ar trebui să vină și la noi, da.
Occupation in the middle from Navi. Red roster just completely consuming this as IKAOS is once again forced back on defense. Team Heretics, I think, had a real opportunity at scoring there, so the fact that they let one go, definitely a devastating blow.
Tu-ți mingea ta de minge.
And the support of his teammates is there also. Rage has got super. Is that a bomb? That's the question. Can they break some cover here? The ball to Rage. He's got super as well, but shut down.
Doamne ferește, Doamne ferește, mă, Doamne ferește, mă. Doar 22 de trofee, Doamne ferește, mă. Ai, de capul meu. Hai cu like-uri, chat, o să mă gândesc imediat să văd ce vă mai dau.
purposes, but regardless, it wasn't something that gave too much of an opportunity for Navi in that moment there. Hypercharge available for Gary, forces it out now and avoids the mentions of people. Gadget goes straight for Marco here. This could be dangerous. And Navi now with that right-hand side lane as well, cleared up Hypercharge from Drage as well. This should be a goal realistically here. But Lava they'll shoot there. The Cocoon with 8 seconds left of play. Navi should be able to get this game.
Good as done. No supers available for Team Heretics, no super speed, none of the like. Just a nice knockdown there towards the end of game number 1. I talked about Gale on defense as a great goal scorer, or excuse me, as a great defender, but now on the goal scoring side as well, you can use the mechanic where you just push the enemies back. The only reason it didn't work that first time is because
M-au prins. Nu mă mai joc nici mizeria asta. Nu mă mai joc nici mizeria asta, că mă enervez. Mă enervăm, nu mă mai joc nici mizeria asta.
Clearly he's got some validity. We saw it in set number 1, and now we're seeing it sign even on Brawl Ball.
I kind of prefer the comp here, to be honest, to Team Heretics. I feel like it has a lot of weight, but it's just a map which they just didn't really kind of gel with in their scrims as well as Navi, who really thrived off the back of their so far, Navi giving some confidence, showing that they can really bring a fight to the table there, and a nice shutdown there of Enraged onto Sabine, who forced the hand of the BB.
Blue looked like Super was perfectly timed, and Rage was able to escape with a little HP. Garo trying to back away. Part of the influence, I'm sure, for the Stu pick is a long-time counter into BB has been this Stu. Charges Super so easily.
Dacă mai am iară un trophy rush, mă supăr o leacă, că n-am chef să am două.
Well, Marco just utilizing this moment of downtime here to try to land some shots. Recycling that gadget is going to be so crucial and important to be able to try to bring the ball forwards. There's a lot of pressure being applied here from Navi, opening up some space. It's a hypercharge from Marco there, going straight forwards. Ball push through from Chaos. Lings out. Can they find the opportunity here? There's a lot of damage going down. Enraged is low, but Gary's still standing to help this Cassie Hill. This is essential to allow a defense.
Navi now with the ball in hand, left-hand side. Drade's going to be trying to back down Sabine once again. A constant matchup that they're looking for. A double box, though, and Marco has a super available, too. Letting it rain in the middle of the map. Navi don't stand a chance. Low HP for Drage, and now it's a 3v1. A lone Stu. Might as well be a single shot.
Hai că-i gătit și live-ul ăsta, îți fac.
Da,
Da, mă joc. Să-mi dai ăștia play again. Vreau cu ăștia play again, urgent.
Garrett's trying to heal up in the bit of the box here and doing a pretty decent job with the help of the hypercharge, but nonetheless goes down now, and it's still a 3 versus 2. And Navi have got to defend this. Sabine with that hypercharge. When he goes, it's go time for Heretics.
High on Drage to see if he can get a super in time. All of a sudden, Team Heretics being corralled to the back spawn. They know Garo has a super available, so he's going to try and advance. Speed zone going down, Enraged. Right-hand side, looking out for Sabine. It's another anti-tank brawler that can deal quite well with her.
Ball being put through. Sabine needs to use this utility on defense. Marco is low here as well, and Navi are creeping forwards. Enraged also has a hypercharge, but no super just yet. But Chester, who's got his...
Hai că era să îi făceam acolo cheie.
And tied this one up early, right in the nick of time. So they got that hypercharge on Chester now in overtime.
And BB also has one as well. We'll see who wins the battle there. A complete miss out of Enraged, and he's wasted that super. Marco's going to go, but there's a super pass available for iChaos. Nails it on that right-hand side and allows Sabine to walk on in.
Nu sta coltul, mătii. Îți bag coltul în gât, coltule.
Bad attitude was on there, by the way. So
can't have that. None of that.
None of that from you today.
No, you know what? I'll be better about that. I know I've had a real attitude.
Stai puțin, Arion.
When you're injured, we'll allow it.
I've been quite the diva, huh?
What a match, though. What a set. This really is a very
N-am cum. Uitați-vă la colt. Paralizatul.
Two sets down here, so they do need to equalize things out. They've got a real prospect with this comp to do so. They just dropped the ball a little bit too much in that last instance. Now is Garrett pushing his right-hand side. Beam now low, running the damage gear as well, so a little heal from him.
Maybe.
Bring this ball forwards, we go a long way.
Small change up from Navi as well. Chester kind of working alongside this Gale on the left hand end against BB, while Garo encroaches on the right hand side.
Nu-mi da linie mie, nu-mi da linie mie. Dar el joacă de ce pot? Da, la ei, păi, mai știi cum s-o înțeles oamenii.
Popping a vitamin pill himself now, so he'll be getting to a healthy amount of 10,000 HP plus the help of that shield gear. Now his teammates back in the mix. Speed zone going down for Navi. They're pushing this forward slowly, as quickly as that. Heretics just dismantle it.
Drage shimmies around the mansions of Meeple. Super goes down for Marco just to put some pressure on the enemy teams. It's not going to lead to much. It backs them down a little bit, but they're still maintaining in the midfield. Scarrow once again repositioned. Left-hand side. Marco will get a couple chip shots in there, but that's a bit out of the super, so now they're going to substitute BB in on this left-hand end. Chaos trying to throw down as many Spiderlings as possible, even popping a hypercharge. Must have a super on the way. There it is. Garrow once again being captured. Nice timed Enrage super out of the hat. He pulls the poison. Marco hypercharge can walk through this wall. Enrage tried to grab the ball, but still went down. Excellent team play out of Team Heretics to knock one in. Na'Vi are running out of time, and they desperately need this set. Otherwise, they're down 0-2.
This is a really dangerous moment now that Na'Vi have got to capitalize on and turn things around. 30 seconds now on the clock. Marco boxing Gary yet again. Push down the speed zone, but again, in that box, Marco can really spend some time to target it. 20 seconds. Na'Vi have got to find some utility here. There's a hypercharge cycle potential here for Enrage now. Can Chaos be able to survive in this position? No! Ball goes in. There's still 10 seconds left, but that was so crucial.
Bună, Electro, ce faci?
Once again come down. This is where Na'Vi had issues in the previous game. A Mansions of Meeple, no contact. Rage is able to get by. Lots of supers available as Enrage puts one there. Ball suddenly on the bottom of the screen. Not even gonna pretend like I understand how that happened, but somehow it's still in Team Heretics' pocket.
Mai dau un meci cu ăștia, că ăștia au fost în regulă. Bă, mi-a bătut joc de trofirașul ăsta 20 de minute. Eu când îi văd Balu fă încep să plâng în na situație.
Pushing forwards, he's got additional speed, he's got the heels going forwards as well. Dangerous times for Na'Vi, can they defend this? It's missed by Marco, that should have been in!
Off the crossbar, and Na'Vi will survive the onslaught. Enrage now up the middle of the map. Chaos forced all the way back. Perfectly timed respawns, and with 15 on the clock, Team Heretics on the back heels. Ball still off your screen. Speed zone coming in as Gale will grab the ball. Spiderlings going down a hypercharge. Ultimately leading to nothing, but they trap him in just the nick of time. Super shot available for Garrow. He's got one shot. Bang! Nails it down the left hand in.
Na'Vi with the ice.
Mamă, Na'Vi.
That mistake was crucial, but to ensure the set win.
Uite-l pe Drage, na. Bă! Ce? Uite. What the fuck? Nu s-a procesat întrebarea la ăia.
Much more competitive second set. In the draft, I think, gave them a more fighting chance than what we saw in set number one. This is what I expect out of Na'Vi. I still pick Team Heretics, but by no means do I think they're heavy favorites. We just have yet to see how Enraged roster. He's obviously a talented player. He was obviously coveted by multiple teams, being with Nova before this, coming in later in the season last time. Just a lot of drama going down. It's made this match just that much better. It would feel wrong if this was anything less than several sets down the line.
I'm
so close. There was one shot away from Gero not being able to even attempt to score that shot. So I really feel like it was just very, very close. I want to see back actually that shot as well from Marco, just to kind of see with a clean pair.
Multă viteză are Leonul, bă, multă viteză.
Regardless, I mean, a really healthy amount of points above his name for the DPS and the takedown, so I think he had a good game regardless, but it's these little microcosms of mistakes that can prove...
Ca multă viteză pe Leon.
Unless I read it wrong. On the left-hand side of that whiteboard, what is the very top thing said? Acceptable mistakes, missed shots. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. To your point, though, I mean, that was such a razor-thin margin. There is a real chance that there was no potential for that to go in, but it sure looked like there was a good shot of that. Now all of a sudden things tied up. So Na'Vi, this match arguably hinged on that moment. If they had lost that in overtime, 2-0, they've...
Da, n-am cum, mă-mi pare, mi-am pătut joc, că dacă n-am mape în pula mea, ce mizerii de mape mi-o dat de înnebunesc. Hai, lasă-mi bag. Și pe aia e ăsta. Dacă mai dă iar un trofiraș, nebunesc. Glowy, Saci,
yesterday, some of these more niche brawlers that don't show up everywhere else.
Well, since the patch, since the update, Na'Vi scrimmaged this match 29 times and won it 22 of them. So I do feel like they are tried and tested here. We'll see shortly how their drafts will fare, but you've got to be really, really careful around those.
Wow, cum arată cu țara-s bazar. Environment-ul. Coaie cum arată environment cu Taras Bazar.
So let's see how they feel about things. Definitely for me, the big one missing here is Crow. That's going to be a first pick worthy brawler here for sure, in my opinion.
Ems, ne mișcăm și noi Ems. Nu, prea ciudat mi se pare environmentul Taras Bazar pe Brawl Arena. Prea ciudat.
Sharpshooter will probably come in. Yeah, we imagine that Crow's going to be the first overall pick here, but as we progress, I think Pierce has a real potential now that I don't see him in the ban stage, and I have to call it out because we did see it some yesterday. It's one that's been scrimmed a lot, and we often call it cheesy. Gray and Doug still a real potential here now that neither of those are banned. When I see something like Crow, I don't necessarily think that's an instant click, for example, but again, would not be doing my job if I didn't mention there was real potential for a little cheese strat.
No, I'm with you. And I like the Brock ban as well. I think that's
Lăsați-mă să hai că să-ți expire în gât.
Necessarily mind it, but I don't necessarily love it either. When Angelo's around, I think it kind of makes sense to go.
Hai că e obraznic Dogu.
But many kind of favor the Angelo on this map, packing that punch. RT going to come forward as well. That will give definitely a helping hand. Eve having those oppositions be marked up, allowing the damage to go further against brawlers like Eve. That's going to be a helping hand.
Crow's just a great brawler in general, so I really don't fault Navi on that right-hand in, but I do think grabbing spawners and somebody that can traverse over water is also a great way to equip your team with a little firepower. And RT, I would think, arguably is the most balanced, safe choice on this map. Has the capabilities of being a longer-range brawler, as well also as the fog closes in, the short range, has the static that he can drop, become that Jackie-esque form, and be a huge passive-aggressive brawler, offense into defense. Now, this is one that Navi are rolling with that is going to, I imagine, power up another teammate, somebody much more aggressive, because Jae Young is somebody that deals okay damage, but he brings speed, the heals, unless he's running the extra bonus that he gets from his gadget. Definitely not going to be one they're looking for to grab the kills.
Yeah, I do like the Jae Young. It's that kind of brawler that just allows you to maneuver around the map. Crow having a faster movement speed as well can close the gap even better. And with the buffies as well, now with Crow you can pop hypercharge and just get so much value off the back of those shots that return to you as well. So, Bo, I was thinking about it, and I'm okay with it, I feel. Especially with the Crow, which is the most dangerous brawler in this comp. I feel like with the Bow, it's going to allow you to get that utility cycle faster.
Just curious to me that they go Jae Young, but they don't really pick a super aggressive brawler. I mean, they're going to be able to get to the middle a lot faster unless left side elects to go with the Brock or something and tear it down. But obviously, that's even banned out. So I think they're just going to count on that water to get even to position. Other than that, though, a little bit of a unique Jae Young composition, I would say. When I do see these brawlers, it's oftentimes going to be more in the sense of powering up another teammate, not as a standalone, if you will.
Bine rău, bine mă, echipa.
But certainly, a Crow going to think twice if marked up about going in with that big super jump. Let's see. I mean, how do you feel about the Bell? I mean, it's kind of a brawler which certainly since the introduction of buffies has taken a bit of a step back in terms of how often we see it.
In this specific situation,
prea bună, Ems, prea bună. Kid cu a dormit eu leacă, poate juca bine.
Traditionally, like you would see, but because of Jae Young, he does his best work when he's around other teammates, so I think that's going to cut off the potential for healing. It's going to force them to step out a little bit.
Nu știu, mi-a plăcut echipa asta. Eu n-am mai dau așa un meci cu ea.
Gonna want to hunker down with that Jae Young, so now he might have to rethink how close their proximities are, those shots that can ricochet. And already you can see how that deflected straight off the super totem as well. So, look at that. As well as Drake outstaying his welcome. That's disastrous. And now leaves Gero and Enraged just completely exposed here. What a disastrous first round.
Yeah, I mean, Enraged is just going to burst a gadget just to try and stay up a little bit longer, maybe charge slightly more towards that super. But Navi essentially go 0 for 3 and don't charge any supers, really. I mean, there was nothing good coming out of that.
Well, I'm sure Gero will have another super totem available here soon, but Marco is going to be keen-eyed to take them down quickly. Some Heretics on the back foot here. Obviously, Chaos can go over that left-hand side bridge. The helping hand of the quantum of which Eve comes with. Oh, Gary's marked up here as well and couldn't deflect it in time.
Chaos just revolving around on that left-hand side. A little extra speed will get Gero into position. They have to watch out for these mines. We'll add a little extra vision. Gero, of course, can be triggering all of those due to Sabim stepping on them. The long range, Sabim already having that super 2. The longer this drags out, I still think Team Heretics have a way to combat the enemy team.
Oh, that's close from there from Sabim. Just about survived it on. He would have been stunned, surely. And again, Gero has to place down these totems, but it's really just deflect against the shots that he's marked up. Now, oh, that heel just came in clutch. He was so low, and Drage now popping to speed.
Da.
It's really a dangerous time for Navi here.
68.
Like cards. I mean, there's nothing they can do here as Heretics wrap this up quick.
Da, chiar nu. Ba, sunt lucky. Lucky.
I think once again, this is similar to me in the set number 1, where Team Heretics have the 6th pick. They can respond to this. And it's not necessarily a cheeky or a bad brawler coming in from Navi's side. It's just one that I don't believe in.
Eu am cel mai mult și... Ai mă, wake up, treziți-vă. Am cel mai mult din echipă. Uite-l și tu pe ăla. Uite-l și tu pe el. Nu, uite-te și tu pe el. Te să luăm ca ei juca altfel. Operating on that right-hand side, so being taken to the mid, and IKS, of course, uniquely can travel over that water. Și eu nu o să pot lua ca ei singur sau e.
Enraged, I think, the one thing I will say is Crow's a great brawler, but in this situation, he's more mid-range. The rest of them are long-range. He's going to have to work really hard and get in position if he wants a chance at charging that super.
Now, Heretics are on the back foot.
Totem for the win. Doamne ajută, Doamne ajută.
Really nice shot. An unusual angle. He capitalized down on 2 consecutive onto the bow, but a missed mark as well. So now a chance for Navi if they can just re-heal.
Te bați cu aerul, el primul, ce faci, mamă? Sări, mă, dă-i cu fără frică, în pula mea del primo. We are cooked. Nu la Kaiju. De când nu la Kaiju, fugiți mai repede la Kaiju că vă omor. Futu-ți-l primo, mătii, să-ți fut. Futu-ți-l primo, mătii. Mori în pușca în gât să-ți rămâne el primo. Nici măcar un sfert nu am picat din ăla și ăștia au și boost. M-am înșelat cu Emzu, sau? Hai, el primo, mișcă-ți curul, el primo! Mă mir cum de nu ne-o călărit până acum, chiar mă mir. Standstill as this fog closed in. Shots being rained in. Team Heretics falling low. Down goes the first. Navi, 3 members standing tall, but low HP. Drage doesn't have the heals up, but thankfully for them, they get the elimination. Acum au început. Unde e el primo? Uite-l. Oi, nu, dacă am văzut că o sărit în spate, am dat give up. Tureta, bă! Și nu le mai moare odată puterea de la Kaiju. Hai mă, că și ăștia exagerați. Oh mai, nu, give up, decât give up. Da, give up urgent. O mai luat un Kaiju. Am cel mai mult power din echipă și... No, give up, decât give up. Hai, lăsați aia, give up. 15 secunde și respawn-ul, na, give up urgent. Give up urgent, futu-ți-l primul mătii de pot. Give up urgent, scoteți-mă, vă rog, scoteți-mă din meciul ăsta. Uită-te la el, în loc să sară și în turetă chiar să o bată. Da, nu, gata, give up. Mi-ai scris pe Instagram? Eu știam că parcă are un timer puterea lui Kaiju. Uitați, no. Nu, mai am unul. Electro, vină în coasă, dăm ăsta, dă, hai cu echipă să-l dăm pe ăsta, că nu mai. Mai e încă unul, coaie. Hai că măcar mi-a venit pinul, dar... Mam. Hai ca să facem și schemă, că văd că chat-ul sunteți cam adormiți. Stai așa.
My thoughts, just shoot your shot. The worst thing that happens is you miss in the early game, especially. You're not really using it to get kills. You're just trying to get closer to charging those hypercharge and then super. And every single one of those extra shots gets Marco into that position. Of course, he's got one in his pocket right now. So beam on the right-hand side, of course, going to be able to
Unde brawlerul stai?
easily can cycle those out. What I'm looking for here is for Navi to start getting some shots of their own. I think Marco know that they have the advantage. There's no real supers available. Another great shot, and Drage will go down. In the 3v2 situation, Navi may have control, but they certainly don't have the numbers.
În Photoshop l-am făcut. 30 de like-uri am dat skin-ul pe stu. Ăsta de-l vedeți acolo jos. 1-1 la Team Heretic și Navi. Electro, hai pe joc, tată. De ce au postat și-au postat Black episodul? Că n-am urmărit, chiar nu știu ce-au făcut cu thumbnail-ul. Nici nu știu cum să-l caut pe...
It just felt like a really difficult one to pull off. We saw in game number 2, clearly they could do it. These are talented players, but when I look at the two brawlers, and especially now in hindsight that we see it play out, the range just wasn't there. I feel like in knockout you need some kind of advantage. You have to have a way to generate some offense. And for Navi, it was pressure. Getting the speed, moving up the map early, and then relying on jukes. You either have to be really good at dodging, or you have to rely on Team Heretics to really miss their shots. In game number 2, it was a perfect wave of that. But in games 1 and 3, really all Team Heretics had to do was win the early game. They couldn't charge enough supers on the other end. No swoop to dive in, no J-Young hypercharges. There was just nothing instigating enough to grab those kills, and especially in a mode where there's only
Dar de ce mapele astea urâte?
Very much went towards Team Heretics.
Bounty.
Marco really playing this bell in spectacular fashion. A brawler which, like I said, coming into the match, it just hasn't had the most.
Păi da, mă, și ce să mă joc eu pe Bounty? Mă jur că îmi bag un tic, cred. Nu-i nevoie.
It's shut down more often than not, so I'm really pleased to see him really fare that brawler well.
Yesterday, it was kind of like a running joke that Ark doesn't really like Bo. How are you warming up here?
I like Bo, and I've never said that I don't like Bo. I like Bo, I just don't want to see as much of it as we are. I feel like it's a bit overrated.
Aici se joacă la 2K, atunci dau un pic așa să văd, I guess. Las că m-au chemat deja băieții, în regulă.
You love him, but he's been overrated. We see him too much.
That gives him too much credit, I'll say. So.
He's not even at the desk and he's catching sprays. Anyways, Team Heretics so far looking very good, but these are some of the closest matches we've seen all day. But Esports vs Kebab was a 3-0. This one is going into set 4 for sure. And now Team Heretics has the opportunity to close things out here, of course. But this kinda could be going.
Sunt 6 oameni din afară care fac watch party la finale, coai, și la România e doar 1. Come on. Și cine sunt și nemâncați ăștia?
Harebrained scheme, but maybe pulling it too much, and in that previous set as well. Again, it was clearly winnable. They got a game, but I don't necessarily think it was the easiest. I think this is more of a 50-50 draft. Navi have a chance, but if we keep seeing the drafts the way things have been going, I think Team Heretics could really close out here in 3.
I agree as well. I feel like this is a very Heretics-based map as well. They
Hell nah, bro.
Have got to really pull out all
okay.
And get these drafts and these picks and bans really on point. I want to see maybe Finks skate through the bans and not be picked up, because if it isn't banned, you've got to imagine that it's going to play a big role here. I think Lou's coming back a little bit on this particular map. Mina, of course, can certainly do a great deal. And I'm looking for Kenji. I'm surprised we haven't seen more Kenji come through yet with the amount of Mortis global bans that we've seen so far here today. But Finks really here is a bit of a difference maker.
Finks and Chested, the two brawlers we see here very often on the EMEA region at least. Yesterday we saw so much Lu, you already mentioned it, Ark. I don't have it even in my stats here. Lu was something that just slipped through the bans yesterday in East Asia. They seem to rate that brawler quite high. Now I really want to see if maybe in scrims EMEA didn't like to play him, but they kind of had a cheeky look at what happened yesterday and also like him for this one. Now Finks is actually going to be banned out. Crow once more, we mentioned it, how strong he is, and he's going to be banned out super often because this time he slid through the global brawler bans.
Curious if this is Lu or Charlie.
Pe... Nu, n-are nimica. Stai așa. Că dacă bagi global, l-am putea da 20 de minute full Brawl Arena, dacă vrei. Sau de fapt nu, poți și pe hot zone.
plus a tank of their choice would be a really good way to put some pressure on that right hand in, kind of force
De
them to
fapt
take
e
the
asta, e
game
că
to
poate
the
ies
well,
din
and I think
lobby-ul ăsta
go for
și
that
gătim un comp, ceva, o idee pe
Like this start.
Hodzone
Chester
să-mi dai heal în
can
continuu,
potentially
sincer.
well be a
Poate iau
nice
ceva
pairing
tank.
here, and it takes away the counter for sure. The Lu could be dangerous with the
Okay,
Ross,
okay.
so it's about whether really Heretics are looking to use that hypercharge for themselves and feed over to Chester. Of course, the Kenji can really just evade a lot of that freeze as well, despite even the hypercharge being with a Lu, which has yet to show its face. But I think it's likely possible here. I mean, BB could be another brawler pick, something that could go on the aggressive to, kind of mirror that same idea with the Kenji. But I think Kenji just has a bit more utilization in this kind of map mode. Lu, it is going to be Lu. So that takes a little bit away if the Ruffs pairing was the idea on the side of Navi.
Again, Lu was barely picked in scrims in EMEA, but yesterday had some great showings on Hot Zone, and if you ever see this guy, it's only ever gonna be on Hot Zone. With the ice rink, he's just gonna take pressure away from the opponents immediately, gives
Eu nu
some
pot.
time to set up again.
Nu,
Get
parcă
some
nici
valuable
stare de
percentages
Brawl
in
n-am,
mid,
dar
so
trebuie să
with Lu,
joc
they have
pe
some range on
astea.
their side as well. On the right-hand side, we already have that support brawler in Ruffs.
Ah,
Rage,
de
they
astea
could go
car
in for
lungă
now. I would
să-ți
still see a
rămână.
BB, even though into the Lu it might be a little bit too aggressive. Stu is kind of that mid option, kind of aggressive, can do a lot in the backlines.
Ăla se joacă caze, na. Dăm bapula. Ne luăm bălăcheală, citi joci, bă, caze, porfănimea. Da.
They could triple down on that. The one thing that Navi does possess completely is going to be wall break potential, because now they've got the kernel.
1-3 spike, lasă-mă. Decât lasă-mă 1-3 spike. Lasă-mă în pace. Lasă-mă în pace 1-3 spike. Mai e și friends cu mine.
The left-hand end hasn't selected any form of tank. I feel like it's a game of chicken with both of these sides. You mentioned it, but Stu is kind of an in-between. He isn't
Ia măi, ce
assassin, he's not
faceți?
necessarily beefy. He's just going to be skating around trying to dodge all the ice ring shots, the freezes out of Lu. And then to somebody like Chester, I feel like that's a pretty neutral matchup.
They kind of have to.
Cât o pușat și MD, mă? Bă, eu am rămas în urmă. Cu cine joacă? Ce? Ben, mă bucă youtuber. Să mă ierte Dumnezeu. Deja cu Stardust, dar ce face? Nu dați meci?
Often overlooked, and it's come up now. It's dangerous.
Stu is also going to feed less supers to the opponents here than
Mie îmi dă două astea. Să-mi va pula dacă am chef de ceva.
Gale's one of my sleeper picks for EMEA specifically. We
My
might
God.
see it some more in the future weekend, but this has definitely exceeded my expectations. It's nice to feel assurance that my favorite brawler is not completely buns. It's nice to see him at the top of the tier list here, but battling against Lu, a battle of ice and fire for sure on this map, as Mina's going to be charging her way up this left-hand side. The windmill, while it has been nerfed several times, still a very powerful asset. Garo is somebody that's going to have to just wait until that completely goes down. This is an early pickup, I would say, for Enraged, who's going for that wall break instantly, tearing things down. I think it's exactly what they want, especially when dealing with a Mina, and it just opens up more space for Stu.
Marco goes down there despite the heal. Garo playing again on this Stu is a dangerous prospect. He's very accomplished with these brawlers, and they are running the speed zone as well on the side of Navi. So these loose shots can be harder to hit for sure. Rage there in the middle, souped up by the helping hand of that rough supply drop. Speaking of which, Rage will fall on that right hand side to Sabine. As now, oh, that was a great value there from Drake to get Chaos taken care of. And Sabine is going to have to fight for his life here against 3 members of Navi to stay alive in the mid.
The slowdown from Drake has been
Wow.
helpful just in making
Cum am
sure that they
scăpat
can
acolo,
land
nu
those
știu.
extra spots, especially in team play when you have multiple persons looking at the same enemy. It's really easy to line things up. Speed zone once again being distributed by Garo, windmill up for Sabine. Hansen, left hand.
Bine că mi-l bagă în cușcă mie. În timp ce aveam Piper-ul dat. Ce-s cu ăștia, nu înțeleg.
Yeah, staying present on the zone. All the heal from Marco comes through. Does manage to get it off in time and not go down like previously so. And now the Rage falling on the top right hand side. Heretics can start to take an affirming role in this mid. Garo though, not taking things lying down, finds Sabine and tries to heal off behind the enemy lines here. Tries to get some shots to be able to pinch him in Rage in that top right hand side, but it's not enough. Now Heretics are creeping forward towards 75%.
IKEOS with some Drake jukes just to maintain control. Now they've even taken the lead here. Drake
Cât damage, wow. Ok, Leon chiar e meta, Leon chiar este meta, am zis. Leon meta rână.
Try and time this perfectly to back them off. Launches one left-hand side. Rage, no chance. Sabine now in perfect position. Just hold on. The aggro brawler is going to front line.
Mă mir că o mers. Coaie, mă mir că merge bine episodul de azi. Coaie.
Navi played really well up until that point, but it just took one moment for Heretics to capitalize right towards the end. That cannot afford to happen again, or Navi will be failing to make the semi-finals yet again this month. I feel like this comp can work. I feel like there's definitely prospects on both sides of the coin here. But now you definitely are going to be feeling this pressure now, as a bold roster movement might be leading to the same result.
Team Heretics did a great job maintaining pressure. And I don't think this is the easiest game for Sabine, at least into Stu. I think Navi have their choice of matchup. This is the one they want. Once again, that windmill gadget will go down.
După un win așa curat, luăm un lose așa curat. Bă, voi vedeți că efectiv au venit la mine sus și ai mei nu sunt stare să ia zona. Au venit Temzu sus la mine și ăștia nu sunt stare. Versus un Stu! Dai bă în lume! N-am cum. Uite așa. Jesse. Uite și tu și îmi ba pula și în minele tale și în tot. Uite-i mă și păști. Orfănimea. Orfănimea. Nu îi da play again că ies. Dacă îi dai play again. Mai bine.
After a grudge match in game number 1, Navi in this game 2 have been unfazed, nearly perfect, flawless to get through this blue roster in Team Heretics, and once again, they will be forced to another match point. We talked about it before, but this one just feels right to go to a set 5. It's very personal. There's been a lot of drama revolving around this. A roster change coming into this month. LUNARA dropped, forced out of the roster. And just 1 year ago, Drage in the exact same position. Now he's trying to lead a new roster against a previous teammate, a long-time rival. Boy, it would be something if he could surge a comeback.
I was looking through the matches and the maps on this matchup prior to things. It felt like it absolutely could go to a fit. This is actually one of those maps and modes where both sides are 50-50, so it's really going to be a testament to both as to how they handle things. One thing's for sure, Heretics win this game, they have proved themselves. If Navi can win this game, it goes to the 5th. So far, Heretics with a better start, but all crumbling down now, and Navi making up for lost time.
One of the focuses on the early start is how quickly do Team Heretics feed in Rage. Not only didn't Rage get a kill, instantly got a wall break on that top right-hand side. Now I think it's a full advantage. They're even mixing things up, and Rage just tapping though. Lasers down that right-hand side, and the aggro brawler in Mina doesn't stand a chance. Now they've already got a hyper...
Efectiv, GG asta joacă mai bine decât mulți random de până acum. Și gen jucăm Brawler of Meta.
Anytime Gale activates super, it's basically a free pushback on, and they can retake control.
I feel like Navi are feeling very comfortable with this draft, and it is working so well so far. Garo trying to land these times with Sabine doing pretty well, but somehow Sabine comes out on top. He's going to sit on that top left-hand side, but look at the objective. Navi now approaching 75%, looking so strong. Heretics have got to retake this.
There's the pushback. And now Navi, complete possession of the mid. Low HP on that top left-hand side. Drage with an easy elimination. Another one falls as well. IKEOS just forced to run for the hills. And he'll have to take a reset. This one, most assuredly, going to a set 5. It's been dramatic off the field and now on the field. We get maximum distance. We're going all the way. IKEOS versus Drage. Long-time rivalry pushes us.
No lag. That was literally what we saw. Heretics standing still, deflated, but defeated, it must be said. But going to a 5th set now, they can't be feeling on top. And now you've got so much wind in their sails. And I feel like they could go all the way now.
And enraged went Hammock. We also see it here in the stats. 11 kills on him, the highest DPS in the round. Played very well, also clocked some percentages, but that Gale in mid was just standing solid. Rage barely ever went down. Really good job on this side of Navi this round. And Team Heretics, they did take the first game. It was already match point. They just came close and couldn't quite finish it.
2 match points is what they had, and it's definitely going to haunt them if things don't go their direction in the next one. This is a team that definitely has some pressure on them. Marco and Sabim, phenomenal last year. One of the things you highlighted is the fact that since they've been playing together, at least since 2025, they've qualified for every single month. A lot of those times, too, upper bracket as well. And now they're being hired by Team Heretics. iChaos, who has qualified for every single World Finals that has ever existed in this game, picked these 2 players. And now they're being pushed to a set 5. Real potential they go down in yet another quarterfinals. That would be a devastating result for such a large organization.
Yeah, I got to touch on the elephant in the room. In the fact that despite what happens next.
Acum nu știu nici o stai așa că sunt meci aici, mai joc. Că seara 2 trophy rush-uri, bă, vere. Iarăs 2 trophy rush-uri. Acum e meciul dintre Team Heretic și Navi, pardon, că văzui mai devreme. Încă-i Navi. Da, chiar scrie și acolo. Doamne, mai mare rușine a fi. După să încerc să schimb contul, de clar, mai dau trophy rush-ul ăsta, schimb contul. Și mult mai târziu, dar e mai târziu rău, o să joc la Megapix și eu, dacă mă electro. Dar chiar, bă, pe electro știi ce-i putea face? Mai ești electro?
He's doing schooling as well. Like, he is multitasking throughout all of this. That's incredibly respectable. And I think a lot of times when we look at flashy players in the game, we're going to talk about them on the Minas, the Kenjis, the Morrises of the world. Man, he just popped off with a Colonel Ruffs. What are we doing out here? He was the standout in my mind. Winning those early matchups in game 2 and 3 set them up to take it all the way. It makes sense to me, and he's starting to show why he was a valuable roster addition.
We're heading to Layer Cake, and now this is going to be our last set in this series. No matter what happens, Navi or Team Heretics can take this away and move into the semi-finals. For either of them, it's going to be a tough opponent waiting for them there already. Foot Esports made it through the quarterfinal number 1, and both of these teams want a shot at defeating this beast. Last month, Foot versus Team Heretics with a 3-1, so Heretics really wants their revenge.
I mean, I think Navi want their revenge from that qualifier as well. Like, I can see them going the way, and I think that if there's any team today that could take down Foot, it's probably going to be Navi if they can get this set under their belts. And it's not going to be an easy one at all going into Layer Cake. Looking towards the draft, I kind of want to see brawlers like Spike be highly valued. I think Squeak's kind of one that Team Heretics like to kind of flaunt around here. Crow as well, you know, being this not globally banned, kind of needs to be on the ban list here for me. I think it probably should be, but still looking for Kenji, Ali, those kind of assassination-based brawlers, they're quite strong here.
Navi really must have convinced you, Ark, in those last 4 sets that you also voted for Team Heretics to win this initially.
Yeah, I knew it was going to go to a 5th from just looking for...
Așa bă, mă, ești electro. Poți să-l adaugi dacă e pe dubii în freeze, gen să bagi contul. Ar fi o șustă, cum s-ar zice. Dacă se mai joacă întâi, desigur. Dacă nu se mai joacă, mai bine cred că rămâne în Dark Angel. În sfârșit am măcar un win streak puțin. Sper să am win streak în continuare. Hai că i-am făcut cheie. Ăsta îi fac așa. Mai fac așa. Da, mă. Pune mine. Dar nu acolo. Ai de capul meu.
Navi, it's a very safe brawler for sure. Kit could be a problem here as well, so I think that's a kind of good brawler to have in your back pocket for that eventuality.
Să spargă tot ca să rupem shade-ul ăla în bucăți.
Last month in February, it's going to be a huge surprise. Jester is played so often this weekend because he deals out so much damage. He's a good
No!
brawler.
Come on, man.
Brawlers like Otis often
Mamă,
banned
dar
out
ce
Otis,
slab
which is
e,
its
dai,
best brawler.
coai.
And even though he doesn't have a buffy, he's even preferred over a Shelly, for example, who basically does the same thing, dishes out a lot of damage up close. Spike now picked up on the left-hand side. He does have a buffy. He's the most big brawler on this map, so no surprises here. Gene would be the second. Banned out here.
Dacă reușim noi să facem win, suntem regii.
We have Mortis in the global bans already. There's not that many options left, but they still want to go with some aggression here. BB technically open.
Bun, bine că bătui ăla. Nu ne face asta 1v3 că mor. Come on, come on. Ferească-mă Sfântul, să-și vândă contul. Aoleu, pe cât vrea. Da, chiar că trebuie să facem noi doi zilele astea iarăși un vocal, că-s curios ce s-a vorbit în seara aia acolo la voi, sincer. Gen aseară.
Great shout to Kenji as well. I'm surprised we haven't seen it more, especially as I think that we're going to see many more Mortis global bans for the rest of today. Seems like EMEA just don't want to take that chance. Even teams like Foot Esports, who are so good with Mortis, saying, nah, we're going to say that that's one brawler we want to eradicate. So a third and final pick here for Team Heretics, and I kind of wonder where they want to fare with this. It could be Kit, honestly. It wouldn't be the worst of ideas to combine with the Kaze, but yeah, the Squeak is one of the, well, it's the second highest brawler pick that they have in their scrims on this map. It's got a pretty decent win rate for them as well at 63%, so I'm quite enjoying this Heretics comp, to be quite honest. They've got the aggression, they've got potential heals at the back of the spike, control. They've also got further control with the Squeak.
Bă, Leonul chiar e genial în meta, nu știu, chiar e genial. Aș vrea și Leonul, sincer, un Prestige 2. Nu de ce, cel puțin acum, parcă îmi place să joc Leonul. Înainte nu prea eram așa mare fan, dar acum când îl joc, parcă mi-e ok.
Ooh, I think Kaze typically wins that one for Blue Star, but we'll find out here in just a moment. There's Marco swooping in, grabbing it just in the nick of time. Team Heretics just a month ago absolutely smoked Navi, threw them down to the wayside lower bracket, and so much so that Navi had to make a change.
E genial, cu ai Leonul să-mi bat pula.
Now his debut match, going all the way to a set 5 against long-time rivals. This is going to be one for the ages, a very monumental match for both of these squads to decide the year. It's Navi with early possession of the map.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with Brawl Cup looming in. Now, this really is a kind of make or break month for both of these two teams here have struggled realistically to do much more than exit in the quarterfinals now. Rage, really, the Lions Den goes down immediately. Hands over.
Hai că mai timp de un meci.
Pressure now for Rage and Gary to...
Da, iară, numai 91 de trofee. Da, mă, pe duel am dat meciurile, am jucat meciurile atât de rapid și atât de bine și aici, na. Dacă nu au venit mape bune, azi nu au venit ce aș fi putut să fac. Ăla nu are slow-ul, am înțeles. Nu l-am bătut, e real.
Most amount of value at the back of it, Enraged being very cautious there, stupidly dodge those curveball shots. And here is where it gets sticky. 25 seconds on the clock, and Navi have not got a single kill just yet.
Navi are waiting to play one move here. 20 seconds, they're going to swoop in, attempt to grab the kills, and walk away with a
bine acolo cu heal.
Chaos dropping a super as a result, and Penny's just going to have to play from the long distance. Drage swoops in left-hand side, grabs a kill, and Rage dashing, dies. 10 on the clock, and Penny the only survivor left. Team Heretics just holding patient, making sure they're saving all these shots. Couple extra supers for insurance, but Navi nowhere within striking distance. This is now match point number 3 for Team Heretics. This is it for Navi. No more second chances. They have to be perfect the rest of the way.
Yeah, tough spot here because Heretics just kind of sat back. They were just sitting behind the walls. They got the blue star. The move has to be made by Navi, and it just took so long to really kind of brew up to it. I need to see more from this Penny turret. I need to see pressure being applied. There was none of that in that last game. And that's only going to come from forcing the hand of Heretics, getting to positions of being able to land some shots. If Heretics
ne gătește, hai că-mi bag.
Navi once again playing very aggressively. Drage even swooping into that right-hand side of the map against Marco. That is a tough brawler to go head-to-head with as well. You
Unde este? Mă, uite-te și tu, găteană. Doar boți, coi, doar boți, pur și simplu doar boți. Doar boți, pur și simplu. Da, e doar boți, doar boți. O măcar atât underdog, nu ca să ieși gurata de îndemn. Sau mai am timp. Hai că-i dau cu un knockout, dar nici nu regret.
To make up for lost ground, takes one shot, 46 HP, has a super just in the nick of time as well, but goes down. It's a trade, but still 2 stars, and most importantly, Marco hasn't had to move a muscle. He's not been.
Hai că e ok să zicem, I guess.
Still no sign of this penny mortar. Gary needs to find this shot. Finally gets it. That was the one that's been lingering for so long as Heretic's been cautious. I don't think there's any time for a hypercharge. Realistically, he's got to go with it now, sure. But Enrage really struggling to close the gap with this Kenji pick.
Interesting positioning for that as well, because it's an easy super toss from iChaos to go ahead and get that on there. Penny Barrel going down is a little extra protection.
Ești kid, trebuie să faci chestii, trebuie să bați la greu, kid. Ca idee numai.
Aggressive target there from Gero, but it is being targeted. The hypercharge down, Chaos should seal it. 10 seconds on the clock.
Dai mut. Bun. Hai. Doamne, dar de ce o sărit abia acum și-o consumat superul?
Team Heretics take care of business and will once again end Navi's tournament early.
Disaster for Navi, who took it to the 5th, but composure for Team Heretics, who got it done.
Au bătut Team Heretics pe Navi. Bun.
It's going to be a tough match for them still to follow. I cannot wait for it though, honestly, because they've done so well to continue on against match points, to get it done regardless. They can be absolutely proud, but the work is still not done for them today.
Hai, că nu mai am mult.
Vamos, Team Heretics. Congratulations, they move up to the semi-finals and get their shot.
Ok, te cred. Un minut.
Final where they got beaten by no one other than FUT Esports. They now have the chance to make sure that FUT doesn't even make it
am
into
făcut
the
curare, model la birou sunt
On the
mort.
other side for Navi,
Bravo, puiul meu.
they at least took us to the 5th set, and how close those games were, Kenny.
Yeah, radio silence from Drage, especially amidst all of this drama, and I think was just ultimately trying to rely on letting the game do the talking, and this time didn't go his way. It's an early roster change, but despite that, now you're 2 months in where Navi have been dropped early. I believe they were the 5th team in the leaderboard walking into this. They were very close to Team Heretics. But in terms of the long term of the season, now it's looking very unlikely they make a Brawl Cup. I'm thinking even bigger than that. I think LCQ, think World Finals. They're continuing to make the seeding more and more difficult, and now that's a little separator. Team Heretics beating twice as well between monthly qualifiers and this month. That's going to live in their heads.
And going for what you're saying there, I do feel like despite the loss for Navi, that it did speak for itself, and that Navi have been getting better. You've got to remember, going back to the February monthly qualifiers, they only made it to the monthly finals based on 3 base races in the last set of their qualifying match, which would have basically meant that they wouldn't qualify if they had lost that. So they are looking better, but they're still not making the semi-finals.
It's unfortunate, but technically this is still a step forward, right? As you just mentioned, last month they were a bit shaky. This month they looked super strong, and Team Heretics, it is a formidable opponent, so definitely still a good feat to at least take them to a set 5. Maybe we see even more from Navi, and as we mentioned before, sometimes it's worth to even just qualify consistently for every single monthly final. So far they're on a good streak. Continue like that, and maybe we're going to see them in the grand final eventually. We're now want to talk predictions real quick, because the 3 of us are head of draft today.
I can't. I mean, it's still, to your point, it did feel like despite picking Team Heretics, I by no means was feeling this was going to be 100%. And it surely was. I think to your all's point, Navi clearly an improvement. This isn't years of prior, though. And this year, I feel like I have such a high bar for these teams, especially in this region, because there's so few slots. And I know how competitive it gets. I know how hard it is. It is a huge accomplishment. And it's not to take away from Navi, but clearly there's still some growing pains.
Da.
And ultimately, when you come down to it, having
Rico al meu, level 4.
They were so close, and we could have been changing the entire trajectory.
Oh, și-o recuperat, stați așa, fugim.
We did say that this quarterfinal number 2
De
is
ce
going to be
mi-am
a
dat
super close one. It was
Super
a
1
3-2
pot să
in
înțeleg,
the
da,
end.
fie.
And you remember to also lock in your predictions. We still have 2 more quarterfinals to go, 2 semifinals and the grand final. Remember to lock in on event.brawlstars.com because you can get some rewards.
Mă ajută cineva să bat show-ul ăsta, zic.
Next week and we even get a new spray that I absolutely adore. So I'm definitely looking in my predictions over there. And if you don't get all the predictions right, you can still gain some points also through the quizzes and everything on there. Kenny, how are you usually doing with those quizzes?
I got everything last month. I wouldn't say I'm the most intelligent person out there, but thankfully I locked in my predictions beforehand, and things are going very swingingly this month. I've already gotten the pin. Not to brag, not to brag, not to brag, but we're bouncing back. We're on the up. We're on the up.
I've never heard Ark make a noise like this one. Thank you, Kenny, for bringing this to us.
That's what I'm here for.
I'm gonna clip that, put that in my bot collection. We want to have a quick look also at the bracket now, because we're halfway through the quarterfinals. We now know who is going to be standing in the semis. Foot Esports versus Team Heretics. That's going to be a tight one, I feel. Who are you voting for here, Kenny?
I'm still going to pick Foot Esports on that top match, but for me, this is another aggression, another revenge match as well. Foot Esports beat Team Heretics, and it was a 3-1 rather convincing one in that quarterfinals last month.
Hai chiar să luăm, hai să luăm dacă chiar.
Foot Esports literally a week ago in qualifiers. That one went the distance to a 3-2. I think this is an exciting semifinals.
Hai că parcă ăsta al doilea trofiraș a fost o leacă mai decent decât primul gen. Din aici măcar chiar luai ceva trofee, acum zic eu.
Travis back at the desk with us, and now we're gonna have Humble versus Madrid up next, and then later we have the Italian third.
Gata și cu Brawl Stars-ul pas, v-am pupat pe portofel. Dacă așa, mai trebuie Megapig-ul puțin mai târziu. 111.000 așa, like-urile moarte, live-ul mort. Da. Bine, măcar că mers episodul. Nu știu cum a mers episodul de azi, dar în fine.
Versus Madrid, and here we have one of those teams that are in the spotlight for such a long time already. Won 2 LAN finals in their time, and then last year they came second once more. Humble, it's kind of like the overarching storyline. They are the eternal second at Worlds last year, and then again last month in February they lost to Foot Esports in a gruesome grand final. 3-1 in the end, and Humble, again, second.
No sirens going off for me, though. I mean, this is kind of what we've grown to expect. The regular season,
81, coai, trebuie să mă bag pe push.
That is an unfathomable feat. Now, the amount of those they've won, however, are significantly less, but that doesn't change my mind. They still show up in the LAN events. I think for them, if you're going through this regular season right now, the ultimate goal is just to make sure you're getting those Brawl Cup points, because they want to build those experience. They want to keep proving that they are a fiend on the LAN stage.
They want to prove that, and they had a bit of a shaky moment also in the monthly qualifiers this month against Zenit. It was a 3-2, they almost dropped out, so we wanted to sit down with Boss and clear out some of those tensions maybe in the team.
Dethroned with Foot Esports being the team that they are.
Doamne, ce bolnav.
Over the past few years, you've kind of been the top dog.
Dau 5 cookies, speriat că sunt de bolnav.
I mean, it makes us feel good, but like it still doesn't matter for us. Like we always keep doing top 2s and top 1s sometimes. We're gonna just get the 1 again, and we're prepared for everything. We're just gonna win.
Yeah, lovely. Great to hear it. It's a different angle from what Semantic usually says, to be honest, hoping he's going to lose or something like that. But
I don't know.
I also wanted to just ask, you know, how disappointing was that monthly finals loss? I know you've kind of come second in a lot of monthly finals, but did that one feel any way in particular?
It felt bad. Like it's a first one, so like it's Foot, and Guesty was in the team. He's a rookie, and he got the first monthly final, and he got the first win. So it felt good for him, but like, you know, for us, as we just lost. And now, I mean, it felt again the second place course, so I hope we are gonna break it again.
Second place again, but he hopes that they're gonna break it, and he says they're prepared for everything. They're just gonna win. First step of that way, they need to beat Madrid, a roster that is fairly new still. We haven't seen a lot of them, except from Rob in that roster. He plays alongside Yoko and Jus d'Orange, I assume. We just called him Joss for you two. Joss? How do you want to call him in English, you two?
I'm going to go with Joss, to be honest.
I was going to say that was my gut, but when I heard you say it, it just definitely sounded way more right.
Languages for English speakers aren't the best subject, to be honest with you, so we'll just sway away from that.
But yeah, Rob has already defeated his former captain Arthur in the qualifiers. A dominant 3-0 against Big that we have seen playing in the February monthly finals. Big is not here with us today because of this exact roster. These are the global brawler bans for this series, so banned out for the next 5 sets: Chloe, Mina, Spike, and BB. Chloe banned out today every single time so far. Yesterday, he never was present in the global bans, and this is what you voted at home. 92% of our viewers say Humble is going to win this one. It's not a big surprise, is it, Trev?
Nah, not all, to be honest with you, especially when we see some pretty unfamiliar faces, you know, across the other way from them. And Humble are just a team who, as you said, consistently making those top teams. If I'm
Da. Așa.
Potentially to the grand final of the monthly finals as well.
One thing that sticks out to me immediately, since they escaped the global bans and the regular bans, Bull is available, and we do see the Chester coming in early here. So curious to see if they dare to pick the Brawler anyways, or if they're going to let it slide and kind of go for the anti-tank route and just play a little bit of a game of chicken with this.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the Chester. They're not going to play the game of chicken, Kenny. They're going to go straight for the ball. And as obviously, it's not the first pick, right? It's coming in, in the 2-3, but it does leave a lot of possibility for that Brawl to still be counted out. It's, don't get me wrong, very hard to counter in general. But they've already got the Chester on the board, which is going to be decent against it with a decent amount of DPS. They add the Meeple to the side, and now they've got a lot of opportunities to just kind of try and eradicate that ball.
That is already such a strong constellation on the left-hand side, who with Meeple, immediate mid-control thanks to Meeple's mention, and then Bull for the aggression and an easy, quick goal at the beginning if they play it right. On the right-hand side, yes, with the Chester, with a lot of DPS, I think we need a little bit more of that. Otis will be another shout here, but he's banned out. Leon, usually also one of those bowlers you can pick to go in aggressively, get a sneaky goal in. But first they want to go with something to stop that Bull. And Bull is actually one of the only brawlers you can stun out of his super or just blow him away with the Gale.
It's the day of Gale. What's going on here?
Yeah, I've
been in the trenches for a long time, so it's just nice to be reassured that the guys still got it a little bit. I mean, just another double down though from the right-hand side. There's the Leon you were talking about. I was waiting for that flare of aggression because I feel like they almost needed it. It's not the beefiest squad compared to something like a Bull, but they're fully equipped to deal with him. Now they have the lollipop drop as well, and that is a nice asset for any team because you can toss it anywhere you want within range, and on top of that, you get a little extra speed from that Buffy, and that applies to a lot, and that goes a long distance. Now that's just not helping Leon, it's helping the whole squad.
Yeah, I mean, I like this. I really do. We've seen some Meeple already on this map, and it was pretty solid overall. I think they did end up losing the set, but was very good regardless. Ruff's another brawler we've seen quite a lot of at the moment. Another one of those super versatile brawlers providing power-ups to his teammates. I think they're less kind of useful in Brawl Ball because you are respawning a lot rather than trying to stay alive, but still a good brawler nonetheless.
Let's see how well our Davids in this situation can do against Humble. They had a great run through the qualifiers, 3-0 against a pretty good team here against Big, and now they're here to prove that a team like them, the rookies, can also make it into the semifinals. I say rookies, again, Rob did make it into LCQ last year, so he has some experience already.
Certainly an interesting one. Unfortunately for them, Humble did the exact same thing. Both of these squads are the reason that Big are not here. And early, Mad taking off on this right-hand side. A little Madrid action as Yoko will follow up for a nice little tag. So off-screen, clearly some stuff going down. I mean, it's not even 20 seconds and Madrid has a bucket.
Yeah, I mean, that was a fast goal for them. They're going to be pretty pleased about that. Through comes the break, going to take down some of this grass because there's a lot of indestructible walls there. So can't break up too much of the home region of the map. But the mid is asking to be destroyed for this Humble side. Power-up still just lingering there. Out goes the Meeple's match. You're going to be able to catch the Leon inside it, but no super just yet to be able to get the job done. In goes Semantic, but will be traded out. The two of them might be able to get the job done here as well if he just goes for the wall break, shoots the shot, and down goes Rock along with it as well. Nice response there from Humble.
Immediate answer from Humble. If there's one person that I'm fearful of, especially into these anti-tanks. It's Semantic playing this brawler. He's an excellent tank. This is something in scrims that he has been the man for this brawler a lot. I think the fact that it doesn't go banned or global banned was very shocking to me. That screams that Madrid were confident enough that even if the squad took it, they would be okay playing against it. We'll see if that bites them or not.
Yeah, well, Boss just instantly going to go and grab this this hypercharged power-up and just cycle that one out. Through goes Semantic, though, and as easy as that. What a start it was for Madrid, but ever since then, and we pretty much missed the entire build-up to the actual Madrid goal. But ever since then, it was all Humble, just constant attack and 2 very fast goals.
Again, this is not an easy matchup. I mean, Gale and Chester are about as anti-tank as it gets, but nonetheless, I just believe that Bull is such a good brawler to the point where you can't deal with him. Don't get overconfident, especially in a player like Semantic that has used this brawler a ton. I think that's just maybe overthinking it, maybe trying to get too cute with it. If you're Madrid, you're definitely the underdog. You have to find ways to win. And once again, another opportunity, an early goal. Couldn't quite cut the corner in time. And additionally, Semantic was respawning. I don't know if they really had a chance at that one, but worth a go anyways.
Yeah, real tough angle with Semantic respawning and Luki pretty much there. Yoko going to pick up a kill as well, though Semantic's just going to go for it. Might be able to get the breakaway here. Picks up a power-up, cycles the super, and I don't think Rupp's got the super in time to stop him. What a play from Semantic, and this is why we expect the Bull to be banned on every map.
Definitely showing its worth, and to be honest with you, since Sirius is not available for our professional players, this is the #1 brawler to me in the game right now. Semantic, a big playmaker, a longtime veteran, the world champion, making it work, clearly showing that world finals difference as well as he's going to dash up the middle of the map. The ball's going to be on the bottom side. Aluki does have enough time to roll this one through, and a quick sweep here in set #1 as Humble take the lead.
It wouldn't have really mattered if he didn't get the ball off, to be fair, because Semantic had already cleaned up all 3 of the opponents anyway. I mean, you know, well played to him, but the brawl is just so strong, and I think we're now going to see Bull being banned out quite a bit by Madrid here, as that was just a complete walkover ever since the first goal.
That was just a lapse in judgment to me. Again, Bull is such a good brawler. Leads the kill category, leads the DPS, has 2 goals. He can score, he can get kills. There's so many things he can do well. Since the buffies have been implemented into the game, this guy has been a standout. Since BB's been a little reworked, her initial gadget was a little stronger than intended to be, so Vitamin Booster, I think, made her at the top. Obviously, again, Sirius is the man right now. Y'all should be going for brawler #100 if you can do it. But Bull's the next man up for me, and even in a draft setting, they were still so confident in picking it early in the face of a Chester. I think that just goes to show how much Humble and other pro players value this pick.
Bull was the most banned brawler also in our global brawler bans, so definitely one of the best brawlers to have at the moment. Leaving him open at this stage, kind of risky, and it almost worked out for Madrid. They did score the first goal in this set, but all the others were Humble.
Yeah, and this is the thing, we didn't actually even get to see the Madrid build-up either. It was just literally the ball going in the goal, which was quite sad considering how dominant Humble were in that set. We didn't really get to see the glimpse of Madrid doing something decent, but I think that's gone as expected. It's the same as the FUT game. We're expecting this team to come in and sweep, but that was as convincing as ever from Humble.
But same as the FUT game, we still do want to see some more of this roster, and maybe we see more of them in the next coming months, because they can just take this one as a scrim, honestly. A huge opportunity for them to play against Humble, to learn from them maybe, and maybe even take a set off of them. Honestly, that's why I have my fingers crossed here. I kind of want to see an upset, and an upset would it be already if they take a set?
Look, I'm all about upsets. I just think we're kind of setting in a reasonable expectation because they do cause an upset. It would be absolutely nuts. One of the biggest ones in, I would argue, Brawl history if this caliber of a roster lost in a quarterfinals to this team. Heck, we were saying the same thing last month with something like SK Gaming. This is 2026. You just never know. Notice that Squeak hasn't been banned here. That's a brawler that shows up a ton. I think that's an influence for why Brock's that first overall pick.
Definitely makes sense for me. The break really solid. Range is just so decent overall. You can't really go wrong with the Brawl. Just one of those brawlers at range that you're always going to have a say in no matter what fight. Eve going to come in as well. We've seen this time and time again. Going to be able to go over that water. Nani can break up the map if they really want to, but I think it's fine to just have the Eve going through that little pocket of water on the left. Nani really good at range, obviously pretty much outdoing the majority of sharpshooters in a 1v1 matchup.
Yeah, and as my 2 colleagues have already mentioned, this is one of these maps where you only really have one way into the middle where the fight goes down. So either you break open that wall in the middle to have another access point, or you go to the wall on the left-hand side, which is usually from Madrid. They already have the Brock, so they have that opening. Now they want to go with something that can deal with an aggressive brawler if something else comes out of Humble, which they could definitely pick up here. RT, also one of those brawlers that has been showing up on almost every single knockout map so far, either in the band stage or in the pick phase. He's so good in the long game. When the smoke comes in from the side, he's super available. Maybe even a hypercharge. That's going to be 1, maybe even 2 free kills.
I'm struggling to see an obvious, I would say, here for the left side. I think there's several brawlers that they could go with that are typical here. Bo's somebody that I'm curious to see how it's dealt with in EMEA compared to yesterday. It showed up a lot. Gus was on the mind. It's just a general one that hadn't shown up. Fine long-range brawler, but Byron is going to be their choice here. The trickling poison damage, the extra super that you can lob over walls. I think it's safe. I mean, that's kind of my whole synopsis of that left-hand side. Just safe. Nothing wrong with it. I don't think there's no coherent strategy. It's just let's play the long range and be better players.
Yeah, absolutely. I like it as well. Byron, I think, is good at range. As you said, trickles down with the poison, which gives it that effect through the bush of still having that vision without really needing to kind of waste a gear on it. So I do like that from the side of Humble. As we keep on saying, they are our favorites coming into this one, but I do quite like overall the Madrid draft.
I think having RT is so good just in general in this mode. Again, in realistic terms as well, a very safe composition. Nobody's really reinventing the wheel here. It's just some common brawlers that we oftentimes see on this map. Of course, they're going to blow up that wall on the top right-hand side to gain a little easier access to the mid. They have to make up for that with the fact that Boss can just travel over the water on that left-hand pond.
Well, Spiderlings coming down then. Semantic going to be able to deal with them pretty swiftly. Doesn't really need much help from Lukey here. Another gadget being thrown out, but didn't find anything back from it. Now just focusing down the heels on Boss, who got pinched down on that left-hand side match. You can see by the RT mark over his head. And getting some good ground now, Madrid, with Lukey and Semantic really failed to hit these influential shots.
Rupp is contesting with Semantic as well, and I think Semantic as a Nani is seen as a sharpshooter that counters sharpshooters, but these Spiderlings are doing well. They're juking good enough this too, and now Deuce on the left-hand in there, moving in. Brock trying to get some shots on Boss. Didn't even have to use that super. Now they've got the numbers advantage, the pressure. There's the extra follow-up as well. Lukey down by himself. Won't use that super. He flashed it. I think he was just tempting himself a little bit. There was no world where he's going to waste that.
Yeah, I just feel like we need to see more from Semantic against this Charlie. Like, he deals with those Spiderlings so easily and has a massive range advantage and was just losing that matchup. Splash comes down and finds 2 Spiderlings. There's a good kill from Lukey with the kind of lingering effect, and Rupp's so low there as well, but an equalizing hit from Yoko, forcing a return to sender from Semantic. Lukey quite low now, has to focus on himself rather than helping the team for a second.
For a team so highly regarded in the history of Brawl Stars, the mechanics right now feel very even, if not favoring Madrid, but they're the ones pushed back, so Humble certainly in the advantage as we progress. Super available for Brock as well, just holding on to it. Semantic has the peep, but it's going to be really difficult to kind of implement that, especially as the fog starts to close in. You don't want to overcommit, and then you're also a sitting duck, and the fact there's only 2 brawlers, it's more focus that comes on him.
Yoko getting pitched now, fanned by the Byron. He's going to be down to 1 shot, but a few returning fire from Just on Semantic on the left-hand side just backs them off enough. There's a hypercharge on the right-hand side for Yoko. It's a question of whether they've got the belief they're going to be able to win this match and want to use that with Rupp just pinned so far back, and he's using the peep just to tank a few shots, and the pinch should be there. Did save that hypercharge, though. Nice to see that he hasn't wasted that. I don't think they were too thrilled about that 2v2 with their positioning.
Agreed. I think Humble just had enough early work. They're even switching things up entirely. So you mentioned it. Semantic definitely needs to do better. But on top of that, now they move Charlie back onto Semantic as well. They're rotating. It's clear that they want Semantic off of that lane. Completeness super there out of Rupp. Left hand in, Yoko gonna activate Hypercharge, has to get desperate, knowing that Semantic is revolving that peep. The Spiderlings will protect him, but Rupp so low, the poison barely holding on. Semantic with a follow-through shot, 3v1 situation, and Madrid in deep trouble. No real chance of taking us, and they know it. Off towards the fog, gonna wait in the back spawn lines and allow Humble to take this game.
Yeah, great little find from right to left there, just right at the edge of his range for Semantic to be able to pick that kill up. Or as it could have turned, you still expect him to win a 3v2, especially when they're retreating all the way back into spawn, but it's good to be able to secure the kills when you can. Humble, yet again, just looking really solid. They did lose that first round, but I think it was quite quickly worked on. Semantic started hitting a few more shots and looked confident afterwards.
Proper adjustments, and again, we expect bounce back of a player of his tenure, somebody who's been around the block more than a few times. Lukey electing to use the gadget that will distribute shots, and I think a very important component of Lukey to running that gadget is just landing those tags as early as possible. But once again, Madrid with an early round pickup, now a follow-through shot as well. Lukey's not going to have a real chance to even get this super, especially with the numbers advantage. This is disastrous once again.
Yoko also managed to break down some of this bush as well, so nowhere to hide. Lukey just looking for some super of his own, but it actually just ends up feeding Rupp. And yeah, again, as he said, another great start for Madrid, but it's just a question of whether or not they're going to be able to get through these next 2 rounds, because that's where they started to waver last time.
Reassuring to see that they can do it, though. Ooh, a nice super. We both had a very equal reaction. Now the spawner's going down as well. Lukey trying to heal. Oh, stops the feet as well, right in the faces. Boss has to bounce away, can't hop over the wall. What a sweep from Madrid.
Well, my question was quite quickly answered.
They hurt your brother.
They can get through this round and manage to get a game on the board, so that's really good signs from Madrid. Humble just didn't look great in that game, I won't lie to you. You know, ending the first game with 2 really convincing rounds with the majority of them staying standing. To be followed by that's really not what we expect. Now Madrid have a huge chance to get an entire set on the board, which we wouldn't expect against Humble.
This is pretty much just a long distance affair. I mean, this kind of feels like old-timey Shooting Star in the sense that it's just 3 brawlers going against 3 brawlers individually. Who's winning their lanes, and now back-to-back games. Madrid has done that early, and the fact that they win the early one so quickly doesn't allow Humble to get those supercharges, so now they're at a disadvantage as well. That's why it's so important at a professional level to get the early victories. Love this little wall break going down as well. It's deceptive, but it makes a big difference. The more grass they're revealing, the easier it is to get vision and land those shots.
Boss was getting bullied by the pinch for a minute there, but Lukey eventually comes across and helps him out. Has to be quite cautious, though, with the mark over his head, and a good tag from both Semantic and Lukey there. Forcing the Charlie all the way back. Should be able to help out and pinch other lanes now, and that might be just going down. I think he burns to 1 shot, but still stays on his feet. But backed into spawn is not where Madrid want to be in this situation.
Falling all the way back. Semantic trying to make sure that they get this kill. Flanks around the wall. Nice pinch there out of Boss 2. RT just gonna have to run to the back spawn. No chance of getting this one. Humble once again sitting comfortably. Again, this set's not been easy for them, and I've been rather impressed. Love that Nani used the wall break there. What a creative way to ensure that they can walk up the middle of the map. It doesn't help Boss out too much, but it does allow for Lukey and Semantic instant access if this did go to another game, but especially with 300 HP and Semantic now hungry, goes and pops that purple button, a little extra speed boost, and now charging in with a Nani peep. It's going to take some serious jukes to get away from this one. Rounds the corner. Can he make a contact? Yes, he does. Follow through from Lukey, and not even moving a muscle. No attempt from Yoko. Oh, all of a sudden coming alive. A little bait and switch there. 3,300 HP. He's got a fighter's chance, but no. He was just playing games. There was no world. Humble once again take the set.
I mean, I can't quite get a read on them, Humble, to be honest with you. Like, they did really well, or actually they started pretty poor and got absolutely wiped, but then came back with 2 rounds straight, won the game, then got wiped again, and then they wiped Madrid. And it's like, I don't know if they're just getting overconfident in certain situations, taking matchups that they shouldn't do, you know, overstepping, thinking they're just going to be able to walk over them. But they need to stay firm, need to get these games on the board. I mean, they've got 2 sets in a row, so definitely not looking bad. But there was definitely a few hiccups here and there.
I'm not sure if it's a Humble not up to their former selves, or if it's more of a, hey, maybe Madrid are a little better than we think. Could be a combination of the 2 as well. We heard it in the interview earlier, but against Foot, you know, Kebab, we're kind of talking about, hey, we don't really think they prepared against us too much. If any team can catch them off guard, it's us. Maybe there's a little flair of that, too. Humble don't strike me as a team that would be unprepared. Foot for the same measure, too. But I think if they're this caliber of team, and they've made the amount of second places they've had over the years, maybe these aren't the maps that they devote the most time to. But nonetheless, it was still a competitive fight out of Madrid, despite not taking the set. Clearly, they've got a little fight in them.
Yeah, I mean, pretty good across the board, really, in terms of kills from the side of Madrid. But just overall, pretty good performance from Semantic when he kind of looked in a bit more against that Charlie. Lukey with some good pinches here and there in mid. Boss, you know, you don't expect too much from the Eve. You're just trying to get supers, trying to help your teammates out. He's got 99 DPS, 2 kills. He's just taking the Brock of everybody else's hands because he can be a real nuisance in certain matchups. So, you know, better overall across the board from Madrid, but Humble just got those standout players.
Certainly an improvement in set number 2 for the red roster. Rupp, of course, has been around the block for a little bit. Last year playing for Experian in NXT and even made LCQ. This year, it's going to be much more difficult to do that, though. There is no chance that we get 8 to 9 seedings coming out of EMEA. Right now, they're just starting with 4 postseason spots. And, of course, when we go over to Berlin for Brawl Cup, there is potential for this region to gain even more. But it's still going to take a lot, and this team's going to have to make a jump. Rupp, of course, in that roster disbanded. Now he's going with this new team. Yoko and Rupp playing, of course, in month 1 as well. And had a good start, but not enough to make it here. A big win, literally, over Big 3-0. But Humble can say the exact same, going toe-to-toe with them. So we hop over to Hot Zone. set number 3. Complete change of pace here. We're going to see very different brawlers to what we saw in Out in the Open, so I'm curious to see if Madrid can still match in the mechanics.
Yeah, we'll see. Ban-wise, looking at the M's, the Poco, and the Crow from the side of Humble. Ruff's sliding in as the first pick, and I've got to touch on it. Enraged on that brawler was insane, by the way. I was just sat on the side, and I was like, how's this man doing it with Ruffs? You're meant to be like, you know, a support brawler helping your teammates, and he was just doing brilliantly. So, nice to see the Ruffs coming in again, and I'd be convinced to play that brawler by that performance as well. So just going to be championing that one. Over the other side, Ban-wise, Ziggy, Pierce, and Bull. No surprise that the Bull out of the way. Pierce is ridiculous, and Ziggy probably one of the better throwers in the game at the moment as well. So back over to Humble for their first 2 picks.
Love seeing the Ziggy ban as well. Juju's the only other real thrower I've seen here, but now that we see Colonel Ruffs on the right-hand side, there's potential for wall break, so I don't think the left-hand Humble side would want to kind of fight that endeavor. They would just have an immediate disadvantage. Juju, of course, somebody that relies on those walls, and especially the grass on the map, and if they have a free way to break that, I think they'd stray away from that idea.
Yeah, makes sense. Jester going to be doubling down with some of the breaks as well. Obviously, you've got kind of a 1 in 4 chance of getting that break instead of any other super, and the Hypercharge will be breaking things up as well, which is just one of the reasons why Chester's so strong at the moment. How easy it is to cycle that Hypercharge. Literally, if you hit it on like 1.5 people, you're getting it back. And when you're so bunched up like you are on some of these maps as well, it really makes it that bit better. Leon comes in then as well for Humble's second pick. The lollipop drop with the Buffy has become really, really good with that extra speed, still obviously providing the invisibility. And most people opt in for smoke trails, but I think we saw a little bit of Invisi-Heal yesterday occasionally.
I felt like Smoke Trails also paired really well with the new Hypercharge specifically, or at least that Buffy, if you will. I think a reason why we see Leon so much in our pro meta on this map in particular is the Lollipop drop, though. It's just extra speed, especially if you're falling back early. One of the key components to this game mode is making sure that you can rush back to the middle to get those percentage points as quickly as possible, and Leon can grant that for sure. There's a mid that I was looking out for. Finks, of course, not in the ban stage, but is such a frequent pick on this map as a mid. Another one that's standard is Lu, but since I'm not seeing any real, you know, hard tanks, I definitely don't expect the right side to do that, but even for somebody like Humble, unless we saw something like a big BB or something, that's even in the global bans as well. So I think they're just kind of running out of options. I think they're going to stray away completely from another standard brawler.
Yeah, would make sense. I like the Finks a lot, to be honest with you, I really do. Stu's going to come in, and we've seen that already today as well. Another good brawler that seems to be slotting into this European meta quite heavily on quite a few different maps. So unsure if that's just because it's being picked into something in particular, or it's just, you know, quite heavily regarded by the EMEA region. Humble still get this last pick now. I feel like we're kind of missing something that sits on the mid, and then we're going to see the Penny picked up, turret available as well, so should help splash through the sandbags if Ruff does choose to go for those, so might see him opt for that kind of meteor shower instead.
Tank we saw a ton yesterday was Draco, but just didn't expect to see it at that point. The only other one I really could have thought of was Kenji, but when you see Finks on the ground, you are such a slow to see me slash, and it's just completely useless at that point. So I think it's a smart call just to go for more of an area control composition. Lots of anti-tank on this map, but it's just going to be that kind of battle. Definitely straying away from the norm that we see. Humble, just another day in the office. Currently up 2-0 against Madrid, who are trying to cause an upset. They're now backs against the wall, down 0-2. They desperately need a comeback here. We're going to have to see a serious improvement if they want to take down the 2024 champs.
I mean, you can see the extra speed that these guys get. Semantic absolutely flying and gets that little boost afterwards as well. Rupp going to be able to beat Boss on the right-hand side here. Really nice from him. And Semantic getting beaten down by Yoko too. Already 20%, and some of the walls coming down as well. What a start from Madrid.
Yeah, Rupp feeling a little inspiration from our earlier performance on this map from Colonel Ruffs as well. Boss low HP. Now Rocket Rain going down, so they'll force them away. It's a great area denial. Now Rupp can maintain positioning, is continuing to land shots. Boss is just having a hard time healing.
Really difficult here. Lollipop drop helping out a lot now, though, as he doesn't know whether he's coming out left or right. It does linger a tiny bit more. Oh, what a TP. Turns back time, and Just will find that kill. Lollipop drop down as well, and Madrid honestly just running away with this so far.
That was one of the more insane kills, especially with that low of HP. Slowed down the daggers coming out of Leon. Perfectly put himself on the left-hand side. And despite all that hard work, guess what? It's Humble taking over the mid completely. They're down a lot of percentage points, but now that the walls have come down too, I want to see how this interaction goes down, because the Penny turret placed very far back. The Lollipop drop that they placed in the middle could be easily taken out, and now you're seeing it. Finks with the super going down, Yoko with a little wall break here too. This is great execution coming out of Madrid. Good way to get back in the middle.
Yeah, that penny shot's taking a bit of a while coming through the Finks super as well, and down goes Boss, leaving just Lukey alive in the zone. Semantic back up, ready to fight now, but he's in a 2v1 situation. Doesn't really have time to wait for his teammates either. So Madrid should be running away with this one. Boss coming back in again. Little breakthrough to get that penny turret down, and the other guys sliding onto the zone. I'm not sure if that Chester bomb's even going to hit by the time the timer hits 0. And there's the 100%. And Madrid coming out swinging yet again.
Mamă, aud foarte încet. Acum.
The Chester thing just lingered and lingered and lingered and never quite made the ground. Really impressive.
Bine ai revenit ca Sedi, uite ce chat înghesuit.
But early on, if Colonel Ruffs has his way, they
vorbesc
instantly
din
get
part.
that wall break. Of course,
Dar
with
deja
Stu on
sunt
top of
degenerat.
that, there's just so many opportunities for them to shape the map how they wish. This time it's Semantic taking that right-hand side, so Colonel Ruffs immediately dropping a gadget. Oh, has to be careful though. Semantic, completely invisible, had no idea he was there. This time it's Madrid with a tough start. Yoko left all alone, no chance. Now I'm scared for Madrid. Humble half the section of the map, no wall breakdown, and a pivot turret up.
Literally just this start is going to change the entire game, surely. Finks still waiting for the supers to be able to stop these shots in their tracks, but hasn't really managed to find one just yet. He's getting beaten down again. Rob on the right-hand side, re-establishing himself, getting some good shots from Semantic. Doing quite a big flank here, and actually, he will just back off. Nice prediction, but he still goes down. Nice trade coming in from Joss, and Yoko will assume his spot on the zone, trying to get the penny turret down, but I don't even know if he's going to be able to do it in time, and he sacrificed his life for it.
Small, big brain thing, I think I saw it at Boss 2. He dropped a salty barrel, not to shield for himself, but so that they would have other incoming shots to tank for that. That was actually a really good bit there, and now he's doing it once again. He's trying to draw some absorbed shots from that rocket rain, and just using that instead of his own body.
Well, Semantic doing a good job of cycling supers, but honestly not getting too much back from them. Good shots once more from Yoko, and finds him around the side of the wall. Wonderful splash, though, from Boss, and a good kill yet again from Rupp. Walls coming down, and penny turret spots quickly dwindling.
Now it's wide open. It's going to become more and more difficult for Lollipop drop and the turret to go down, so that's one of the benefits of running this wall break. Now 30+% climbing for the red roster. They need to grab a set. It's a very tough roster to do so. I think it'd be devastating to them if they drop this, but right now it is smooth sailing.
Well, a little bit of a compromise hypercharge turret here, but just is going to go down. It will be taken out by that meteor shower coming in from Rob, but Semantic going over to the left-hand side, trying to get the kill, giving them a chance to stay in this one, but just 11% needed for Madrid. Yoko still powered up on the right-hand side, but there's a hypercharge ready to go for Luki. Semantic gets one too, and this is getting a little bit out of hand for Madrid now.
Definitely getting scary. They were having such a good shout on this set, but all of a sudden, Humble have come to life. They're finding kill after kill. No supers available. Now Chester Hypercharge plaguing the middle of the map. All even in percentages, the blue squad still holds. Now one goes down. Yoko barely dodging out a shot there. Colonel Ruffs just has to dive in. What a comeback from Humble, and it'll push them to match point.
I mean, how quickly things can change. They were about 40% up at one point, I think, and Humble still managed to drag this one back. Yes, breaking the wall seems to hurt where they can place the turrets, but it makes them come alive when it forces them to make the plays. So lovely stuff from Humble. It is a match point, but honestly, Madrid were in control and have been in control for the majority of the set.
On top of that, they had a terrible start. Humble were able to just excel with that, and they still, despite that, made it a close call, but the fact that Humble were able to remain there, I mean, absolutely incredible plays. Madrid is showing that they've got a fight, though. Now just one game away. Early start once again for Humble. Going invisible right off the rip. The mind games begin. Semantic, though, just staying in the mid. It's just a tough pop there. I think was trying to exhaust some shots from the enemy teams, but didn't really get much out of that.
Yeah, a lot of the time it's quite nice to just pop a super or don't pop a super and bait everybody's shots out. Just going to fall here as well, and Humble just running away with this one now. Boss thought about placing a really aggressive turret here, and still is, I think, and does play it a little bit higher up than it has been previously.
Yeah, they could go for Rocket Rain to try and take this down, but otherwise it's just going to be really difficult. Ruff just has to force this. Force a super in the middle as well for Finks will allow them to march in, but they're already down so much. Those walls still have not gone down either, and that's something that doesn't play to Madrid's advantage. Humble just having every ounce of strength in them. Madrid were doing so well, but it's gotten out of hand completely.
Yeah, I mean, Humble are always going to be here. You can't give them any chance of getting back into the game, or this is exactly what they'll do. Almost at 75% now. Semantic, hypercharge and super being used, just really being the one he's targeting at the moment. Yoko, full forwards, Boss just trying to work for another super, but the Finks super of his own, keeping him at bay for now.
Bă, nu vin măcar
trying to claw their way back in this. But it might be too little, too late. They let Humble get an early lead, and well over 25% hypercharge going down for Luki. He's patiently waiting to lob up this shot. Hasn't done it yet, and actually mistimes it a little bit. Just drops the ice on that right hand in. It will allow Yoko to move forward, but they're just using a penny barrel just to absorb this.
Taps again from Boss. Yoko trying to get around the right side, but is low and doesn't have anything at the moment, and you don't want to be tanking either with the penny. Semantic super around the back, going for the pinch. Rupp doesn't see it coming. They clean up shop, and a hyper turret to tank will be the nail in the coffin for Madrid in the March monthly finals. Humble onto the semis as expected, but a bit more pushback than we thought from Madrid.
certainly more impressed with Madrid on that one. Not in the sense that Humble were bad by any means, but just a better fight than I expected out of that. I think Madrid are one of those teams that are borderline on our top 8. This is a very competitive region, so even just saying they're in that top 10 right now, or whatever you want to call it, is still rather impressive. But Humble aren't interested in top 8s. They are interested in grand final after grand final, something they consistently have done since this team's foundation. And now once again, moving on to the semifinals. But regardless, they're going to be playing a good Italian organization. I'm just curious of which one it is.
And Humble is another one of those teams that is not underestimating anyone. Even though Madrid is a fairly unwritten page in our book, they still played out of their minds. I feel we saw some really good Brawl stars right here, and for that, Madrid were holding on quite well, I feel. Honestly, I really like what we've seen from this squad today, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see them again next month.
It was that second game there as well, and I agree. I'd love to see these guys back, because I think against any other team, they're going to be having a much better showing, you know, taking it to a 3-2 against some of those guys who were on the cusp of that top 8. So the big issue is, you know, we saw in the second game, this is the third now, but if you give Humble an inch, they're going to take a mile. You know, they were at 89%, could have pushed it straight to set number 4, but you give Humble anything and they're going to take advantage of it.
And you're saying they could go 3-2 against their roster that is at the cusp of that top 8. Big is in the top 8, and they beat them 3-0. So yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised to see them again. Definitely, congratulations to them anyway. They did make it into the top 8 this month. Very well played overall. And now, maybe some orcs thinking that they might be doing well. They're still FA, so you can pick them up now if you want to. We're now heading over into our next match, so we want to have a quick look at the bracket once more, just what we have in store for you today. Still, we have 3 matches down, 4 more to go, Trev.
Absolutely, and a couple of, as expected, I think we said at the start, 1 and 3 are going to be the ones that are pretty clean cut, should be 3-0s. But 2 and 4 were the ones we thought, okay, this could go kind of either way. I think this one you're expecting Reply Totem to come out on top. Number 2 could have gone either way, as you can see by the scoreline there of a 3-2. So good performances from pretty much all of our teams so far, but Foot and Humble absolutely the favourites in the semi-finals to go to the finals as well. But it's just a question of whether or not we're going to see them against Reply Totem or against Novo here.
We have 3 Italian orcs here, Humble, Reply Totem, and Novo, and they're gonna be meeting not only now in the quarterfinal number 4, but also in the semi-final. We find out now who will make it through, and Ark's with us here to figure out if it's gonna be Reply Totem or Novo taking this quarterfinal number 4.
It's going to be a really close one. I feel, I mean, these two teams really are neck and neck. We said coming into the day that this was going to be one of those 50-50 matchups, similar to that of the second quarterfinals. So it's a really tough one to call, honestly.
I think so too. This is going to be the other one that is going to be super, super close. We already had a 3-2 in quarterfinal number 2. Now it's Reply Totem versus Novo that could take us all the way once more. And both of those teams have proven themselves already this month in the qualifiers, where who would have thought? Those two teams are the reason why SK Gaming isn't here today. Both of them have bested SK Gaming in a 3-2 series, first in the upper bracket of the qualifiers for Reply Totem, then in the lower bracket for Novo. Both of them, yeah, have what it takes to beat SK Gaming. Do they have what it takes to beat one another?
I mean, for me, Novo are coming into this one as the underdogs. I think it's probably, I don't know, like a 60-40, 65-35, something like that in favor of Reply Totem. You know what you're going to get from these guys on Totem. We've seen them a couple of years ago playing together, and I think they're back to about the same standing as where they were, around the 4th, 3rd best team in the region. So you know what you're going to get from them. But Novo, I think, are a bit of an unknown for us at the moment. Terry coming into the region at the start of the year, they started pretty slow, had the roster change, Meow comes in and they qualify. So they could be really, really good, and they're beating SK Gaming, so they can't be bad by any means, no matter what form they're on. So I think it's just a question of whether or not Novo are going to be able to compete against Reply Totem, or if they're just going to fall on the face.
On the side of Novo, we have 3 players that are playing with each other for the first time this year. On the other side, we have Maori and Maru, one of the oldest duos in the Brawl Stars history. Yeah, I mean, they go back probably longer than any other duo. Honestly, we've got like OG and Bobby in North American region, but that has not necessarily continued forwards. You know, I feel like I kind of disagree with Trav, though. I don't feel like the Reply Totem are back on top at all yet. I feel like we've yet to see their best towards the end of that year that they really popped off. They were undefeatable in this region, and we're not really seeing that at all. I want to see them make the semis. I want to see them make the grand finals, and they've got a lot more to show for me to be convinced. And alongside this duo, Maori and Maru playing alongside each other for such a long time, we now have a new and old addition in Joker. We asked him what he feels he adds to roster.
How does it feel being back with your former teammates, and what do you feel you bring to the team in 2026?
Being back with Madu feels really great. We have a lot of passion. We know each other. We've been friends for a long time. So yeah, just being back where you belong helps to gain momentum.
You have been scrimming a lot against FUT Esports, so do you think that gives you an advantage to really kind of like hone in on that top team in the region to kind of further your skills?
Yeah, I mean, scrimming against other top teams always helps to see strategies. But I mean, overall, I think scrim win rates don't really determine what will happen in the match. Also, now with the addition of global bans, it was strange to scrim because maybe some teams are going to global ban the brawlers you're picking in scrims all the time, or you're playing with global bans that you're not going to have in the match. So I think we still need to get used to those, but yeah, copying strats from other teams obviously helps.
What a heartwarming moment there. He says he's back where he belongs. That's so beautiful.
Very cute, but I think Trevor's very happy to hear him talk about scrims.
He's a smart man.
He's a smart man, isn't he? I mean,
He is.
I don't know, we'll see. I mean, the proof's in the pudding, right?
Absolutely.
If we just go by scrims, FUT Esports has already won this month. They have been doing super well. Reply Totem scrims don't look too bad either, though, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I think they're a team who are just so consistent. I know you said you disagree with the fact that I said like, the back on top. I was like saying this around the third, fourth kind of. They should be. This is a team who I think in this region belongs in the semi-finals. Like, I don't know if they're going to get further than that too often, and I don't think they're going to be out in the quarters too often. But I think this is a team that can definitely rival, the top two, Humble, FUT in this region. But I don't know if they're going to get much further than that because they've just been apart for a couple of years, and I think that's definitely going to have hurt how good of a team and how that synergy works together.
Well, I guess we're going to see today on the other side of that big roster shuffle that we talked about at the beginning of the show was Novo. They had to give away Enraged and now picked up Meow. Super interesting how this team is going to do this month.
And you got to remember, in that qualifier, the main match that allowed them to qualify against SK Gaming, Meow had to face up against his former teammate, his former world champion teammate of Naui. And that was a match that had a lot of emotions. And meanwhile, we also had a match happening at the exact same time between Big and Madrid. And it was just kind of this amazing moment in the qualifiers. But there is so much expectation now around Novo Esports, a team that didn't qualify for the February monthly finals. So they've got to make today count.
Many call Novo the victims of this roster shuffle. I sat down with Filippo to ask how they experienced this whole thing. Filippo, you've been at the other side of this whole roster shuffle with LUNARA. You had to let go of Enraged. Now you're with Meow. How has the team synergy been so far?
I think we kind of improved because we managed to do more scrims daily and we switched the roles. So now, before it was Enraged who was playing Assassins, and now I'm the one who is playing, and now it's just like the person who just feels and like he plays really good with it.
How's the team communication overall? Because you now have Terry, you have yourself, and Meow. They all speak different languages, right?
Yeah. We are good. Like we speak English obviously, and we communicate well. We do calls during the game, so I think our communication is fine, and I think everything is fine. So yeah.
Great job, Sunny, by the way. Yeah, they seem to be pretty confident. They have integrated Meow fairly well so far, and their scrims as well are pretty good.
I mean, we saw Meow smile for the first time that I've ever seen. I mean, qualifying with Novo Esports was an experience because, I mean, that man showed more emotion in that qualifier than he did claiming the trophy in 2023. So it was a great thing to see as we have global bans coming in.
Terry was sitting in the background in that interview, by the way. He was doing the 6-7. I'm glad they didn't cut that one in. Those were the global bans for this series. Whoever just tuned in now, we now have global bans. So for the next 5 sets, all these 4 brawlers are not going to be playable. Wow. These are what you voted at home over at eventofbrawlstars.com, and 94% Trev think that Reply Totem is going to take this one. I didn't expect this.
I mean, to be fair, I think it is pretty expected from the community. If you're asked to pick one or the other, the majority of us are going to pick Reply Totem. The names on the team, how big of an organisation they are, and how much support they get as well. Novo just really can't match that in terms of pure support from the crowd. I mean, I said it was more like a 60-40, and I think that's pretty fair in terms of percentage of winning.
Yeah, same for me. It's a pretty close one, so we hope for a long series. It's the Italian Derby. our first map is going to be out in the open. Reply Totem versus Novo Esports. There's been a lot of back and forth already on social media. Who truly is the better Italian org?
I mean, from history, I mean, it's Reply Totem 100%, but it's just a question of whether or not who's going to win this game. Novo desperately needing to get some more points on the board. Yes, Totem are going to want them, but they already have some from the previous month where Novo did not manage to qualify. Looking at the first pick, though, we've got Leon coming in. No real kind of surprise there. I'd say Brock from the other side is another thing we've seen a few times. Ban-wise, I mean, it's pretty solid. Eve, Meeple, and the Squeak there, and Angelo, Jean, and Mina over the other side.
Potential for Bo certainly to come through here as well. Gus could make a good pairing with a tankier brawler. Mina, banned out though, won't be paired on that front, but let's see how Novo are feeling about this one. Jean banned by them, it's quite a good one for me. Squeak as well is quite an oddball one to be banned out by Reply Totem, but I quite like it. Jae-Young, they want maneuverability. I don't blame them too much for it either. Quite good in that respect. Again, will they go for the bow? We saw it counted out by the bell earlier today, but I feel like it's definitely a potential opportunity here.
Bow's definitely a good try because on the right-hand side, we already have the Brock to open up those walls, get into mid quicker. On the left-hand side, Bow could fulfill that same role. Gray in the past used to be the brawler to pick up here for that same reason. He is global banned in this one, though Glowy as well once more. I think Glowy so far was global banned in every single match of the day. They're going to pick up some support now on the side of Reply Totem. Makes a lot of sense since they already have the Leon. Let's see if it's actually going to be a brawler now to open up those walls, Trev.
Yeah, we'll see if that's going to be the case. I mean, you kind of expect it to be, or is they're going to be pinned in spawn quite heavily, especially with Eve and Angelo banned, two of the brawlers that are mostly used on this app to kind of go across that water quite easily, and it makes it so you don't really need the break. They're going to go with the Nanny, so not going to have the instant break by any means, but once they've worked for that peep, they're going to be able to get through in, you know, the second or third round.
Final pick now for Novo Esports. I do quite like that Nanny that Reply Totem just picked up though, gotta say. Definitely not that many options now available now because of the global bans, and now just having 10 unique brawlers off the table. It's going to be quite tough for them to really find something that makes work here, in all honesty, with this kind of comp. Artie going to come in. It's about the only brawler they had left. But I quite like where they got this going. Obviously, Artie's going to be most powerful with hypercharge, so that's the main concern with that particular brawler. You've got to put a lot of work in early on.
I was between an RT and a Spike for this last pick here. Spike also would have been good against the Leon when he sneaks up. You just pop down your gadget or protective from him there. But RT just overall so good on knockout. We mentioned it before, when he has a hypercharge or at least a super available. When the smoke comes in, he's going to be so good. The map is super close. Everybody's standing on top of each other, and RT is just going to get a free kill at least. Both drafts quite good, I feel. Let's see who's going to take this first set now.
I mean, the thing is with RT, right, it's going to be good at range, it's fine, as I said, good in the closing seconds too, but to get the hypercharge by the end of even a couple of rounds, you've got to work really hard and hit so many shots. So we'll see if he's going to be able to get towards it now. Joker hit pretty hard, and then both the Byron and him as well, so just healing normally rather than shooting some of those shots into him. And Meow just over the left-hand side, pinching in. Great positioning so far from Nova.
Yeah, it's a great break there from Terry. But with the helping hand of the Invis, Lollipop Totem there, Joker will find a pickup of Meow. So that's a great placement, it really is. And that's the ability of now being able to aim gadgets. Those rock breaks are going to only be able to do so much now. Joker's still not done yet. Finds Terry as well, that's two. And the poison will surely trickle down here for Lipo.
There's nothing he can do about this. Was just literally Joker getting one kill, cycling the super, and you know, he wouldn't have thought he was going to be able to sneak up there. Just the extra speed got him in between those shots that Meow was checking the bush with. Trying to go again now, but no super at the moment, so Joker just peeking around, trying to work for that once more with a bit of support from Maori.
The speed of Joker, it's so dangerous, isn't it, really? Here, the heals over to Maru, as Maori really is doing a fantastic job of keeping everyone in the conversation. Novo teetering forwards, still got to be cautious of Joker, and that's where they come back a little bit here as well. Feeling that the time could be rife for a strike. Joker goes in, finds Filippo as well, who could have dropped the legs, but it would have been very tough to get that trade regardless. Now, Reply Totem the 3 versus 2. Continuation taps onto Meow, who falls equally as swiftly.
I mean, that was great from Joker and Maru, knowing just got to get him low, get him hit by that peep, and he's going to fall down. Splash gonna finish that kill off. Really nice stuff from there from Reply Totem. They started so heavily on the back foot when they don't have that break, but the lollipop drop, a little bit of help from Joker. As soon as he starts cycling those supers, it's just wraps for Nova.
Yeah, not the start that Novo Esports were looking for at all. Still some time to get warmed up, but nonetheless, you do not really want to find yourself being one set down so convincingly, especially in a game mode like Knockout. It's unforgiving in that regard. Joker, ooh, needs some heals. Didn't get tapped up nearly as much as he actually could have done, though. Utilizing again the lollipop drop to push himself forwards and not outstaying his welcome. The Byron pick really keeping Reply Totem very much on the aggressive here.
Just non-stop heals and a good break coming in from Terry as well. Need that grass down to stop Joker for being able to just go from side to side unseen. Here comes the Peep, and he's just going to go for damage instead of breaking these walls open again. Terry going to be the target, but loops round, coming back for more damage because I think he missed it. RT going to be missed as well, and Terry is eventually found. I genuinely think he missed it twice rather than just ramping it up, but it gets the kill in the end with a nice pinch coming in from Mari.
Feels like Reply Totem, though, are playing with their food here somewhat. Let's see whether there's anything that Novo Esports can do here under the pressure of a 3 versus 2. Meow pops the gadget, so even if they can do anything coming back into the round, he won't have it. This is looking like child's play, quite honestly.
I mean, I want to say like any of Totem even died yet. Like, I don't think we've seen a kill in 3 rounds for Totem, or a death, should I say, sorry. And they got the supers ready to go now as well. Super being used by Maru, trying to get around the back. I think it made a connection. The Joker now going invis, trying to find a kill, and Meow was the one it did hit. But Brock going to be the prime target. I don't know how you don't know he's invis when you haven't seen him all round long. You've got to expect someone coming in. It's a 2v2. Filippo trying to get the job done, but a nice hypercharge used from Mauer and a return to sender kept him alive. And I mean, they got 1 kill, I think it was. We'll see by the stats to confirm it, but what a convincing first set that is for Totem.
Again, it's supposed to be a 50-50 matchup for me, and it's looking like the most convincing one of the day thus far. I mean, I still agree with Joker that scrims don't necessarily dictate the outcome, but I do think there is something to be said about who Reply Totem has spent their time scrimming against. It's been all this week long against FUT Esports. They've really been honing in on that very squad, and they just look so confident by doing so. I'm worried for these stats at the end of this, quite honestly.
Well,
there you go.
You don't have to worry for much longer, because there they are, 2 zeros and a 1. And not a lot of DPS. I said at the start, I was like, listen, if Filippo wants a hypercharge within a couple of rounds, he's going to have to hit shots. And he had 49 DPS, so that clearly wasn't what he was doing. 4-6-2 for the other side. So 12 to 1. It speaks for itself, so.
I think it was 92% of the viewers at home voting for Reply Totem to win this one, and they seem to be right. They're looking super strong in this one. Kind of also feel like they had a really good comp here. I really liked the Brock on the other side. Novo had that easy access into mid, but Totem just shut down every single lane every time.
We haven't seen much of Leon today. We saw it a little bit with Humble, I believe, but you know, I feel like Novo Esports could have really shut that idea down. You can see how dangerous Joker is on that particular brawler, and Novo just didn't really give anything much to stand by. They were just being walked all over, honestly.
I think Chloe and Leon have been the 2 that have been global banned so far the most in this region. So yeah, leaving him open, definitely a risk here that they shouldn't have taken.
Yeah, I mean, looking back on it, they definitely shouldn't have taken the risk. I think it's hard to say, instantly. It's not, it's not a brawler that you'd, in the past at least, kind of resonate with this map. But it's just so solid now. The Buffy's incredible. You see how much speed he gets coming out of those lollipop drops, and he can just take so many brawlers by surprise. I will say at the same time, though, Leon was very good, but they weren't preempting his super coming in, all grouping up. Like, they were just getting picked off 1 by 1.
Let's see what's going to happen on the next map. We're going to head over to Hot Zone Open Business. And Ark's going to say Draker is a super good brawler here. Yesterday he was picked up quite often, and Ark was right with that. He's actually not banned out, so let's see if he's going to be picked up in EMEA as well.
Yeah, it's one that doesn't necessarily translate as much. I mean, we're definitely not seeing a lot of differences between the regions, it must be said. No Pierce actually banned out in this instance, but I was expecting to see more of him in EMEA. We haven't really seen much of it. Leon could be the first pick, and I mean, like, why would you not at this point, honestly? But there are some tankier brutes that are still available here for Novo Esports, like the Frank. The Chester being banned as well might indicate some tools as well as the Lou. So, Mina as well. Those sort of brawlers could definitely still be a threat here.
Yeah, Finks and Chester are the 2 for me that you always have to look out for. Both of them banned by the team that has the last pick here. So yeah, definitely makes sense. Lou as well, which again is a brawler that we haven't really seen in EMEA show up in scrims, but yesterday in East Asia, he has been picked up quite often on Hot Zone. Spike is going to come in. Has always been a pretty good brawler on Hot Zone. You just throw your super on the zone and your own team can collect some points, whereas the others would take a lot of damage if they do so.
Yeah, and I mean, that's speaking on brawlers who have been picked up a lot as well. Spike is one of the most picked over the last couple of days. Just so solid, so versatile. Can pretty much be used on any map at the moment. So we'll see what they add to that. As you said, the Chester and Finks, two brawlers that are going to be very, very good on this map. Ruffs, no surprise to see that banned out after the past couple of performances that we've seen on that brawler, both very good. Meg comes in to go along with the spike, then you're going to have a lot of HP obviously in that mech, and dropping out of as well to stay in the zone for a little bit longer.
Still a lot of answers to the Meg though still. When Cordelis is there, they could go Griffin, open up the map completely and just really hone in and target this this Meg pick. Still, brawlers like BB could be a player here, could be able to really enforce their way forwards. So I just generally feel like brawlers like Charlie as well could just shut down the Meg quite happily. They've tried to double down with the spike to take something away from Reply Totem.
Hold on to your
Gal
hats.
gonna come through here, could spell a tank honestly to follow up. It's a great counter for things like BB, things like Frank, so let's see how they feel.
Meg is such an interesting one to me. I feel like she has so many counters at this point that we barely ever see her. Definitely needs a healer on her side, so let's see if that's going to be the last pick for Novo. On the left-hand side, we have Gale, already quite good against the Meg. Unlike the Frank shot from Ark here as well, super good against Meg. There's BB left open. Bull is global banned, so he's not going to be an option, but she is the brawler, the talk at the moment. Leaving her open, and then also Leon, I don't really know what they're doing, Trev.
I feel like it's fair to say they've got a couple of good brawlers here.
Yeah, I'd say so, yeah. Quite good.
I think we can say that.
Kenji, but into a Gale, do you really want to do that?
Yeah, I don't think anybody does, to be honest with you. I definitely wouldn't want to be playing that brawler.
I'd still go with a healer here.
They've covered themselves well. They're gonna go with the Barley. I mean, it's gonna be able to take down a lot of those lollipop drops unless he plays them super defensively. Probably going to get ran down by the BB. Will be good against the Gale, but a question of whether or not he's going to be running that slow. You said they need a healer, so it might force that herbal tonic, but against the BB, it's just going to be run down.
I mean, the most Barley we've seen was the cosplay yesterday in East Asia.
And it was a great cosplay.
I mean, it was a great cosplay, but I just don't really feel thoroughly convinced on it, to be honest, at the moment. It's, you know, it's not the shiniest of brawlers. It's not really going to be benefiting. There's no buffies attached to it. It's just going to be there. It is a good mode for it. In that regard, I don't mind it too much, but it's just not great, is it? It's nothing exciting. It's nothing that's really going to champion against what Reply Totem have got now.
Well, in we go, and looks like he is running that slow down. Joker going to get taken out quite quickly, and Maru not having the best time on the right-hand side. Percentage-wise, Reply Totem are looking good, but in terms of control, they're nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, a bit of a tough spot, a bit of a slow start, sure, for Reply Totem here. Joker going to be trying to utilize his speed, be able to closely advance into Terry, but that life plant is there. Well, one swipe of his bat would knock him back as well, and can't really afford to do it. The sticky cigarette mixer of Filippo. Joker's in a bit of a tough spot as to where he goes. He goes for the middle, which is not really where you expect the BB to be.
Bold move, I will say, wasn't the healthiest going in there either, and Spike will get Gale on the left-hand side too. Just full control here for Novo. Maru clutching at straws, trying to get around the back with a nice flank in. Gale will jump up, so nice little collab move there. But Meow gets the hypercharge connection, actually. I thought it was going to be behind the wall. Joker coming around the back, trying to survive. Gadget popped and just about will. Bubble being thrown out, and Terry should fall here as well. Meow out of that mech, but they've got a decent lead, and Filippo will get Maru down here.
Yeah, and got a few little clicks onto Joker as well, who went into the zone there preemptively and gave him some more hypercharge now for Terry to ensure this left-hand side lane is taken care of. Last call here from Filippo as well. Maru forced then to go into the invis, going straight to the middle there with the hypercharge as well, but Meow still is in mech, now forced out, slowed there by the Gale as well, and Maori capitalizes.
I mean, he tried to get Terry hit with that super as well, and it would have been good if he did, but didn't manage to get him on the edge of it. They do still have control, but it's 84%, and with that Meg, they're going to have enough HP to surely just walk and walk and walk. Maru coming around the back, trying to get Filippo. Joker coming in with the hypercharge pinch, bouncing those bubbles back and forwards. But the other two have got to do with Terry, and he gets clipped by a bubble as well. He's looking very low, and Joker's still in a super aggro position, and all control in Totem's hands.
Now a chance for Reply Totem to slow the advance here of Novo. Maru cautious here not to be scouted out by this Meg. Now coming in for the jugular, gets some good taps, but it's not really anything to write home about just yet. He actually will fall down as well at a prime moment in time for Nova to capitalize.
Some good slows by Maru. He's going to have to pop his hypercharge here and try and get something done with this hyper super. They get them off in time. Joker needs to stay alive. Maru's so low. Hypercharge super from the Barley, and they're just about going to get the job done. Backed off, and I thought that Totem might have a chance, but Novo got it done in the end.
I definitely feel like Reply Totem can turn the set around though. The comp is a scary one. I've got to hand praise over to Novo Esports really the way they handled this draft, because they have been able to give it a fighting chance, and the Barley's not working out as bad as I expected coming in. it's giving themselves at least the opportunity with the sticky syrup mixer on that gadget side, both to deter the Leon and the BB. So if Felipe can keep this up and keep the aggression on there, Joker goes down again, pops the gadget of the vitamin booster, and it's not going to be there for coming back off the spawn either. So Reply Totem looking like a bit shaky at best.
Yeah, it's the same start as last time. Totem get on the zone well off the start, get about 20%, then Novo start to establish themselves. It's just a question of whether or not Totem are going to be able to restart this move a bit faster, because they did bring it back in the previous one, but then they just fell off again.
Maru now, 900 HP, can't really aggress too heavily on this right-hand side, and Felipe knows it. Tapping into the middle then is Maori, but Terry finds the angle on the left-hand side to push himself forward, and Joker just goes down again, really struggling on this BB pick.
Gadget used there as well, bear in mind. Gadget thrown into the mid with the Spike in there. Will provide some heals to the Meg and keep him in that mech form. Joker trying to run down Spike, and will get the kill actually. And he did waste a super in there as well. And this is about the same spot as Totem started the comeback last time, but it was cut short. This time, I think looking a lot better.
Yeah, hypercharge now for Joker. About to secure his spots on that right-hand side. Lollipop drop down there for Maru. Here comes the push from Novo. Hypercharge for Filippo, forces everyone out of that mid. And Terry, as quickly as that, secures himself on the left. Joker goes in again. Look at the amount of shots he's running himself into. Hypercharge just keeping him alive here, but now he goes down. Really, a lot of this utility being wasted by Reply Totem.
I would like to say he hit a lot of people with those bubbles. I don't think he was aiming for them to bounce back and hit them, but he definitely still worked. Getting about to 80% now, and they're over that mark. Meow just about surviving. Here comes the hypercharge in from Terry. Joker will survive, but Meow just dipping his toe on, trying to get what he can. And a hyper super recharged for Terry and thrown out instantly. Trying to bait round the back as Filippo gets pinched in. Nice kill. And a hypercharge for Maori. As Joker jumps back in, he'll use that straight away.
Nice there from Maori to allow that cushioning for Joker to get onto the mid, but he will fall as quickly as that. And now they've got to continue these strikes, and they are good strikes. 4% is all that Nova needs. Oh, takedown there from Maru. A double. Now can Reply Totem bring this back? They've got to 90%, they've got 10 more to go, but Nova going to push through. A last call from Filippo, but no to be towed onto the zone. Reply Totem bring it back in style.
I mean, what a comeback that is from Reply Totem. It's what needed to happen last game and they couldn't quite get it done. This time it works, but their starts seem to be so slow, so scrappy. And I'm not saying the rest of the game's not scrappy as well, because it is. But it's just worked so well in that second game, just narrowly bringing it back. Joker's dying, but he's dying and getting kills this time.
Still going to struggle there against Terry. Terry is the lower of the two now, and he's forced to keep shooting, and Joker now just trying to maneuver his way around. Novo approaching 15% now, already a pretty decent start from them. And it's going to take some time for Reply Totem to get set up here.
Yeah, it is, and this is a better start from Novo than the previous times as well. It's been Reply Totem in an early percentage lead over the past couple of games, and now Novo looking pretty strong. Joker jumping straight into a sticky syrup mixer and the super over the top as well to keep them low. Maru can't move anywhere. Maru gonna use a super, try and flank round. Good job he's got the smoke trails because he's got a long distance to cover here. Will go in, a nice preemptive shot there from Meow. He's looking quite close to super as he's staying very aggressive in this mech form.
Yeah, the Barley pick is just so fragile, isn't it? But Felipe's playing it really well. But sometimes the pinch is just perfect with the Gale +3 blow to allow Maru to get that pinch, and it's quite a struggle for them. This all going to whittle down there. Terry, now Meow is the next for breakfast. Back in, I'd say back in mech, but not enough. Maru gets it just in the nick of time.
I mean, that was a big turning point in this game. If he got that off, he would have been able to contest them on this point where they're getting so much percentage now. And it's even, 52 to 52. Hypercharge super comes in, but Maru will just back off and respect that. It does hit the lollipop drop, which makes Maru's time a little bit harder, but he's got a hyper super. Let's not forget, they're going to be running those smoke trails now instead of Invisi-heal, so he does have to just wait at the back and play this one slow.
Novo recollecting, but Joker not giving the chance to breathe. Nice connections from the hypercharge. Felipe low, and now they all focus onto Meow. Out of mech, out of position. Surely going to go down here with a swipe there of Joker. 83% now for Novo. Reply Totem still behind here, trying to bring this back. But now Novo getting themselves stuck in with a helping hand. That hypercharge from Terry, and last little blustery blow from Maori, the hypercharge as well. But it's still not enough. Joker staying firm, but goes down now. This is going to be a set. Novo Esports, bring it back.
I mean, that was really solid from Novo. 3 pretty similar games, to be honest with you, in terms of percentage. First one, Novo looked good, and they held. Second one, Novo looked good, and Reply Totem came back. And then the third, the same as the first, as they managed to hold that one out and take the set. Really solid stuff from Novo. I think they did have the better draft in the end. It seemed like they were bullying Totem for the most part, and they were really unable to get anywhere. Just a few shining moments from Maru and Joker when they eventually managed to break through those defenses that gave Totem a chance.
And really, huge props towards Novo here for this draft. Ark, you mentioned it already. We did not think that the mech or the barley would work out this well, but they take this set in the end. Made it close though. Reply Totem really made them fight for the set, but in the end it's Novo turning things around, and now we're in a 1-1 scoreline. We have such a close game in our hands.
You can just see though, it's a fragile comp really. I mean, I still feel like Reply Totem should probably have won the set. I mean, they focused a bit more on Filippo, who was playing that barley perfectly, by the way. The gadgets were on point, and they were just really dependent upon this kind of Gale jump pad with the BB, and a lot of the times that strat just wasn't working out. So, I mean, Maru with 14 kills already, you know, was doing his best to try to go on a tear, but it still wasn't enough.
And I mean, wow, look at the DPS from Filippo there in the barley. He had a lot of value, had to play the sticky syrup. So, again, for me, the biggest mind-boggling moment here is that the mech even worked out so well without a heal.
Yeah, I mean, there was a few moments here and there where he wasn't able to get too much done, but for the most part, he was cycling hypercharge as well, finding good connections, getting back into his mech, other than that one time where Maru just somehow managed to stop him.
That was
but
nice.
It was a really good performance, it was, from Novo, and as I said, we didn't expect big things from the mech, so to see him do that, it's a great, great performance.
Really good Brawl Stars that we're witnessing today here overall. Again, both of those teams have beaten SK Gaming in the qualifiers, which was one of the biggest upsets this month to not see them. Both of them had to face against their former teammates, you know, Joker versus Open Yoshi on SK Gaming, and then Novo versus Noe. Meow picked up now in that roster. Those two were former teammates, so overall just both teams got their revenge. Both teams proved themselves. For Novo, this is the first monthly final they're playing. Super exciting stuff here.
Wow, Novo really impressing me so far today, certainly so, as Kaze picked up very early on, bouncing the Kenji, the Shade, the Ali, the Mortis, as well as the Gene and the Meeple there on the side of Reply Totem. Back over then, does leave Crow, obviously globally banned as well, so Squeak could be an option here. Ziggy, we haven't really seen Ziggy escape through, could be this be the time when they actually get a chance to do so here, could be an option. Chester as well, maybe on the cards for Reply Totem. Mina is definitely one that you could be scared about too.
Yeah, well, Squeak going to come in for Reply Totem. Very solid. We saw it played out, I think it was by Heretics, and they just kind of sat in spawn and waited. People had to go across those shots and take the damage. It's pretty fair to say that Kaze should be able to get that mid-star, so we'll see what Reply Totem do to kind of push up and play more aggressive rather than what Heretics did and sit back.
Kaze on one side usually follows Kenji on the left-hand side. Kenji spanned out, they're going to go with something else that's super aggressive, has some dashes, and might be able to pick up that blue star. Really like the left-hand side roster so far. We have a Squeak with a lot of area control, and then Mina as the aggressor. On the right-hand side now, maybe also a bit more range would be good in their hands here. Gene banned out here would have been my pick. I really like the Siggy shout from you earlier, Ark. One of the only throwers really that strives in the current meta, and usually banned out on layer kick. So let's see if they're actually going to pick him up here.
Gus could be an option. Frenzy hit going to come in. That's kind of disgusting, honestly. But in terms of that support, you do have to have something else to say with the handle itself.
Neon
kit
snuck through again.
It's still open, but is it the best brawler on this particular map? It's definitely not a bad one at all. But if you're stuck in the spawn side, it's tough to get out with it.
It doesn't have that kind of much like burst damage at range to be able to get you out of a tough position, especially when you've got like a Kit and a Kaze as well who aren't going to have range themselves. I feel like you kind of need something with a little bit of that here. You've got the aggression to pair with the Kit already. We'll see what they take. They take your Gus. You can't blame them for it. You know, got the range, the shield, keeping people alive, allowing them to go into aggressive positions as well, and Kooky Popper, decent damage. You can't complain at that brawler, especially with that combination. But we'll see what Totem round this one out with. Both teams desperately trying to get this set because of how close it is. You need to get these wins where you can and get the game done early.
We have a lot of health on the right-hand side now with the Gus, the supporter, Kit as well. Kaze already brings a large health pool with her. Maybe a Spike could be an option here on the left-hand side. We need damage, that's for sure. Cordelius also a great shout in terms of pure damage and tank counter. Cordelius is gonna also be able to get the kid into the Shadow Realm whenever he's sitting on top of one of his mates. So Cordelius is probably your #1 counter to any kid comp.
It's quite dirty from Novo here, honestly. And they do have a noticeable lead over Reply Totem on this very map in scrims. I'm just going to put it out there. I know we've had a lot of discussion on it already today, but, you know, Kit and Kaze with a Gus. I mean, Reply Totem really cannot turn their back here. This is something that can go from bad to worse so quickly, especially on a map like Layer Cake. You know, I just worry for Reply Totem here, honestly.
It makes sense. We'll see. Blue Star quite clearly goes the way of Nova with the Kaze being able to dash up for it. Joker can't really match that maneuverability. Sorry, with some of his own. Meow with the super on the right side just goes the defensive route, and now they're going to go across the Joker and should be able to get this kill and make this lead 3. And Maori trying to get up, trying to get some super, but he's just being kept at arm's length.
This is what I'm saying. Against the Squeak as well, like, it's going to be really, really tough, but now maybe out of position, pinched in. You can't make mistakes like that.
Bit of an oversight there, I think, from Novo. They were in a good position, they were winning,
yeah.
They had and then they're just over-aggressing massively. Cardboard box coming in, and Joker got to be scared and does just back away. I think only hit by 1 shot there into the realm, but Maori can't quite get within range, and he doesn't want to risk being turned on there. Joker now going to be on top of Meow, and I'm sure that's communicated in advance. Oh, but he jumps over it, but the super connects for Joker. Traded up, and this is so scrappy.
Scrappy, but it is still a lead for Reply Totem. Maori has all the stars here. Could be a prime candidate for an assassination attempt. This Kaze Kit combo. Let's see, 45 seconds on the clock. And it's Reply Totem who are just going to be sitting back here and just trying to wait the timer down. It could even go to one final ditched push. That's a fan storm going out quite prematurely for me. I'm not too sure about it, but it's going to allow Novo Esports to get themselves into a position of a potential strike.
Yeah, I don't mind it just because of the fact that they're going to be able to just push them back without having really to do anything. Like, they're just going to run away when they're in that Kaze super just in case they do come aggressive. Joker got the super on the left-hand side in this matchup that he's been in a few times before. The Kaze and Kit just running in a straight line at them. He's going to switch forms, trying to get this one back. 10 seconds. Maori might want to take someone out of the way and does to Meow. He's looking dangerous with that shield as well. Joker trying to get the kill. Filippo around the back gets another shot to him, and Filippo just swinging at air, but he's finding some shots, but it's not enough as Totem get the win.
Very close stuff, but I'll be honest, I kind of feel like that kind of game went the way of Reply Totem mainly because of Novo's mistakes.
I mean, he missed about 4 shots at the end there.
Yeah,
it definitely had some connections.
I feel like it could very much turn against Reply Totem if they don't keep up this kind of defense. So far, so good for them, for sure, but I still feel like the draft favors Novo.
Well, we'll see if they're able to turn this one around. They started well, but just over-aggressed in that position where they were looking so good. Pushed back into spawn already, and they were in the last. They just need to wait for this Kit super. Kaze make a move with her on her back, and that's exactly what they're going to do now, but hit very early on by a nice squeak shot of Maru.
Yeah, Maru doing well to shut this down. Joker, a few tippy taps in the mid. Not really going to be availing too much, and Meow comes straight out into heavy shots. Goes down, and the lead over to Reply Totem.
I mean, unfortunately, just detached in the wrong direction, I think. I think he was expecting to come backwards off it, but straight into the middle of the battle. And he will go down yet again. Reply Totem pretty much gifted a kill there. Maori got the super on the Cordelius yet again, so he's just waiting for an opportunity, possibly when this Kit Kaze combo comes towards them, to just single one of them out. Yeah,
Maori's itching. Absolutely itching on this super. But patience is key. There it is. Nice from him. Extends positioning power of Filippo, who's going to come out straight into the eyes there of Maru. He's still behind the field of action. Nice connections there from Joker. They cycle it. Lovely stuff. And Novo are still nowhere to be seen on the kill count.
I mean, just supering the Kaze there puts the Kit in such an unfortunate position too, and it basically just guarantees kills onto both of them. But it's 6-1, 5's all they need, and Joker has 4 on his own. They're looking for the other 2 though. Nice shield coming through as well, and they get round the back. Blue Star still in the hands of Reply Totem. It's 6-6, but they've got a bit of time, and less kills needed now for Novo.
Yeah, Novo still need a takedown. This is the problem now. They've got to get the advance. They haven't really got anything to do so except wait for this Kit. They've got a hypercharge in the Gus, but no super. The question is, do they have the utility to really come back with the goods? A tap onto Maru now. Terry coming forward. Has got super pops in as well. Meow tries the connection. Reply to extend the lead though. 9 stars to 8. Are they going to hold on to it? No! Nova in just the nick of time at the end. Terry with the kill. And they get one on the board.
I mean, what a couple of lovely supers from Joker. He was just burning the clock, sending them into the air. Gadget supering again, but it just wasn't enough. Terry got a lovely shot round the side to get the kill, secure the win. And this is a big game now. Whoever wins this one will be 2-1 up in a really 50-50 matchup so far. I can't help but think, as you said after the first, Novo seem in control of this game. It's just whether or not they're going to make these mistakes.
Oh, Meow got very, very aggressive there, very confidently so. And it has made Reply to him a little bit flustered here. Maru's got to heal. Maru, of course, not going to really have much in terms of the realm at this early stage of the game. And Joker's leaving them to have to defend on their own to try to get an angle on this left-hand side. Felipe is low here as well. Maru gets into the realm, and it's a nice takedown. It puts Reply to him in the lead early on.
Maru doing so well, so consistent. Meow jumps over. Actually, they're going to get a second here. Surely good jump and a good squeak super, but they are still one down. I wasn't even sure what happened in that interaction on the right-hand side there, and it seemed like everybody was just jumping about.
It's like a double connection, isn't it? It's so weird, and now Reply Totem behind, and this is a great thing for Nova, who can just kind of sit back in the spawn, allow time to be on their side to get the kick going. Going in quite early as well, 1 minute on the clock, and they're still trying to bring this Kaze forwards. It's like they're hungry for more kills.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to stop some of this offense, but Maori has got a super here and finds the connection onto Filippo, but he's obviously got the maneuverability to just run this one away. Meow coming around the side, he's going to out on both of them. I think if Maori just about gets out, but Maru surviving narrowly, and this is looking good for Novo now. He's got to back up, survive, wait this one out. Good super as well to push Joker away.
It's just constant pressure. A nice cookie popper gadget as well there from Terry. As they find Joker on the left-hand side. Now Reply Totem are really quite flustered. They've got to find 3 stars here. They have got the blue, so it is possible to do with just Meow here, potentially. Let's see. Joker's looking at the left-hand side, trying to find him. Felipe will not be enough. They'll need 2 in that sense. Meow's also got Hypercharge, which is a very dangerous prospect now. In the final 10 seconds to play, Nova Esports have got options, but Felipe from the right-hand side is locked in a little bit there. Meow being pushed up against the might of this Mina pick. He comes back with all the stars. Maori can't get enough here done. It's going to be Nova Esports taking the lead.
I mean, that is absolutely huge from them. What a hyper that was from the kit. It's like, I'm sure it was measured, but from a person who's not as good at the game point of view, very risky at the same time, going in with what could have changed the game in terms of stars. Blue Star was with Totem, he had 3, and it was 5 to 8. But must have been so measured. Great Gust Super on top of it as well, and so many close moments at the end of games, just like this.
The highlights show it too. That first round could have already went the way of Nova Esports, honestly. They only discussed who they want to focus. I was like sitting here, just getting up and was like, Terry on the right-hand side getting the kill. On the left-hand side, we have, I think it was Filippo trying to get a kill. In the end, just focus on the same player, and that could have been Novo's already. In the end, they do take the set, now extending for getting a lead, 2-1 for them overall. Our predictions, and from the viewers at home as well, say Totem is going to take this one. So we might have going a series that is going all the way now. 3-2 has it to be for Totems to still win this one.
And when you look back at that first set, you know, and just how much Nova Esports struggled, they barely had anything to show for it, and now they're really finding their stride, getting into a nice pattern, a nice rhythm, and just playing Reply Totem at what they do best, which, for me, the drafts are shining so far here today.
Yeah, they do look really good. I mean, Novo playing really, really well. Drafts looking good. I mean, I don't dislike the draft of Reply Totem by any means. I think it's pretty decent, but like, I think the game they won was gifted to them by Novo, and other than that, it has just been all Novo.
I think the big difference in this one was really that they had the kid that kind of turns into a thrower, and then on the other side we just don't really have anything to deal with the kid once he's on the back of someone else. The Cordelius, yes, if you can get him into Shadow Realm, but for that you first need to have a super available.
Yeah, and I like the way that Nova played it. They were just not afraid to go on the aggressive. I think that really does speak volumes in a comp like this. And certainly you're very dependent upon the kit being able to make the plays, attach to the Kaze, that Gus. You know, there's just a lot of synergy with this kind of comp, which they displayed really well.
They relied on Kit, but Meow honestly delivered on that brawler. We head over now to set number 3, where Novo can close things out. If they win this one, it's a 3-1, and they move on into the semifinals against Humble. Double swoosh is going to be the map. Joker here looking a bit stressed. Reply to it, and of course want to prolong this one. As I said, they need a 3-2 now to still make it into the semi-finals. Bands are already in. Jester usually would be my first pick, is banned out here. Sandy, a brawler that I always like to mention on Double Swoosh as well, also banned out by Novo. Ems is going to be the first pick.
Yeah, I mean, Ems slipping through, that, for me, it's a great brawler to have on Double Swoosh. You can play it on the defensive side, on the offensive side, really good for scouting, catching people off guard with the supers, knockback if you want to use that, or the spray through the wall can also be really solid. Just all around really good brawler. Play against the mid-rangers and the tanks and assassins as well.
Novo plays some weird stuff here. That's what the Rosa ban is, by the way, on the side of Reply Totem. It's like their top pick on this map, and it didn't work out for Navi. We ain't going to see it here because it's banned out here by Reply Totem. Janet going to come in. You know, we've seen it get some good results. I'm okay with it. It's not, once again, one of the shiniest of brawlers. Lily going to be open here as well. That's quite a dangerous brawler in the hands of Filippo. So, brawler like Ems, you know, has the knockback, but can be quite sort of exposed to it. Tara, Trav's happy with that one. Again, it's another high brawler pick by Novo Esports, and one that can work quite well here.
We see Tara, Nita, and even Mortis pop up in this region from time to time. I do like a Tara on this map. You have that comeback mechanic, just get a super onto the gem carrier and you win. But there's the Ems on the other side. That's just really good against Tara. Has a bit more range, can get easily rid of the Tara shadows, so usually don't want to play that into Ems. We have Spike still left open. We talked about him before, one of the best brawlers overall in the meta at the moment, and there's the Mortis that I mentioned. It's going to have such a good matchup into Janet. If she doesn't have super, of course. Janet is going to be that gem carry that you want to have on a map like this one, because you can always get out of harm's way, either with the gadget or if you have a super available.
Yeah, it's super nice to be able to just have that ability to get away, especially when you're playing against something like a Mortis who can get close to you so fast. It's just a question of whether or not Mari's going to be able to get up the maps, get rid of those gadgets, make sure he doesn't have super, and find that one moment. Because the one moment's all you need with that comp, really. Needs are going to come in as well. It's going to be so easy yet again to take out those Tara pets. So I think we're expecting to see Psychic Enhancer at this point, just looking through the bushes on a very bushy map. There's no surprise nonetheless. And yeah, really, really nice comp from Reply Totem, I will say.
Who's the gem carrier on the left-hand side?
Honestly, we've been seeing some questionable gem carriers end of, to be honest with you. So I couldn't even guess. I'm gonna guess not Mortis, but you never know.
Probably Ems, yeah. Lily gonna come in as that last pick on the right-hand side. The comeback mechanic to the double now with Tara and with Lily. They can easily just let the opponents have the gems and then snack them away in the end. This could be our last set if Novo takes this one.
Yeah, it's looking really scary here for Reply Totem. The Mortis is kind of one that you kind of almost forget currently, because it's just globally banned so frequently, and now coming through at the final hour, potentially here for Reply Totem. It's got to work. It really does. And already, it's explosive in the mid, so scrappy, so messy, but Terry picks up the 3 gems into the hands of the Tara. Pinched in between Maori there on that right-hand side, though, and let's see how Felipe fares and what Joker can get up to on this Mortis pick.
I mean, the thing is, Joker's going to be able to bully Terry until he gets his super, and then he'll actually have a bit of a leg of that matchup. Nice super and gadget there from Filippo, trying to end out under the radar, fly away from Meow again, and this is the issue with the Mortis. They've got so much they can just get away with, but lucky for him, Terry's won with 3 gems.
Filippo finds Maru, but Rooster Bear will have the final say, and Joker comes in with some nice bats there on the gadget side to finalize that left-hand side. Pushes now into a more aggressive position. Psychic Enhancer then on the Tara. Bat's not really going to cycle too well there, and Joker shut down. Novo still doing pretty well. They've got some utility now as well. The Hypercharger Filippo and Terry to hand, but it's neck and neck in terms of gems.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what Terry needs to do. Just get the supers and save them for when the Mortis is going to come in and try and take them down. Janet should have a jump away here. Goes for a gem as well. Cycles the super, doesn't get very far. Luckily enough, he just about got that super for him. And a hypercharged super available for Filippo now. Going to come in. Actually didn't hyper there at all. Just used the super, hoping to end out on someone and actually get some more good shots in.
Meow is so good at knowing exactly how many shots he is away from super every single time to ensure the backstage pass gadget there. And then the escape maneuvering afterwards. Nice connection there from Terry. That's 2 gems dropped. And Novo in the perfect position to go for the jugular here as well. All the gems spilled. Regardless of that, they've been able to get the ones from the mid as well. And Novo now really are in a dangerous spot, close to match points. Totem have got to find an answer in the final seconds. Bruce Bear out. I don't think there's going to be enough time for Maori to close this gap. 3 seconds, maybe with the help of Joker. Super Terry! Oh! Just about survives. Is that 900 HP?
I mean, that's crazy. It's so good of the Lily getting down Mortis before he could get up, because then he was panicking, dashing up the map, no ammo left, throwing out his hypercharge. He got him down just as that countdown started, which put Totem in such a tough position. Novo looking so good at the moment. They were so consistent throughout that. Tara doing a great job. Janet not dying. Well, after the start not dying, but I think we expect off the start to not do too well.
Crazy stuff so far. Reply Totem with their backs up against the wall. They've got to deprive this match point and the next and take it to the fourth set to survive on here. And Novo have got to be feeling so good about this. You've got to remember, coming into the monthly final, they had to be SK Gaming. That was already setting them up for success.
Joker throws out a super, hits one, and gets traded out. Filippo with a super in hand, Meow with a super in hand as well, so going to have this capability of getting away with the gems. Tara still working on hers, but Nita coming up the left-hand side. Good gadget from Filippo to waste a bit of Joker's ammo, but he's going to be heading straight up now. Psychic Enhancer coming in, and Joker should be traded, and is.
Terry now dangerous, and has got the gravity to hand. 5 gems now. Look at the position here of Maru. Should be able to get a bear, but I don't think the best of connections. Scary going to be coming down now, and hopefully into the hands of his teammates to support Joker, who's lurking here in this mid. Bats to nowhere, but nonetheless, Filippo actually, as a result, is able to claim that kill.
Yeah, but he completely missed the super. That seems like a little bit of a waste of super from Filippo as well, but actually Meow's going to pick it up in turn. That's going to be 8 if he gets them from mid. Just about gets away. He's got the shovel to get the kill, but Terry's there to back him up and keep those gems. He seems to be the saving grace at the moment. There's Tara doing a great job of staying alive.
Just coming in now, hypercharged up and a healthy shield as well for that. Joker will find Filippo here, and also, again, these bats though, they're just not being lined up correctly, really. Joker able to go for the gravity though, finds some gems, can he get out of this? Filippo's out on his tails, and will shut it down fast.
Filippo staying and going in as well, trying to get another super back whilst he was still in hypercharge. More gems in the back. I can't actually see how many they've got back there, but they are staying in the mid. Maybe they got the one there, that's going to start the count, and I don't think Totem can get it from the mid.
Going to be such a tough thing now for Reply Totem to be able to reset the count, not go for the mid. Joker trying to make some plays here, pops the gadget, Filippo into the realm as well, comes out, gets Joker secured. I don't see a way Reply Totem can do this. Novo now safe and sound, and it's the boys in green that fall. Novo Esports continue their assault on the EMEA region.
I mean, after not qualifying first month, you come in with a roster change that's been forced upon you, bear in mind. It's not of your choice. You get Meow, you qualify instantly, you get through a really tough Totem and Reply Totem make the semi-finals. What a change that's been. Really solid stuff from Novo, and what a performance. Great drafts.
It really, really was. I'm really quite scared now, having seen Novo just flourish. It's like Meow was like the missing piece of this roster, and now it's in such a fantastic spot where, hey, maybe scrims do matter, you know? Just saying. Reply Totem had the worst scrim rate coming into today, and Novo Esports, you know, just capitalized on that, had the confidence, had the qualifying results to come into today looking really strong, and they made it count.
Both of those teams arrived with momentum after kicking out SK Gaming in the qualifiers, now arriving in the monthly finals in an Italian derby. And Novo comes out on top of this one. As we already mentioned, they were forced to find a replacement for Enraged. Meow is that missing piece, and he seems to fit in like a hand into a glove. How do you say it in English, actually?
That works for me.
Sounds good. Okay, I also find my way here. Novo make it into the semi-finals. Now, Totem, of course, would have loved to get revenge of Humble because they had to face up against them in the semi-finals last month. Now, let's see if Novo does better.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see that side go the way of Novo. Honestly, I feel like there was a little bit of uncertainty today with Humble specifically.
Novo had some really good drafts. I feel like Reply Totem, if they were missing anything, it kind of was the draft, but overall a really close match. And I hope we have some more close ones up next. We're going to have one more look at our bracket, because Foot Esports versus Team Heretics is our first semi-finals, and I'm hoping for this to be close once more. We had 2 3-0s in the quarterfinals, one super close match with Heretics already, and now Humble versus Novo Esports is our semi-final number 2 arc. Any shouts already? Who do you think will be in the grand final?
I feel like for me it will be probably Foot Esports and maybe Novo Esports. I just kind of feel like it might be that month where they could do some really dangerous things, and it could be that that moment where Humble falter. I feel like they're more likely to than Foot Esports. I feel like Foot Esports for me probably going to be the team to take it all today. But hey, what about if Nova go all the way? What about if they just don't make just the grand finals, but just clear everyone out of business? That'd be sick to see.
Welcome back, Kenny, by the way. I'm gonna throw our predictions at you because we were feeling pretty gray coming into today. We're kind of like, oh, Foot and Humble probably gonna stand in the finals. We did not expect Nova to come through. We did say maybe Navi will make it through, like those quarterfinals number 2 and 4 did throw some curveballs at us.
Coming into the month, just from the world as a whole, these were 2 of the probably, I'll call it top 5 favorite matches I was looking out for, just because there's so much drama, and it's awesome to see Novo Esports live up to the potential we all know they have. Now as we move into these semifinals, look, even before these got locked down, even before Totem and Novo made a play, I still picked Humble. I'm going to side with that. I'm going to go with the brain over the heart today, at least so far. Maybe I changed my mind in the grand finals, but selfishly, I think it'd be so cool to see Novo win over any of these teams, to be honest with you, but I'm still feeling the favorites in Foot and Humble. I just feel like they are cut above the rest.
You described that so well. I think today is really a brain over heart decision for me as well in that semifinal number 2. Humble, they are always in the grand finals. You know, I would love to see Novo for once. At the same time, Humble has not won a monthly final this year yet, so I kind of also hope for having a new winner in the grand final like we had yesterday in East Asia. You can not only win rewards, by the way, by filling in your predictions over at event.brawlstars.com, but also if you play in the Championship Challenge, maybe in the monthly qualifier, if you want to try and give it a shot also to make it all the way to the monthly finals. If you play at a LAN, our first one this year is going to be the Brawl Cup in Berlin. You can still get tickets for that one, by the way. You can even get some pins. So yeah, it's definitely worth it. Ark, did you get your Chaos drops from the Championship Challenge?
Do you know what? I've been focusing on work and not logging into the game, and I was doing interviews. I barely had time to even eat, so no, I have not checked.
That is unfortunate, but hey, for anyone that they play in the Championship Challenge and will maybe make it through all the way to Brawl Cup, this is what you can expect. The Battle of the Regions on May 15th and 17th. Make sure to put that in your calendars. You can still get tickets. VIP tickets are unfortunately sold out, but we still have plenty of others for you. And you still get some goodies as well, Kenny.
I love goodies, and let me say too on top of that.
I love goodies.
Look, as somebody that's doing a really good job of accumulating those goodies on event.brawlstars.com, I also want to earn them at the exclusive LAN events. I will definitely be watching.
You know what? I like goodies.
Any wires going on? That's very robotic and pre-rehearsed.
I'm just being honest. I'm just keeping it a buck with you.
I like goodies too. That was a good one. And I also like some good Brawl Stars. So let's head straight away into our semifinal number 1. It's going to be Foot Esports versus Team Heretics. And this is a battle that Team Heretics was hoping for. They were defeated last month 3-1 against Humble in the semifinals, in the quarterfinals. Now in the semifinals, they get their revenge. Let's see if they can make it through today all the way to the grand finals.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this one. I think Team Heretics are, even off the eye test just in the first one, in a better spot than they were a month ago. I think it's easy to write off that month number 1, the bad performance, if you will, at least in my personal opinion. I thought that they got smoked by Foot. But you could just write it off as, hey, Foot were just a cut above the rest last month. They were just better. iChaos, Marco, Sabim, obviously a very solid roster, one that I expect to be borderline top 4, I would say, coming out of the preseason. Throw those out the window a little bit because I thought SK Gaming were going to be more towards the top as well, but I thought this was a team that was going to compete with the Humbles of the world, and Foot, somebody that certainly caught me off guard coming into this. I mean, they came out swinging in month number 1.
Team Heretics, certainly one of the most consistent rosters we've seen. We talked about it before. Marco and Sabim have actually made it into every single monthly final last year already. Now this year is looking just the same, and they have beaten Navi. We know someone who has watched that match, and this guy has actually been posting quite a bit now today. Luna watching Navi losing, of course, for him that's a good outcome, and he's actually been seen scrimming with SK Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, I've noticed that they've been rotating each current member of SK Gaming around the kind of practice trials, I guess. I mean, it would make a lot of sense. I said even in the qualifiers in Spain LC's chat that something has to change with SK Gaming. It just has to change. It cannot continue this way. So he would make the ideal pickup, in my opinion.
So on the one side, we have this team Heretics, super consistent. On the other side, we have the current EMEA front runners. The team to beat this month is Foot Esports. Let's see what they drafted in the quarterfinals, Ken.
Really curious to see how these go too. I think today the global match bans, you're going to see Mortis and Glowy. Expect those a lot, especially in this second map pool as well. I'm going to be looking out for two different ones, Bull and Crow at the top of the list too. Kit, somebody you saw them play on Layer Cake. They love these really quick assassin brawlers, ones with mobility and visibility. Mortis, Kit come to mind as kind of the play style of this roster.
And then on the other side, Team Heretics, they had a bit of a longer series, so we see 5 drafts of them.
Yeah, but some very varied brawlers, some good, interesting ideas. I feel like, you know, the reservation has been put through the paces a lot already. Today, Humble made things look a lot more straightforward in that regard. But, you know, certainly the heavy hitters aren't always getting shut down. We are seeing some Crow kind of escape through sometimes. We saw a bit of Mortis as well. So I'm looking to see specifically with those ones how it will fare.
I mean, we have seen Team Heretics really seem to hate Crow banned out 4 out of 5 times. Ems as well, 3 times banned out. Let's see if we're going to see some more of these two coming in. Now, never mind, Crow is actually going to be global banned in this one.
That means that Bull's definitely going to get banned in every other map, so that's one that I was looking out for. I think with only 2 global bans at the other side doesn't end up getting rid of these top-tier brawlers. I think you've just got to do it. You saw, for example, with Semantic running Bull earlier, sometimes the brawler is just too good, and right now Bull is in the state of game where I feel like no matter what, don't let your enemy get it. If you don't have that first overall pick, don't play games with it, get rid of it.
Now, this is a huge surprise to me. Heretics actually with 82% of the votes at home.
Okay,
there it is.
okay,
Less of a surprise now. That makes a lot more sense. Foot Esports, the winners of the February monthly final, of course, get the most votes from the people at home. With the global bans, I'm not surprised about the Glowy, the Crow, and the Ems. Ruffs was global banned by Heretics.
Yeah, sometimes with global bans, I actually ask Stroke that additional question of like how are teams approaching that, and you know it can be just one of those brawler picks that they just don't want to deal with.
We're gonna kick things off here in our semi-final number 1 on Hot Potato. We are on Heist. So let's see who can run away here with the gems and go all the way to the grand final this month. Is it Foot Esports once more, or is it Team Heretics? Bull, brawler that we already mentioned, immediately picked up here on the right-hand side. Colt as well, you can open up the map. Left-hand side is going to be Chester, and Ark is a bit surprised about one of these bans, I feel.
I was just going to talk about Bull being relevant in pretty much every map in this series, and Kenny's reiterating that it should be banned everywhere, and it's like, not banned, and picked up immediately. Colt as well to break. I mean, you can't leave Bull open. Of all the game modes on Heist.
This is a different game mode than what we saw earlier, but the exact same situation of what we saw in that quarterfinal number 3. Chester first overall, a team daring to let Bull slide by, and now they take Colt alongside it. I entrust Bull no matter what. Even if the walls are broken down, if he's cycling enough supers, it's going to be fine. Foot even willing to double down on this. The only issue is, if they want to break down these walls, great. They're still facing down a Colt who is the best brawler in that situation of all 4 of the ones picked so far.
Yeah, I really don't get that Griff pick either. They want to break open the map. It's already getting broken open by the Colt, and Colt has a bit more range outside of Griff's range. At the same time, though, they have 2 brawlers now that are pretty good against Bull, so maybe that was the plan all along. Leave Bull open, don't picking up as first pick, and then pick 2 counters against him. Lily is going to be the last pick here. Also a brawler we see many times on Double Swoosh, for example, on Gemgrab, but not really on Heist.
For me, I just feel confident that if Foot Esports are not banning Bull, they are preparing to face Bull. That's the only thing I can feel to give myself any form of comfort here. For now, Team Heretics is going to be choosing with Maisie, which is a bit of a wild pick. I mean, that's certainly not one that should have been in the scrims too often. It's kind of like in the back pocket. I mean, sure, they're very competent with it, but I'm still scared for this Bull, honestly.
Perplexing draft, but certainly these teams are playing some chess over checkers. Maybe our mere minds can't quite see it yet. Foot Esports got the better of this team just last month. It was in the quarterfinals. Team Heretics, of course, get a nice little grudge match win in the first one, went all the way to a set 5. And FUT Esports certainly the talk of the town coming into this one as well. Expectations higher. We saw what Guesty could do. Nob picking up his first overall, but Marco, Subim, and iChaos would love to pick one up as a trio of their own. Here we go for semifinals number 1.
Alrighty, Marco trying to find some connections here onto Nob in the mid. Angel Boy going straight into the realm here, and look at the way the ball was mirroring him back to the safe. Angel Boy cannot find his way through Subim there. He's just too savvy to it, and already low HP now. Forced back as Chaos here, tapping on this Colt, but back on defense.
Not doing a great job on offense as well. I mean, double members there going down, and now Subim just hiding in this grass, going to be going one-on-one versus Angel Boy, will disappear into the Shadow Realm. iChaos and Marco know this, though. Marco positioning himself just so they can align with where Angel Boy was going to be. Guesty with the few remaining shots. iChaos, though, doesn't quite complete the clip, and now on the bottom of the map, they're able to burst Revere, get a little damage.
Well, Nob finds a nice connection there onto iChaos with the bomb. Now securing himself on the left-hand side, and Subim going to struggle here against the Chester for sure. Nob now has the hypercharge as well. Guesty moving forwards, gets to the crack of the safe. And it's so far, so good here for esports, who are the healthier of safes.
FUT completely content with just opening up this map. Another piggy bank going down, and now some rapid fire shots going down. And that left hand in from iChaos, a hypercharge. Oh, and a nice tag there too with 711 HP. Can creep by this left-hand side. A few extra shots. Angel Boy with a super, pierces, makes the connection, but it will be a Team Heretics by a smidge. The fact that they get through this next little layer is a big deal.
Oh, the ball on the right-hand side. I'm not sure what happened. He goes to the wall. He was just completely outnumbered, but I'm sure the hypercharge there was absolutely wasted there of Subim. Angel Boy going on this stop, gets some damage under the safe, gives then FUT Esports a lead. Guesty with more follow-up shots, and Nob as well. The connection there with the hypercharge, it will crack the safe. That's good as well. The poison may will also last things out. It's going to give a nice lead for FUT Esports there by 5%.
Good news for Team Heretics. Bull was essentially able to do it by himself to equal the amount of damage. Just 5% separating these two squads as Nob going to go against the anti-tank on that right-hand side. Marco just full on defense, shadowing Angel Boy as much as possible. The fact that they cycle in that super as well is just another added benefit.
Subim here in a tough spot now. The Guesty's also got hypercharge. Angel Boy nice there on the left-hand side. It's going to put a ton of pressure here onto Heretics to be able to defend this. The hypercharge of Guesty comes straight back, and that's going to be another crack. There's going to be no time realistically here for any kind of response from Team Heretics. Going to try for it, but they still are short. Safe and confident there from FUT Esports, getting one on the board.
Look closer than I think it was. I mean, only 4%, quote-unquote, at the end of the day, but keep in mind, there are layers to this heist safe, and just with little time built up, they had such a lead that it was inevitably going to be the same result. We were very nervous considering that the Bull went early, and like you said, I think FUT Esports are smart enough. They know that the Bull was available. They made the choice to let it go, so clearly they had a game plan for this. I'm assuming in FUT Esports' mind, this was a trap. They wanted the other team to take this. It worked out in game number 1, but again, I still have a ton of belief in this brawler. It doesn't have the easiest matchups necessarily, but I still think it's going to get its value one way or another.
It's just kind of counterintuitive, isn't it? Because you're pairing it with the Colt, so you're looking to break certain sides to leave your ball open, but now with the Griff on the other side of the field for esports, the whole map becomes open, and then you're really struggling to really land much value onto the safe. But like you say, I still think Brawl is one of the most dangerous brawlers in this meta. It cannot be underestimated now. Already some big safe damage in the early outset of this game though, as well as now for esports closing towards the 50% mark.
Guesty getting a trade, very valuable with that. So being met with 2 brawlers. Nob, of course, getting the stun, it looked like there on the bottom of the screen, while Marco tries to get a little chip damage. That's not Maisie's natural job, though. Just going to be looking to get some defense there. So Beam now rotating over to this left-hand side to make up for it. All 3 FUT members on the defensive end. Oh, Angel Boy turning a quick defense into office, now rubbing up the middle of this map. Low HP, get a few chip shots, but most importantly, getting below that 50% threshold.
Nice connection there with Chester. Angel Boy still duking these shots from iChaos. Gets to the safe as well. Gets nice 4 shots there as well. Creeping ever closer. Angel Boy's untouched, uncontested. Now iChaos down to the safe. Can they get the crack as well? They have on the side of Team Heretics. This is huge. And for esports, are all in the back spawn. They're going to defend for their lives. Sabine coming in now. Onto the safe. Gets the damage they need. They tie up the set.
There's the Bull. And again, iChaos on top of that. If you, to your point, if they open up the map, you got to make up for it elsewhere. Either Maisie has to be perfect on defense, iChaos has to be winning in the range. They have to win one of those categories, or else they're never going to put this whole composition together. In that game number 2, they relied much more on a base race. Bull was able to let loose because iChaos and Maisie were doing better. It allowed for Bull to get to the other end.
Sabine already escaping through here. Going straight towards the save, of course. The Chester of Nob going to be there to mirror it, but already. He's making connections, he's on the safe already, and that is not what you want to let happen in the early outset of the game.
With the damage here, it's 5,060 damage every time Bull gets up close. Marco once again on defense. Angel Boy taking him head on, dashes in, makes the connection with the super and the shotgun to meet Angel Boy on the other side. Oh, goes for the dash. I think a bold play, maybe thinking that they could cycle that super a little quicker, trying to get a little additional value, but I don't think it was worth costing his life.
Yeah, Steve down to 80 HP. IKL's actually use a super to finish him off there. I think overextending somewhat a bit too much. That could have been better served elsewhere, maybe. Nice taps there from Marco. 2 consecutive there will seal Angel Boy's fate. He's now not sitting on this hypercharge. Knows that Sabine has got to be going in very cautiously into the win. But with a hypercharge of his own now, he's going to reserve this surely. Yeah, wait for it to come around, try and get some taps. And both sides playing chicken, no one doing anything about it. He's just still getting damage.
Sabine used the gadget to get some heals off too, and it provided a ton of value. Now below 21%. A lot of makeup ground for Foot Esports, who are trying to still get to that marker. Hypercharge going down, looking for any kills they can get as well. Marco in trouble. Somehow Foot Esports have clawed their way back into this.
They can't lose position now. Sabine knows it's going to go forwards, but at the same time, Gesty on the safe. It's actually being shredded, 4% left, and it's actually going to be Foot Esports that get it done. It was just a little bit too close to the wire. They forced the decision of Heretics to go on the aggressive, and it cost Team Heretics. I feel like that should have been their set.
I do too. I think that game number 3 could have swung their way. That forced decision at the end that you talked about, they either elect to get the kills or they just send Bull on his merry way, and Bull couldn't get there quickly enough. Sabine played this brawler pretty well, especially in game number 2, I thought, using that gadget, trying to get heals anytime he could. I mean, moments like this where you're so close to dying, healing back up, stepping away, and then just finding moments to crack through that ice sit. You see it here, 23 to 28%. It's moments like this that got Team Heretics the win when it was more of that base race. It went their way, but I think a very calculated approach. Despite how unorthodox it was, I think the fact that Foot win that spec speaks volumes about them as how well they've been doing in this region.
Yeah, you see that was the key decision-making moment where it just allowed Gestin not to land on the safe. You know, Griff's already got a hypercharge there as well. I think maybe Sabine was concerned that he may have fed a super as well and just got shut down if he'd gone towards that Griff, which I think would have been likely in all honesty. I feel like he just had no other option. I still feel like it was a bit of an error in judgment by Foot Esports to leave that ball. They were clearly confident enough to be able to handle it with their strategy. I think the Chester was a great thing to have on that defense for that reason, but I feel like in this meta, I don't care if you're Foot Esports, whoever you are, you just need to get rid of ball. I mean, especially on this kind of map rotation, it's just too dangerous to leave open in my opinion, despite them getting the set.
Risky maneuver, but does pay off for Foot Esports in the end. Angel Boy, especially after seeing those stats, stood out to me, not only in the kill category, but along with that, blended in plenty of heist damage for his roster. So I think showcasing why he's a longtime veteran. And I find it interesting because Angel Boy wins his first monthly finals with his squad, but in the offseason, being as good as he is, he had the choice to go with any veteran team out there. I'm sure there are plenty of rosters that would have loved to pick him up. Instead, it is a testament to me that he elects to go with Gesty as a rookie to re-pick up Knob after a couple years of not playing with him. It's worked out really well so far, and in a set especially where Bull's on the other end, and we're talking on and on about how good he is in the meta. I mean, you folks at home know how good he is. Instead, they still come out with a win. I love that they made the creative choice, and it still paid off. I think Team Heretics are looking better this month, but is better good enough to beat Foot? Yet to be proven.
Well, onto our second set, and I'm sure Team Heretics would prefer to have left that in the past from Heist on then to Hideout. For me, I think here, Byron, heavy consideration, Spike also, Jaeyoung, RT, definitely those kind of support brawlers. I want to see more Pierce as well. This is definitely a Pierce map for me as well. Not really seen enough. It seems to have just drifted away. We saw him be so prevalent prior to the latest installment of Buffies, and it's just kind of fallen by the wayside, it feels.
Pierce is definitely a good brawler, especially in pro players' hands, but I think just the fact that there's these new Buffy brawlers, especially BB, Bull, just feels like there's so many health points in the meta right now that Pierce sometimes doesn't stand a chance in those moments. So global bans, of course, no Glowy, no Crow. Those are the normal brawlers, I would say, that are never going to show up here. Bull, once again, though, I believe escaped that ban phase if I saw it right. A couple other brawlers yesterday that got banned out that I'm curious to see if they make an appearance here. Bell and Byron, a couple of those long-range ones that teams really like.
Well, RT here, not banned, left wide open. Spike, Byron's the top pick here for Foot Esports, but whether they're banning them all just to steer away from that strategy could be something that they've got in mind here. Definitely still some unflashy brawlers available here, like Gus as well. Bell sometimes an option if you want to have the RT. You sometimes want to pair it with that just to kind of take away the mark from the opposition, it is going to be the Byron. So I'm worried here for Heretics because this is really obvious in their practice.
Sometimes you'll see Ollie plus Byron come out, and now that we've seen Kaze, who's an assassin, not necessarily a tank, and you have that Byron who's a blend of support brawler plus long distance, I think it could make sense. I don't know if it's necessarily at this 2-3 pick, which obviously it's not. It's going to be Angelo coming in here, but I think it's something that they can keep their mind open for in a 6th pick if they like the other end in the matchups that it could provide.
Kaze would be a good pairing here with Gus, and it's definitely still open. I think that would be quite nice for me, and then give them some flexibility for that 3rd and final pick here. Still worried about that RT though. I feel like that is definitely a concern. It could be what for esports are looking to have in the later stages of their draft. You've got the aggression. Certainly Andrew will have the escape. Nanny going to come in for some control and somewhat of a valuable peep. But they've got to connect with the Byron here as well on the other side of the field. That's going to, for the most part, keep Foot standing. So if they can focus their attention on that, he is squidged to Kaze, so that could be where, at the moment, Team Heretics are thinking.
They've got Blue Star and Kaze. Now they've got Nani, who's a long-range sharpshooter that particularly does well into other sharpshooters. So I like that one-on-one matchup if it goes into a Byron, and I'm also fine with it if it goes into Angelo. Return to Cinder, of course, can send back those heavy-hitting shots from Angelo really well. So this is a very good overall composition. Now they grabbed Charlie, and I think Charlie is mainly due to spawners that come on the map, but when you see Byron as well, not only are you grabbing Spiderlings to deal with the single-shot brawlers, now you're preventing and playing the Cocoon game as well. If the left-hand side wanted to go with an aggressive or a tanky brawler, they have a shutdown mechanic for that.
3rd and final pick then for esports. The Byron's great, but it needs to have more synergy with something else in this draft. So looking to see what is on their minds in that respect. Charlie going to be able to counter heavily those kind of tankier brutes. Mina going into it, of course, can evade away from that Cocoon. And I think in the hands of someone like Angel Boy or Guesty, it's very, very aggressive. I think they were kind of always gearing up for it with that mortar span. That first pick Byron kind of indicated that they were going for something of a playmaker. I quite like it for that reason.
Another solid draft, I would say, from Team Heretics, but didn't go their way in the first one, regardless of what we thought was going to be a quality opportunity. Foot Esports have just been a little bit better over this region. Team Heretics with plenty of Brawl left to be played, though plenty of opportunity to prove that they deserve a shot at a grand finals. A lot of young talent on this team. Marco and Sabine with phenomenal 2025 seasons. iChaos, the longtime veteran, picks them up. Now it's going to be a battle of young guns. Guesty in his opening debut, 1-for-1, rocking the Angelo on the middle of your screen, while Angel Boy, a brawler that really stood out for me last month. He was phenomenal with this guy. He's going to be piloting it here on Hideout.
There's an intentional tank there by Angel Boy. Better now that he's gone to the middle lane, because now Nob can help him with heals, but there was a moment at the beginning where they were so far apart, because Nob has got to shadow Angel Boy here realistically. Nice tap there from Guesty. Oh, that was a valuable dash away there from Marco. Could be costly, as Angel Boy will pick up that kill there. Chaos will fall. Nob is still continuing the aggression here, getting some good taps for it, but that's going to be a poison trick down. Outstaying as well, still surviving though in that mid.
Right where he left off last month, Angel Boy still playing spectacularly with this brawler. Now they see some plays on the left-hand side for potential. Has a Hurricane available. There's Sabine though, dropping the Charlie Cocoon, making sure that they slow down the aggressive onslaught that Angel Boy can provide. Nob there, over the wall, gonna lob up a little poison. This time it's going to be healing. Nani Peep sees this though. Angel Boy trying to make some contact before iChaos pops out. They abort. Know that they have to get out of harm's way before Angel Boy can pursue the kill.
Nice there from Angel Boy, still duking around this. Guesty looking to get a piercing shot potentially here. No goes for Chaos. Return to send the gadget. Nicely timed there by iChaos. A tap return. Guesty now popping that rage gear coming through. Sabine on the left-hand side has got hypercharge. Finds Angel Boy as well. And now look at this. When he comes back out, straight into the hands of both Marco and Chaos, they secure it and get the lead for then Team Heretics.
Here comes the Nani Pete from the back lines, and Marco still has the blue star in hand, so this is advantage Team Heretics all the way. Foot Esports have to find a kill in the next 10 seconds. Guesty flanking left-hand side, while Angel Boy works the right-handed. Marco there to cover for the teammates. Backs against the wall for Team Heretics, and the purple button pop doesn't make a difference. Foot Esports can't close out. Team Heretics will take game one.
Yes, a few overextensions. I want to see more support there from the Byron as well. It was a tough game for Nob to try to find those healing shots, and in the way the map is as well, it's kind of tough to, you really got to go deep into that spawn side and be on the all-3-player assault to really get the most out of the Byron here. It's kind of hard to get the line of sight.
Woo, Marco nearly makes a whiff there. Was going for that blue star, just a misstep, but does end up clicking it just in the nick of time. But low HP will force Team Heretics all the way to their spawn side. Once again, Angel Boy throwing a kick, a dash away, easy dance move to secure that kill.
This is where Nob can really thrive here, but now it's going to be a little bit cautious on this left-hand side. Just going to avoid the flank, get the pinch there between Guesty. Struggling a little bit to land these shots. Nice there from Angel Boy, but the Spiderlings here will cause even the problem was being in the windmill. And look at that. Sabine survives now. Nice shot there from Guesty. It had to be done. They couldn't leave him standing, but Marco not finished yet. A sweep. Heretics now on fire.
Definitely not what you want to see out of FUT Esports, especially for such a low HP brawler. They weren't able to secure that kill in time and allowed Team Heretics time to respond. Now they're up 4. One of the bigger leads we've seen in this entire set. Sabine already set up, has a super available, Spirelings to deal with Angelo, the single shot brawler. Meanwhile, Kaze under heavy fire. This blue star is going to be swung.
Chaos still surviving the right-hand side. And now Marco going straight in for Nob for the jugular as well, getting back out, using it as well in the defense. Lovely stuff. Now Angel Boy can't really even aggress, can't even help his teammate there. He's got to wait for the Byron Hills to come through, and at the moment, FUT Esports looking very shaky, although in terms of stars, not far behind.
Nob and Angel Boy pairing on this right-hand side. Nob takes one to the face. Nani peeps straight to the dome. Will stay alive. Windmill going up for Angel Boy. They're going to play alongside him. They want the support brawler with Angel Boy, but he's not making enough contact. Has that super in the back pocket. Needs to use it though. Gusty jumping right on in. What was that?
Not great. Angel Boy trying to make up for lost time now. Marco down to 1,000 HP, but has got the hypercharge as well. Nob there, a nice gadget there. Does find Chaos. That's still going to put FUT behind by 3 stars, though. They need to find something. Marco here going to go on the aggressive, can afford to do so as well. The blue star still with Team Heretics, and they extend the lead even more. So it's going to be a comfortable set of that, as Team Heretics will equalize things out.
FUT Esports can bleed. Really impressive showing from Team Heretics, demonstrating growth from last month. The exact same matchup in the quarterfinals. And outside of the set that Team Heretics won, it never really felt like they were in it. This is the first time I've truly believed that FUT Esports are beatable.
To be honest though, I did feel like in the qualifiers that Navi might have been able to do it there, but you got to remember this is a team that have already beat that very team here today, Heretics, knocking out Navi in the quarterfinals. Maybe FUT Esports are just like a little bit lacking compared to last month, but we saw some 3-1s, not the end of the world. I think FUT Esports have got plenty of time to work out where this one went wrong. For me, it's tough to make Angelo work at the moment. I'm finding that Brawl has kind of just dropped off a little bit. It's still being trialed, it can get some great results. But it's just an assassination meta, it's a tanky meta, it's just really hard to make that one shot really pack the punch.
Guess he's still leading his team in kills, but to your point, it just never really felt like it was an even fight. I felt like Team Heretics had a tinge more success throughout that, especially in game number 2. It really started to be a runaway. I think, once again, a really solid draft. They didn't have the 6th overall pick, so they had to make sure whatever the left-hand side went with, they were well equipped for. This is such a balanced roster. Nani can deal well with a long range from Angelo and Byron. In 1v1 situations, you favored that. That was a great Kaze game as well, and then Charlie, Spiderlings plus Cocoon brought them a ton of value. Even though Team Heretics lost that first set, again, we were kind of talking about the fact that FUT leave the bull available, Team Heretics making the no-brainer decision to go that very competitive one as well. I think the talk of the town all weekend has been these rosters of Zeta Division, the FUT Esports. Just because they won last month does not mean March is going to be copy and paste. And I think that's a lesson I'm certainly going to take away from yesterday. Despite that, I still pick FUT, but I just want to make that point out there. This isn't last month. These teams learn and grow.
Let's see. Going into Hard Rock Mine then. On a fresh draft, I'm looking for Heretics to maybe try and catch the Rico here. As we know, Chaos probably the best in this region, if not the world, on this very brawler, on this very map. Chester definitely going to have a very solid game here, no doubt about it. Bull as well, one that was not globally banned, that would absolutely thrive under these circumstances. I kind of want to see that brawler be valued higher here, and it's not banned out still. The Rico ban is there, however. Chester going to be left open. That could be what FUT Esports are feeling like. Again, if they don't pick Bull here themselves, they're planning to defend against it.
It's probably either Bull or very likely could be something like a Chester. This could be the exact same math that we've seen earlier today. You go anti-tank, anti-aggro early with that first overall, or you just lock in the best brawler in the game.
My hands are on Chester already for FUT Esports. They clearly are not too worried about Bull, but in this particular map, it's definitely a bit more risky, I would say. Chester, yeah, it is going to be exactly that still. This is FUT Esports has spent a lot of time looking to counter these big, scary brawlers, and the question now is, are Team Heretics going to feed into it? Are they going to steer away from it? there's definitely still plenty of options here. They do kind of like the kind of 8-bit mid, which is a bit of an interesting choice. Ali here as well is a great map for her. I'm looking for those kind of like specific brawlers.
We're on the same page. I was thinking 8-bit off the top of the dome too. It's been a popular brawler in East Asia and EMEA, and on top of that, I think if you went something like an 8-bit bull, now you've got the range game, and you've just got so many health points. It almost forced this left-hand side to go hyper defense. And that's something that you want to be in Team Heretics. You want to be in control. Instead, they're going to go with Charlie. No qualms with this, really. I mean, again, we talked about it a lot, but Spiderlings are such a powerful tool. Cocoon, especially into an enemy gym carrier, can kind of spill those out as well. So having that mechanic in this game mode is very important.
Yeah, Charlie, one of the highest win rates in scrims across the teams that are competing here today is 77%. So it is definitely tried and tested for the most part, and more often than not comes out with those goods. Could also potentially see a Lily here. Again, it's a very Filippo pick. Bull going to come through for Heretics. Yeah, it's scary, but I still feel like for esports have got the strategy to defend against it. Let's see how they feel. The Chester going to have to mirror it, absolutely for sure. Still some other borders that could be a problematic thing to see here. It could be a kit coming through. There's a potential, but esports do like to cause problems with it. Rough's banned out, the global bans definitely would make a lot of sense in this particular instance as well. But things like Cordelius, they're not out the question. They could deviate away from this.
I think they could use even more beef into something like a Bull, and I think Sandy's a blend of both. Using the Sweet Dreams gadget to put Bull to sleep, so if it's charging at you, that is a mechanic you can use to kind of feature that. The invisibility is also very powerful on Hard Rock Mine, but I think they need something of a mid here because I don't necessarily love a Chester into Charlie. I'm sure it's manageable, more neutral than I would say a benefit, but I would also like to see them grab a more traditional gym carrier that can work.
BB here still available. I mean, it's like, you know, going to be tough to make work with the ball so prevalent, but just want to point it out. Not globally banned, not banned. There's a map for it. Tara now coming through for esports. Again, it's a very Tara-friendly map. I think that the Psychic Enhancer gadget can get a ton of value here, but also support from beyond. I think it's very versatile. You can just have options open, have a heal behind you as well, and break some of the bush here as well, which obviously the ball is looking to depend upon to remain hidden.
3 mid-range brawlers for the left-hand end. I think Sandy or Tara could technically work into a Charlie. It's going to require some good mechanics to dodge things out, but just 2 brawlers that do really well in gym grab in general, and again, are closer to neutral. Ooh, a penny pick, though. I think this could be a pretty solid stout into something like the Tara spawners that can go down. This gives them also another option at mid, so I think this is going to be a little flexible for the right-hand side. Penny's somebody that shows up every once in a while. I don't hate it here. I'm just kind of curious to see how it fares.
Penny can be one of these brawlers that I'm just not thrilled to see. It's like one that can have some great synergy, though we saw yesterday in East Asia with that Charlie. You know, it's really quite a new thing that I've not really seen many people experiment with, but it does make a lot of sense to consider here. I'm just not overly thrilled by it.
It's gonna be Chester playing the mid. Something that's become more common. We've seen the Leons and Chesters of this world kind of go into these heavier tanky brawlers, but instead, though, they're going to have to deal with a Charlie. So Knob left-hand side, Angel Boy battling against Subin, but the better brawler gets the best of them early.
Let's see. Marco does need to get that turret as quickly as possible, realistically, here. Guesty with the 3 gems, Angel Boy lurking, and get a nice, easy takedown there with the gravity and asserts his position as well. Spirit's going to be quite problematic here, not opting to have the healing shade as well, so they'll be gunning their way towards Heretics throughout the entire game.
Keep my eye on Marco as well. I think Penny is going to have a tough time, especially now that Angel Boy already has a hypercharged super. That is a free frag for him. My Chaos in the long range left all alone. Guesty encircling him. It's a Foot Esports onslaught early.
They're not running either the trusty Spyglass with Penny, which is the gadget which allows you to lock on with that Cocoon, with the Charlie, the synergy at the back of it. They're running Salty Barrel. I'm just kind of surprised. It worked out so well yesterday for Crazy Raccoon, and they really championed it. They won the entire monthly final at the back of it. It just feels like they're a bit all over the place.
Slow down onto Angel Boy due to the star power choice there. Sabine, low HP, can't dive in without dying. It's Foot Esports having their way in game number 1. Guesty can comfortably back down the lines. There are definitely some unusual choices in this draft. Marco on the Penny, certainly one of them kind of a double mid here. It just didn't feel like the squad had enough firepower to deal with Foot Esports. This is a team that is tough to beat already, and on top of that, you're just going to need a good draft. So still some convincing to do for me to Team Heretics to see if there's any validity to this.
I'm not feeling this at all, honestly. And if the games go that quick, you know, the Penny can't really get any value, can't get set up. I mean, that's kind of like, you're placing just a lot on that very brawler, and if you're not even going to get a mortar, I mean, what's the point, you know? Let's see, Angel Boy already aggressing this right-hand side. Sabine in a tough spot here, pinch between Guesty and Angel Boy here. That's a nice stun, just nicely done there between Guesty. Great communication, and FUT Esports really kicking up a gear.
Jester's an agent of chaos and rolled the dice perfectly. Got the stun, easy takedown onto Bull. He's a great brawler, but I like how FUT are confident into dealing with this. Now a second set where they played Team Heretics allowed them to do Chester versus Bull. And the first time it worked out, the second time it's been pretty convincing as well.
This is better. Marco got set up. And now you see the difference, the slow pace of FUT Esports. They can't go where they need to go equally as much. Sabine is still pinched here. Look at that, there's a lovely sweet dribble stun, as you literally called out prior to the match. It's a great shutdown on the ball. Now Angel Boy can really capitalize down this low HP of Sabine. And now this is where the penny turret is going to get exposed potentially here. FUT Esports might just decide to use the Sandstorm here, get the gems, and then try to retreat.
Nob will take cover. The big super that he just dropped as iChaos is still on the back heel. Sabine doing anything he can to move up this map, but it's been hard to take an inch. Spiderling's there for a little extra protection, but Angel Boy, Guesty, all of them can deal with these pretty adequately. Finally, Team Heretics have a little bit of space to work with. Sabine is the one they have to keep their eyes on. I've already seen Angel Boy just fan outshot repeatedly, not even doubling down on this. Sabine, though, activating Hypercharge. Down goes one, gets Nob as well. Guesty now in trouble, too. This isn't a great super that he could have. It's a poisonous cloud, but he needs more than that. Angel Boy, thankfully, there to suffice for him. Grabs a few of those gems, but Sabine still hurting. Now Marco drops a Hypercharge as well. The penny turret gonna get some value here.
Not played so well there for his team. He really did. Prior to that, he was able to get the turret down twice in that top left as Marco was able to cycle it. I mean, he was the man there with the helping hand of the Sandstorm to really come in to helping hand the situation to save their gems, but it's not over yet. He's still got more work to do, and the Heretics on 11 gems can retreat back. FUT Esports cannot get this from the mid. They've got to go straight into the Lions Den, into the back spawn side. I don't think that with the help of Guesty, they're not low HP, can't close this gap. And that is a huge steal. Heretics exuding confidence, and getting a game in this set is crucial.
Last month, it was all FUT Esports. This month, it feels like much more of a fair fight. Again, this is just a completely different roster than what we saw last time. Their qualification stage, very similar. But when it comes down to this, especially after seeing them go 3-2 versus Navi, and in fairness, Navi went 3-2 in qualifiers against FUT just this month. I think we possibly could be shaping up for some craziness here in EMEA. I'm welcoming it, but still, this is going to be a pivotal one. 1-1 in our set number 3. Either squad could take a lead just off the backs of this game.
Yes, Sabine now affords on the aggressive. Guesty is low here, and he knows that even if he goes down, he's going to earn that valuable dash, that power through, that hypercharge potential for later on in the game, which was the turning point in the previous one. Let's see, Angel now, yeah, he's already got super as well, so definitely a threat here. Guesty on 4 gems, look at this. Shut down, very nicely done there by FUT Esports, and despite the gems being dropped, I'm not overly worried for it, as Guesty now back on the field.
Still bought them a little time, but to your point, no, it didn't grab them any extra gems, nor positioning really. I mean, Marco's able to climb up a little bit down this left-hand side, but Nob just got to play this matchup pretty patiently in general. A fresh mid for Guesty there, popping that super as well. Nob now able to go up to Sweet Dreams, making contact. iChaos in trouble, gets one. Guesty trying to go around this. Oh, a purple button just to try and get the extra damage and a little extra speed, but didn't equate to much. Guesty swoops in, grabs a few gems, and now the middle is going to be all theirs too. They're almost to 10.
They fed Sabine there again. He had the hypercharge at the back of that last run. Now he's got a super too. Angel Boy has hypercharge himself, but does need to find a super. Running the Black Portal star power as well, so that is a problem for Sabine. And I stun there from Nob behind him, but look at this. That's what I'm saying. Ball is just undefeatable. He literally says you cannot beat the ball. It's looking that way.
Beautiful tag out of iChaos. Still need to gain some possession of the mid. Guesty dropping a hypercharge on the right-hand side. Lands the cocoon, though. Now this could get interesting as Angel Boy and Guesty fall. The low HP hypercharge for Marco doesn't do much, though. Turret's going to be out of distance as FUT work their way backwards. Still a defensive stance, though. Only one of them can die. Nob now with a hypercharge gives them a little extra boost. Sabine diving in despite being one of the best, if not the best brawler in this game. The mechanics of FUT Esports prevail. They're going to be up 2-1 in this heavy-hitting match.
A crucial set. Really was fantastic to see FUT iron out the creases. It could have gone either way, genuinely, both sides giving it their all. Sabine with that ball, dangerous, scary. But despite it, you see how Nob was there to support more in those right-hand side lanes and just be there for those pushes there. Exactly, the Sweet Dream stun every time. Some shaky moments there for Foot, no doubt about it, but more than not, they were communicating better.
Shaky moments, and Team Heretics came close to actually winning this set again. They already take set 1 off the hands of Foot Esports. Now, the huge question is it going to be a 3-1 again, just like it was last month, okay?
I think there's real potential for it still, but to me, this feels much closer. Last month, despite the scoreline, it really felt like Foot Esports were in full control. And now we're seeing Team Heretics come alive. I'm a little reassured because they fell flat-footed last month, but this month they've shown up at the fight. Even if they somehow drop this match, I'm much more confident as the year progresses in them now because I wasn't in month 1.
I love that there from Guesty as well. You see there, just Angel Boy was there for the support. That cycling the hypercharge, absolutely devastating. Yeah, 10 kills above his head there. 42 gems also, but Sabine, want to draw attention to him, despite low DPS, in all intents and purposes for a Bull. You know, you're still getting 10 kills, you're still making plays for your team.
That Bull and Chester, definitely the 2 MVPs for either of these sides. Guesty, for me, it just was not hittable. Even that game number 2 that Team Heretics wins in the end, at the beginning, Guesty is just Chesty because he plays Chester. Guesty just ran across the map and played super aggressive despite him being the champ carrier. That was super impressive. What is actually funny to me is that Novo last year with Marco Sabim and Piso back then won the March monthly finals, and nobody really saw them coming. Nobody thought they would actually have what it takes to win a grand final. March might be their month, maybe even this year. Team Heretics looking a lot stronger this month than they did last month.
Still a lot of work to be done, though. I mean, down 2-1 here. I think the one thing, I feel like Team Heretics have been notable just because this is a significant improvement from what we saw last month. But credit to Foot as well. They've let Bull go down twice. Both those sets they've ended up winning. I would say that was a rather, you know, different kind of set too. 3 medium-range brawlers. Some of them have been really good in in Gym Grab in the past, heading over to Hot Zone. But Gym Grab in the past, and despite that, they've still found these interesting ways to win. I feel like Foot are just comfortable in these chaotic, scrappy situations.
Yeah, it's really bold, isn't it? You know, when you spend all your time looking to defend against the biggest problem rather than looking to hope to pick it up. I like that. It really does display a lot of confidence. Leon first picked them for Foot Esports, which I really quite like to see. M's out the equation. Amber could be an option then for them also here. They do like to bring it in, but Chester Ban definitely smells a tank brewing maybe on the side there of Team Heretics. The Lou pick is a very, very good one here as well. Mina, I think, would be a very Foot Esports kind of brawler pick, but also Heretics too. Options available for sure.
Lou and Spike would be those 2 brawlers that have their own circle to throw over the hot zone circle and get control with that immediately, and those 2 are immediately picked up here by the right hand side here. One side is Heretics picking up the Lou as first pick. On the left hand side we have now Leon and Spike, with Foot Esports going very aggressive here. A lot of damage, and the Leon once more to just wreak havoc in the backlines.
Last month, teams would have loved to grab Ali here, so I'm curious if anybody pulls the trigger on it. I don't necessarily love those odds into something like a Spike and a Leon right now, but the map just fits her so well. Leon, of course, going to be the most popular, I would say, aggressive option that can slide through. Yeah, they're just going to slide differently, but 2 very aggressive options, I might add. I mean, 2 assassins coming through in Mina that can drop the shield. I think they'll play around that. I think more than likely you're going to see Mina and Lou kind of march up this mid, try and take as much control as possible, then drop that gadget at the final moment so they can maintain a little bit of control. Wouldn't be surprised, too, if they ran something like the Ice Block gadget for Lou, just so they can gain even more percentage points. This feels like a good squad that could rotate time in that hot zone.
Quite an important final pick now here for Esports. Wouldn't mind necessarily to see something with some range. I mean, they've got to have, Meg come through. And that survivability kept in check. Meg gonna probably feed a lot into the Lou though. That is a concern, so I'm looking for this Leon pick to really go on a tear.
Meg surprised us before today. Once again, she has no healer at her side, but she did do pretty well before. Might as well do well for Foot now too. Let's see if Foot Esports can actually close things out here, or if we're gonna get to see another set. I would love it, honestly.
Set 5 feels right. Team Heretics have been very competitive against EMEA's top dogs of 2026. I would argue this is probably the first time that Guesty in his career in the BSC has really had any pushback, any real potential of dropping a match, yet they are still ahead of the curve. 2-1 to Foot Esports. Jumping into the match is going to be Team Heretics early on. You see Mina in the middle. I'm assuming, yeah, there it is. Windmill going to go down rather soon. Low HP for Foot, though. Not able to quite fight for this entirely. That's part of the influence with Meg. It's a beefy brawler with 2 extra lives. That's perfect for a mode like this.
And boy, going on the aggressive, finds all 3 members of Heretics. You're not going to come out of that one. I can tell you that for free. Sabine continuing the assault here on Guesty. Looking to get back in mech, but wasting a lot of time now. Finally getting back into the swing of things here. Sabine dancing around this, but surely going to be pinched out here and does go down. Guesty already out of mech.
Couple times now too. It's just a real tough, especially in Nakaze. Doesn't have a chance. Just gonna throw up a few pistol shots, but can't do much more than that. Angel Boy swept away as well. Nob left all alone. Light Plant on the ground. Hurricane meets him though. It's gonna be a close call. Drops a super too. It feels like a little bit of a waste. They're gonna have to tiptoe around this. Oh, but following up from a baseball bat from Guesty. What a big swing. A response immediately from Lu though. Both of these sides just constantly going back and forth.
Guesty staying on the zone there as well, despite the freeze, which I really value. On the side of FUT Esports, every percent matters. Marco low on the right-hand side. Nob should be able to find it, but actually struggles to get connections. And now it's left to Guesty. Marco is a thorn in that right-hand side.
iChaos drops the temperature in the middle of the map. It's a winter wonderland, so they can take a little bit of time, gain those percentage points. Now well over 30%. Blooming Season available for Nob. Won't quite click the hypercharge. Sabine dancing around this, steps in, out, but Guesty now in prime position. This is not a favorable matchup for them into something like the Lu. There's Marco doing their best to contest. They just need a few more points, and now Sabine sweeping in for more. A windmill going down to stay indestructible. Angel Boy cleans up with only a couple percentage points. A hypercharge from iChaos. All he has to do is get on there for a couple seconds, and that'll do it. Another great demonstration from Team Heretics that they might have what it takes to go the distance.
Good stuff from Heretics. So winning comp, potentially here, but it's not out of the question for FUT Esports to be able to fight back. Guesty had a really tough game there. Honestly, out of mech for more than he was actually in mech, I would like to say. And Nob not really able to finalize these kills into these Kazes. These are the mistakes that are starting to stack up slightly, and you know, you've got to kind of capitalize down when you're in the lead. They can't really afford to give Heretics a set here and then bank it for going their way in the fifth final.
Marco swings low early. Sabine there to clean up the rest though. Angel Boy and Nob prevailed though. This is a great start for FUT Esports. Now they've got Angel Boy on this top right-hand side. Lollipop drop in the back for extra speed. Marco just forced to rush in. Goes right at them. A super going down for Nob though. An easy tackle from Guesty. FUT Esports close call. Thank goodness they had that ice rink there. Otherwise, Team Heretics could have lost serious percentage points.
Yeah, Angel Boy overextending, a little bit overconfident, and I'd like to see that Leon stay better in that position. I love the lollipop drop back as well. Those gadgets now being aimable really allows you to support your teammates better. Angel Boy low, Guesty low here as well in this mid, gets the helping hand of the life ball. Oh! And there's the swipe! Hypercharge, biting back and keeping FUT Esports in this objective.
The young gun was saved by the light plant, and thank goodness it did, because he got a huge crack at the bat into two different Team Heretics enemies. Now they're well over 25% in the lead. A Blooming Season going down for Nob. A second super going down too. Complete possession of the map for FUT Esports.
iChaos has got the freeze, will place it down in a good spot. It's protected now. The objective, I guess he's not going to risk it, nor would that mean that they're in such a close proximity. 81% to FUT Esports, but Heretics are starting to climb forwards. Hypercharge for Sabine does find Guesty. Froze where she falls onto the zone, but not enough for Esports to keep him alive. Nob now trying his best on the left-hand side, but Froze the desperation super into the mid, and it's not going to cut it.
Team Heretics have really taken advantage. Angel Boy had to sit out for a long time, dropped to 70 HP. Because of that, they had the numbers. They can maintain the mid. Guesty once again makes a wild swing and great contact. Now up to 90%. It's going to be a buzzer beater kind of finish. Sabine has to rush in. Marco staying alive. Nob falling low, 169, but will hold on for dear life. FUT Esports, and yet another match point to go to their second grand finals of the year.
I cannot emphasize enough how much FUT Esports need this game. If it goes to a fifth and the draft just doesn't quite work out, it's going to be disastrous for FUT. But it's a close affair. It really is. I mean, that was down to the wire. And Guesty with some really nice hypercharges for me, really saved that last game.
My advice, kill them while you can. Do not let Team Heretics get another one. To your point, you never know what happens when you go to a set 5. Guesty knocked out of the mech early, low HP, windmill going down for Sabine as Angel Boy is there to protect his teammate Guesty, looking for the extra P-shooter shots, low HP for him as well. Sometimes he finds the kill. Look at the rookie go.
That was such a great shot. Oh, lovely life on there as well from Nob, just capitalizing down on this body blocking for Sabine, but Sabine not done yet. Really aggressive plays. Now scooting over to that left-hand side, but it's FUT Esports now, approaching 50% now. Heretics back on the zone, big freeze from Chaos. and making up for some lost time.
Tit for tat, Team Heretics now back in the middle of the map, but Angel Boy getting sneaky, top right-hand side, has that smoke trails available to, pops out, Night Chaos is a goner. Now Guesty surging up the middle of the map while Nob holds onto a super. Marco pierces, Guesty misses, Angel Boy still on the grassy side though. Marco versus Guesty, this is an important one. Oh, a hypercharge going down, Marco with 3 HP, willing to gamble, and it doesn't end up working out.
Guesty gets 2 with a PE shooter, that's ridiculous. But look at the scoreline, it's neck and neck still, and Heretics are not out of the question yet. Angel Boy now with the hypercharge, trying to find Sabine with Guesty. He should get the final save, but Sabine was still dancing around to the left-hand side. Finally goes down, hypercharge of Nob, big heavy punches, and Marco now doing his best in this mid to just keep his teammates alive.
Photo finish. Team Heretics have one last shot to extend their tournament life. Now climbing to 90%. Triple King available for Sabine as Nob marches forward, grabs one, goes for a second. Star player Angel Boy, though, can't get the kill, and we're going to set 5.
Big smiles on the face of Heretics there. And it's not hard to know why. They've got a real chance now. A massive opportunity to topple the Titan of this region. One more set, or will FUT Esports bring it back together, because those aren't bad stats.
Now this is Brawl Stars. It came down to the wire between Team Heretics and FUT. Many people have seen FUT already in the grand finals before the day has even started. And now Team Heretics, a team that many didn't even have on the board of winning against Navi, might be making it through here. We would have another winner today if they make it through, for sure, because FUT Esports, the winners of the February monthly final, are looking a little shaky now.
Good. I'm glad they're challenged. The region needs this. I want to see some serious competition. And again, this is kind of the first time that we've seen Guesty in a position in his entire BSC career, that short one of now 2 months here, of course. But last month, there was never really a moment where we had a set 5 with them. It was just comfortable, always leading, it felt like, for the most part. And now we get to see what he's made of. This is the first high-intensity situation we're really getting to see out of him.
I think, for me, global bans are making a big impact, because a team like FUT Esports, you know, they've got some real sort of brawler picks which everyone's very savvy to. The Mortises, the counters, the Shellys, that kind of stuff. And I think now with global bans playing such a role, it's allowing teams to get the upper hand maybe potentially here. This one's far from over. Heretics done super well, but they have gone to the 5th and final set again today. They've got to be getting surely a bit tired of this, no?
Well, maybe. Let's see if they are tired or if they can still turn things around their own way. 3-2 in the end, which still be a worse result we've seen from them all year long so far, Kenny.
I mean, I'm thrilled. They might be tired of it. I am not. Let's keep the train rolling with the set 5, folks. You know what I'm saying? It's just staggering to see the improvement out of Team Heretics. Now they're showing that, hey, maybe they are one of the top teams, and they might just be the best team this month.
Maybe Team Heretics is. Who knows? FUT Esports is the team to beat, so I believe if they now make it through the semis, they can also beat whatever we throw at them in the grand finals.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, it's still long way away. I mean, this is going to be a super important set to obtain for both of these two teams. FUT Esports, of course, last monthly final champion. They're looking to double down. They're looking to secure their place at Brawl Cup. For Heretics, you know, it wasn't a good month at all. They are looking for their revenge against this very team that knocked them out in the quarterfinals last month. They need this. They need to be able to get the points on the board and have a contendership for Brawl Cup.
I kind of like that it all ends here on Knockout. This is going to be the last map, no matter who will make it through. We see Guesty locked in here, Nob. A bunch of hair also locked in. And we're starting the draft here now. Ziggy, Double Ben, Jean and Leon on the left-hand side. And then for the first pick here, Team Heretics up. Meeple, Spike and Ziggy banned out. What's going to be the first pick here? RT, always a mainstay on Knockout. Maybe not really first pick worthy though. Gus, Angelo, still left open. Would also be 2 of my first picks here, Kenny.
Kid is a very FUT Esports kind of brawler, and this is also a map that caters really well. We actually saw this in the global bans several times, and I've seen FUT Esports scrim this map to perfection so many times with this brawler. I'm curious, or at least just in general, but I'm curious if they end up doing this. I think it's tough sometimes to pull off at a 2-3 turn, but if you want the kit, you might just have to grab it early.
I love it, cool. I think that although it's got a slightly lower than 50% win rate for FUT Esports, it's definitely time to dare. RT gonna come through. Yeah. It makes a lot of sense, but it's putting a bit of risk attached to this comp, to be completely honest. I think that maybe Heretics are playing it just a little bit safer for now. but they've got to have an answer for this kit.
All 3 brawlers picked so far were mentioned by the casters. We still got it, guys. Let's go. Next pick, maybe a Brock alongside D'Angelo to help opening up the map and give D'Angelo a bit more space to work around. They need something against the kit, like you already mentioned, Ark. Usually that would be Cordelius, but he just doesn't bring the range on an open map like this one. It's going to be Ollie instead, another aggressive brawler, and he is a little tankier, so it might be a bit, better against the kit than something squishy.
Maybe take the Byron here just to allow that Ollie to have more additional support. You've got to have some heals. Sometimes Barley for Heretics, but in this stage of the draft, it's really risky time to do that, especially now with the kit as well. You know, it's not really what you can afford to do. Let's see how they feel about things, but I like your shout with the Brock as well. I feel like that might also take away some coverage for the kit to be able to, you know, be mobile to use that couple box. Squeak for control for Heretics. That is what they feel is going to be enough to make their way to the grand finals here today.
Putting a lot of confidence in this brawler, and a reason I was so confident in the kit, the second you see RT, you shouted out, Sonny, but a reason that RT can show up so much in this map is the defensive prowess it has too. Kit, when he dives in, if you pop an RT super, guess what? He's dealing with Jackie level damage immediately, so that's why I think they pair this on the 2-3 turn. If they're going to grab Kit, it's very important that they get that other element as well.
Well, he can't do that if he gets hypnotized by the Ollie there. I think that was the idea behind it, to shut down that RT in the long run. Daryl is going to be the last pick here, a brawler we haven't seen all day. He's okay, I guess, in the meta. He doesn't have a Buffy, doesn't have anything big to show off, but he's always been pretty good on Golden Gulch, can roll over that Watcher, brings in a lot of HP. So I think on the left-hand side here, Foot Esports really just wants to drag out the match as long as possible, because with Kit, RT, and Daryl, they have the comp for the long run on Nokana.
Heretics need to push this. They can't afford to allow Foot to fester, you know, with this Daryl, with this Kit. I mean, that's a really scary combo in itself, but it's also utility that is just earned over time. The Heretics, you know, they've got to land these shots early. They've got to just continuously push. Scout with this squeak, Rurdy. But look at this already. Guesty just holding himself back as this Angel Boy. If Nob goes down here as well, it's going to be a very, very tough position to leave his teammates in. Angel Boy already has got super. It's a bit cheesy, but for Team Heretics, they've got to hold firm.
Serious mind games going down. They saw Angel Boy barely step out. Now they know where Guesty is as well. They're going to hop on the backs of Daryl and dive right on in. Makes contact with that wall, but Brixit doesn't actually go for any kills. They're trying to get the lobbing yarn shots of range up. Skates across the entire side of the water, but it's going to leave Daryl isolated. Marco now cutting off this right-hand side. I think Team Heretics are fully interested in making sure their teammates can't reunite.
Big swipes from Angel Boy, but a hyper hypnosis there from Sabeam, and that's going to cause Angel Boy to fall. Nob now in the middle of nowhere, they're really out of position here, and Foot Esports with an idea in their minds. But Heretics are just seeing through the strategy so far, so good for them. Guess he's going to try and make a hero play here. Jump away from My Chaos, and there's the hypnosis yet again. Guess he's not out of the question, but now too low HP to contest it. And Team Heretics will take that round very successfully.
Convincing first round from Team Heretics. They're not putting up with any of the invisibility shenanigans from Kit or Daryl just sitting idly by and charging up. This time they're going to rotate. Guesty this time in the middle block of walls while Angel Boy has a super available. Nob, he said the same for them, and Team Heretics are going to push this. They're going for that more aggressive strategy that you mentioned. Oh, Nob caught lacking as well. Nearly went down. He's counting his lucky stars that he stays alive, but once again, he's being pressured a lot. They're just throwing Kit at him for heals.
Yeah, literally just to keep him alive here, and it's not going to help too much. Foot Esports cannot create that amazing ability with the Kit bringing into the equation to force themselves back. It's just Foot Esports just almost like waiting for the inevitable. That's what I was saying. They couldn't afford to take to a fifth and final set and just hope for the best. They need to make some plays. Hypercharge for Guesty is key, but they need Angel Boy. They've also got to make some space. It's really not looking good.
Foot Esports are not looking invincible like they did in February. Now Guesty on the back. On here he goes. Oh, hypnotized immediately. There's a little bit of heals that you get benefited from. Kit isn't enough to keep him alive. Yes, it is. 298. Chaos with a hype away, but now he's got the green fog closing in. Marco, the squishy brawler on the left-hand side, left all alone. Off to the fog he goes. Great response from Foot Esports. Despite the chaos, despite this untraditional draft, they're still finding a way to stay in it.
It's really, really tough to see Foot Esports depend upon this idea so heavily, but that did work. But it is really the Kit plus the Daryl. These mind games they're preying on at the beginning. Once Heretics are savvy to it, then they're going to be under pressure yet again. Guesty looking towards getting that hypercharge again, and ideally for Nob to land some of these taps. If they can get this hypercharge for the RT, it will be the difference maker here.
Full house of supers for Foot on the left-hand side. Meanwhile, Team Heretics have a hypercharge with Sabine, but no super alongside it. iChaos just charging up, trying to knock an arrow, make any contact, any kind of reveal where the enemy side is, greatly benefits them in this round 3.
Again, Marco and Sabine cautious on this bottom right corner. They're not really sure what Angel Boy is, but now forced out of this push. They know for sure. Piercing shot from Chaos, not going to find a connection. Guesty waiting to roll. Ideally, once the gas closes in, but it's still premature. It's forced to jump out now. They're going to be going into the top right-hand side here, but Sabine is there with the Hypnosis. iChaos from the bottom as well. It's a 2v2 now. iChaos now popping down the poison as well. Good connections into Nob. Nob drops the legs. Should find Chaos here. And Angel on the right. But Esports get it done. It's the game, but they are not done yet. Heretics have got every opportunity, every chance of taking this the distance.
Just when they looked knocked down, they're right back up. This is a big moment for the region and a massive moment for Team Heretics. Can they overcome last month? Can they find revenge in this matchup? Foot Esports on match point, just one away from going to yet another grand finals.
Angel Boy very early on with 3 consecutive swipes, gets enough to land back onto Guesty and keeps the pressure on. They're not playing the mind games now. They're going sheer aggression here. Nob from the right-hand side, trying to land this pinch, but it seems like Angel Boy and Guesty cutting their losses, coming back full HP.
Marco cutting off this right-hand side. Every single squeak shot, just trying to get a little ounce of tag. Ooh, and I think a mistake there from Marco. I think clipped that wall, maybe was trying to cut off the grass instead though. It's gonna make Guesty's life maybe a little more difficult, but he's just gonna flank towards his left-hand side. Angel Boy once again clasping to his back while Nob in the back lines just has to wait for his teammates. They're just using the thrower aspect of it. They're not even rolling in. Here he goes though. Guesty down the right-hand lane, looking for a shotgun kill. The double barrel, not enough though. Team Heretics survived out a one-on-one interaction. Nob, low HP, poison damage, preventing him from healing as well, but he gets behind this back wall for a little refuge. iChaos just doing his best to get around the corner. It's a standstill as the fog closes in. Nob's gonna have to rely on this super. There's no escape. iChaos bounces away, doesn't have the gadget to pierce through walls. Nob had a fighter's chance. iChaos, though, just that much better.
I kind of feel like Nob should have secured it. I mean, it's really tough to call in those 1v1 scenarios, but he's got the legs. He didn't use them, chose to retain them. Had, I think, the Hacks gadget as well, which could have been an option for him. I just feel like with a bit more ice, that could have been done. Regardless, Heretics get the round, and they needed something of some momentum here. There's a hypercharge available for the Squeak there as well. Hiding behind the scoreboard currently, but Marco is there with a good amount of defensive support here. Hypnosis there for Sabine, also just waiting for this roll to come in. Heretics now with a real chance of getting a game.
Calm before the storm. Every single brawler on the map has a super. Several hypercharges as well. The cool heads are going to have to prevail once again. Foot went on the offensive in round number 1. This time it's Team Heretics clicking the button first. Marco even going for one as well. Wasted completely, exactly. That's detrimental. That's not what you want to see in a grand finals.
He was hoping to find something to be able to then utilize it, but chose to retain the super, which I think is the wise move here, as Guesty and Angel Boy going straight for Sabine here. Sabine low, 361, goes down. 3 versus 2, 2 versus 2 now. For Esports in trouble. Nob has dropped the legs. Angel Boy for support. Oh, it should be a 1v1 now, and Angel Boy's going to win this surely. Swipe here, swipe there, lands on Marco's head, comes straight back out, and stays on top. For Esports now, with 1 round away from making the grand finals, but most importantly, surviving.
Minuscule mistake, I think, from iChaos. I think he missed the knock of the arrow, but this time going straight for the offense in the early onset of the round. iChaos forcing his way up the map. They know Guesty has a super available, and Angel Boy has a hypercharge super. He's looking to use it. Guesty, though, has to exhaust the super early. He's going to regroup with his teammates here. Foot Esports, I think, have learned their lesson. They're going to try and play as a unit. No! Angel Boy pounces. Marco doesn't go down in quick enough time, and now Guesty in the advantage here. 3v2 situation. iChaos left all alone. This is going to be real difficult. Going to take a hero's effort out of Heretics.
Beautiful from Angel Boy. Absolutely beautiful. He knows full well that Heretics are thinking they're going to be waiting for that Daryl to rekindle the roll, and he just went for it and came back with the goods. 3 versus 2 now, and so much pressure onto Sabine to be able to defend, because Chaos is really going to struggle on this Angelo pick once the Daryl roll comes in, and Angel Boy and Guesty are cooking it now.
Sabine has to be a superstar. This super needs to be perfect. Now a roll in from Guesty. The first hypnosis goes down. The second wave, not enough though. Foot Esports, new era. They were tested, they were pushed, but the passion is the proof. This squad is for real, and they know they can go toe-to-toe with anyone in this region.
It's wild. It's so wild when you consider that Foot Esports were completely open to the ball pick. They were completely open to going the distance and to really double down with a Kit Daryl comp in the 5th and final set, when you are the last month's monthly champions, it's really risky. But they played it perfectly. No misjumps from Angel Boy, perfect rolls from Guesty. And honestly, the only sign of that little moment of shake was not in that 1v1, but other than that, FUT Esports still on top.
What a match this was. This could have already been our grand final, I feel. Almost dethroned here. FUT Esports takes a big leap into the grand final now, and we see how relieved they are. They did not think themselves they can still make it through. Team Heretics came so close to push them off that first spot. And they're only in the grand finals now. They will still have to prove themselves once more. And yet,
I think both of these teams would have been very worthy of making that grand finals. To your point, this had all the recipes, all the ingredients of making such a quality match. It's reassuring to me that Team Heretics showed up in this moment. But arguably more importantly, this was the first time we've really seen Guesty and this new era of FUT Esports go toe-to-toe with somebody to really see if they can come out on top. And the fact that Guesty, in just his second month, is now in a second grand finals, gets a marquee victory here. I mean, he's got all the confidence in the world. It's proof in himself that he can do this. I truly do think in these chaotic moments, the fact that FUT Esports escape just goes to show the caliber of team we're working with.
And Guesty's all the talk here, but honestly, you mentioned it too. Angel Boy, for me, the MVP here. That cape jump, he kind of, played around the expectations of Team Heretics, thinking, oh, he's just going to jump on the Daryl, so we're safe here.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to, really. Normally with that kind of comp, you are just cycling and repeating things, but he was really, really observative to know that he's got the hype charge, he can survive that interaction.
We are now in our semifinal number 2 already. We need an opponent for FUT Esports. Team Heretics, unfortunately, could not quite make it. Let's see if either Humble or Novo will be able to do so.
One of our dream runs here. I mean, Novo Esports in month number 1 didn't even qualify. They best replied Totem, who now I'm slightly concerned with as the season progresses, but Novo with an opportunity to tackle Humble. I think this was a team that many are going to write off for something like a Brawl Cup appearance because of that month number 1, and I'm not even going to begin to calculate the math, but if they win this one over Humble and give themselves a chance at a grand final, obviously would require even more work in the next month, but don't rule Novo out. I mean, this is a team that showed some serious proof that they were good in the first one. I'm really excited to see if they can do it once again against a team like Humble.
I would have loved to see Team Heretics and Novo Esports in the finals, two completely new faces. New face also here in Trev, back for semifinal number 2. And semifinal number 2 could shape up to be just as close as this number 1 that we just witnessed. I wouldn't be too surprised, honestly. It's Humble versus Novo, the second Italian derby of the day.
It's a banger. That's all I've got to say. Listen, that semi-final number 1, sad to have missed out on it. I really am, because it was an incredible match. It really was. Possibly the best we're going to see of the day, and I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, just because of how close it was. But we're praying that this semi-final number 2 is going to live up to the same expectations, because, you know, it's going to be tough to top.
The Global Brawler Bans is something that we brought in fresh this month. The first time ever in this March Monthly Finals, we have brands that go throughout the whole series, and so far we have seen a lot of the same brawlers being banned out. We talked to our pros and asked just how they feel, how it will shape the future of Brawl Esports.
I think global bans are going to be good for competitive scene, like more in the future. Now maybe it's a bit too much, but I think that's perfect. So it gives you like the stuff to change and like to target ban other teams and like just mix everything and like have all the brawlers being played in every single match.
I think it's quite interesting, especially this first month where we haven't had it before, so we don't really know what to expect. We've got the global bans 2 hours before our match, which is a bit late in my opinion, so maybe if we got them some days earlier we could even develop the strats better. But yeah, curious to see how it works out, and I think overall I like the addition of global bans.
I think it's good because there are so many brawlers, so I think we need more bans, so I think it's good. It's a good thing.
What we did is just ban the brawlers that we don't normally play, but they also like to play. So we banned the brawlers that they pick the most, but also the brawlers that we don't play at the same time, basically.
It also gives us some more to talk about here on the show. Yesterday we had completely different global bans in East Asia than we have here. Chloe, for example, banned out, I think, every single match so far. Yes, 5 times. And in East Asia, he wasn't banned a single time.
I mean, the thing is, yeah, he wasn't global banned in East Asia, but he was banned pretty much every single map anyway. So it's pretty much global banned. So it's a similar vibe. These guys obviously just want it out of the way and kind of want to target their overall picks a little bit more. or their overall bans in the draft a little bit more, should I say. But yeah, it's not surprising to see that Brawler get out of the way because it is so strong.
Glowy is certainly a good candidate. For me on this map set specifically, I still lean towards Bull and Crow. I still think they're top of meta brawlers that I would definitely not want to deal with.
Now we're ready for semifinal number 2. It's Humble versus Novo, the second Italian derby of the day. Humble are your 2024 World Champions, recently defeated by Foot in the February Grand Finals. Now they're here to show that they can not only make it into the Grand Finals again, but also hopefully win it. On the other side, we have Novo Esports, who weren't even playing in February. They had a pretty good run today, are now standing in the semifinals, and if they can take down Humble, they have to face up against Foot Esports. Those two teams are the scariest in the region right now, I feel.
It's going to be 2 tough games in a row for Novo Esports, and making it 3 actually, because, you know, Totem may have not performed too well today, may have not drafted too well, but Ad kind of put them just behind those other 2 teams. So this is going to be one hell of a run if Novo manages to go all the way. It really is, because not only have they had a tough quarterfinal, but, you know, the semi and the final would be insane as well. But it's a tough ask for them to even get through Humble, and it was a tough ask for them to get through Totem too.
And Novo arrived with momentum today because they kicked out SK Gaming, then they got rid of Reply Totem, so also Joker, you know, that whole old SK squad as well out of the way. And now it's Humble they face up again next. Semantic, also an SK Gaming player, so another one down. Let's see if they can actually do it, Kenny.
I still go with Humble. Again, I'm going to go with my head over my heart. I think selfishly, just to change up the region a little bit, it'd be nice to see Novo and maybe challenge Foot in the grand finals. Because again, if Novo can beat this Humble squad, they can beat anybody. But regardless of the result, I think Humble are a worthy adversary for just about anybody. I'm still convinced that they're really solid. They've gotten to 75% of grand finals since becoming a team. That's absolutely insane.
And because draft is so important in the BSC, we want to have a quick look at Humble's draft from their quarterfinals. It was a quick 3-0 sweep versus Madrid. They do not like Crow and Ems. We see those bans quite often today. Why not just global ban them, honestly? On the left-hand side, we see Semantic on that. Bull was a pretty good pick for them. Leon leaving him open and open business also hurt their opponents quite heftily.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, I think the global bans are solid. They've clearly directed this Mina at someone, or maybe they just don't like playing against it. But Glowy, as we saw, has been banned for every single match today, so it's no surprising that was one of the globals. But overall, I think the drafts have been pretty decent. So, you know, they've just got to keep that going because it's going to be a tough game as well.
And then we also have the picks and bans from Novo Esports for you.
Yeah, Crow, an easy knockout for me. I think Bull a worthy contender as well. I think Gray in that map pool is just a little pesky to deal with. I think that's why you saw him a little bit in East Asia yesterday, some today. Just for those maps specifically, out in the open, you can get cheesy with the Doug Gray combo. Open business Gray's threatening, so I don't necessarily anticipate that maybe for this matchup, but I wouldn't rule it out either.
I really liked some ideas we saw from Novo, like that Mech Barley comp on open business it was, I think. Really liked it, didn't really believe in it at first, but they made it work, so that's super nice to see. These are the global bans for this series. Glowy banned 6 out of 6 times. Mortis is going to come in as a ban as well. Another very aggressive brawler. Humble does not really like to play against either Mina or Mortis, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, I really like these bans. You want to get rid of the aggression that can pose you some threats if you're not that kind of team. Prediction-wise, though, 79% of people going for the Humble side. I would have expected it to be way more than that, to be honest with you, because what was it, 94% for Totem or something like that? Never mind Humble. So people still clearly started to get a bit more faith in Novo after that quarterfinal.
It was also a bit more clear in our previous semi-final, I feel. Team Heretics versus Foot. Foot had 84 or something like that percentages on their side. But yeah, we're heading into semi-final number 2. First map is going to be Goldarm Gulch, Kenny.
Should be a fun one, and based on the global bans too, don't necessarily expect to see them on Goldarm Gulch specifically, but as we work our way down this map pool, Bull, Crow, both end up surviving, I believe, which is really interesting because they're two very frequent ones, especially in this map set yesterday for East Asia. They were thrown out both times, I believe, so this time both of them escape. A little bit wild to see how teams will handle this. Also going to throw BB a shout too. I think she wasn't one of the ones either, so some of these Buffy brawlers that are very meta are sliding through.
I hope you locked in your predictions because the match is starting now. Humble versus Novo. Can Novo keep their run going, or is the experienced Humble gonna stop them here? Humble, of course, this is their 3rd year playing together. That's a lot of time in Brawl Stars. Meeple on the right-hand side as the first pick on the Golden Gulch. Something we see, let's say, not too often, but it can definitely work.
Yeah, it pops up here and there. And I do like Meeple. It's been getting played quite a bit more recently than it had in the previous month. So, you know, I'm more than welcome to that because I do enjoy that brawler a lot. Me, Najeen, and RT bands from the Humble side of things. I like those. Really solid. And then the Angelo, the Ziggy, and the Jaeyoung. Ziggy, a brawler we've been seeing like banned out a lot and I feel like rarely played. Gray may have been, you know, banned in the past, but not in this one.
I wonder if Kit comes in as well, because now that I see Meeple and also RT banned, I think there's real potential for a pesky brawler to get in the mix here. When I see Gray, it just immediately telegraphs me potential of teleport plus something, but even the Walking Cane alone, I think, is enough to justify a Gray pick here.
Let's see what's going to be next here for the side of Novo. Already have the Meeple for some range. Maybe something aggressive is in order here. Versus the Gray and the Pierce, aggression should work quite well. Of course, Gray can TP away, but other than that, they don't really have too much. Could also, of course, take away the Brock here, as Humble might be looking at that brawler wanting to pick something up to break open the map to help Pierce do even better. Bo does the same function. They can open up the map now. Are they going to go with even more range, Trev? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, if the plan is to break up the map, it would make sense. I mean, the Pierce is going to be good with the map broken up as well, that's the thing. And the Grey kind of not out of it, especially against a Meeple. And Walking Cane, I mean, can put them in a really good position. But yeah, I mean, more map break wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Bo, it's going to take a bit of time. Obviously, less now with that totem that's going to provide him the super a bit more. But it's not like you can just do it instantly.
I think Bo's solid. I'm just curious of why it goes specifically into something like a Pierce and a Gray, because Bo going to be more of that mid-range, and assuming that they're landing the shots from Pierce, I think that can be good. They definitely needed to cover themselves if that's the case. Here comes Daryl once again. It's a brawler that I don't think East Asia featured much at all, and I haven't seen this brawler a ton in practices across the world leading up to this, but this is kind of an old-timey concept. Because Daryl can charge that super passively towards those in-games, he can roll in. He's not going to be empowered by something like a Kit when we saw it with Foot Esports, but I still think as a standalone, he's not the best brawler in the game, but makes sense on this mode at least.
Rico could be picked up here just for that lane. It's going to be something directly targeting that Daryl on the right-hand side. Charlie kind of come in here as the tank counter. Right-hand side, usually you pick up Bo to just make sure you charge up your supers as quickly as possible. But with the map slowly breaking up, I don't really know what a Meeple super would really do for them. And on the other side, Daryl gets super anyway. So super interesting come from me at least. Let's see how they make it work.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. It really is. I think Bo, you know, you're going to be playing for those mines in the late game, trying to just trip people up, have, you know, someone accidentally go over a mine. You know, Ark's been saying, I don't know how pros are falling over mines, but we saw Tensai do it in about 10 times in one game yesterday. He's a world champion, so I don't think that's something we can really be saying that much anymore.
If Tensai can trip over a mine, I'm allowed to trip over a mine. Sorry, ranked randoms. Luki already off in the middle of the map alongside Boss, tearing open this right-hand side grass. It's going to gain a little visibility as Semantic juggles his way up this right-hand side, inching his way forward. The bow shot's going down from the distance. I'm sure part of the influence for this pick, too, is the extra vision that you can get from him.
Absolutely. Got to be a little bit cautious here of this Walking Cane in this portion of the map, but they do have a totem down to kind of stop that from happening. Little gadget comes in with the Meeple's Mansion to block off Boss's pathway, and that just kind of gets rid of some more of that grass. So they're going to be able to sneak back and forward down that left-hand side from this point. Nice roll coming in from Filippo. You'd have thought Boss would have accounted for that a bit more. Luki going for the ammo. Nice stuff. But he will go down, and Filippo should clean up here. Just wasting that last one roll because he wants to start working on another super.
Yeah, great call as well. Just a better indecision there just to ensure that they can work towards that next round. He's even got a hypercharge already stowed away too. So Meow will cut off this map, and Semantic knows he's a goner. He's just going to back off into the green fog, concede to the next round. Unfortunately for him, won't get a super for his troubles, and Terry won't either. Just looking for any extra shots they can get, but that means that Filippo's going to be that much closer to already having a roll ready to go.
Yeah, it just seemed like a massive oversight there from Boss, you know, with knowing Daryl's there with the roll, putting yourself alone in that situation is definitely not going to be the play. But slight mistake, and it needs to be rectified now with a round back on the board. But Novo, at the moment, in the lead. Luki just trying to scout out where they are with that ammo and try find some shots. But Meow has a super of his own, and with that, might be able to get two in there. Just gets the dunk, but pulls him through. I don't think he's going to be able to escape that nonetheless. And Semantic, trying to survive, doesn't again. Novo absolutely walking over them at the moment, but Luki's starting to do something now. And Meow realizes that he can just go for this because, I mean, it's a 3v1. And if they win it, then the game's over.
of all sharpshooters, Luki, of course, with all the ammo that he can replenish, it helps, but into something like Filippo, that's a Daryl with so much HP to boast, I don't think there was a real chance there. Novo Esports doing a good job of playing the mind games, I called them too. You could tell that Charlie on the top left-hand side of that map was just extinguishing ammo, just looking for anybody, trying to figure out where the other roster was, and then all of a sudden, pop! Here comes Daryl rolling down the middle of the map. The walking cane was connected from Boss, but it still wasn't enough to deal with the onslaught that was coming in from that red roster. Beautifully executed, I would say, from Novo Esports.
I mean, I just think that we need to see more from Humble. I feel like there was a few mistakes and bad positioning here and there rather than, you know, not saying it was bad by Novo by any means, but they're taking advantage of these slight mistakes from Humble. Nice shots coming in now, though. He is slowed and trying to get that finished off. Meow goes in for cover, but will fall. And a shot with the super, tanked by the bow totem, so won't be getting the ammo back for that. But good control in mid, and the 3v2 is not something that you'd expect Humble to lose.
First time we've seen Humble with an advantage for one of these rounds. They definitely need it. Weren't very convincing in that opening one, just not very Humble-like, but still, of course, a lot of set left to be played, a lot of proof. I think there's validity in this draft. Oh, and the mechanics, of course, once again, Boss making contact, opening up this as well, and that's a bigger deal than you might think. That's one less spot for Filippo to hide in this next round, because Daryl especially loves getting in the grass, burrowing down, and just waiting for a moment to strike.
Some great shots towards Hypercharge there for Boss as well. You know, when they pinned him in, and he can't go back to the spawn because he's feeding Luki a super. He can't go up because he's feeding Boss a super. Just a really difficult position for Filippo to be in. And in the end, Boss had the super already, so it shouldn't be too far from a Hypercharge now. Got to be cautious of Meow throwing out this gadget, though, because Terry, with mines on top of it as well, can really punish you for being pinned here.
Semantic, once again, doing his due diligence, scouting out that left-hand side, walked all the way up the skinny line of grass, so therefore knows, especially with that wall break up top, that Filippo has to be on this right side grass alongside his teammates. So Novo just dodging out shots. They do have Filippo super on that right-hand side that you can see. Terry, of course, can drop mines too, but I think they're just being patient. It's very clear that Novo want this in-game.
I mean, Terry surely going to be throwing these mines and hoping someone goes in a bad direction unless he saves them for the late game, but Boss, having the TP at the moment, can really target out this Meeple if he's left alone. Here's this little supercharging totem, and Terry throws down those mines. Everybody going in now, but he's cocooned straight away. Think he's still got to roll in there. The walking cane going to be missed. All need to focus down on the Daryl. They get some good shots in there. The hypercharge super goes through. I think it hit both as for a second. But they do come out with the win nonetheless, and that's a great
high voice
from Humble after a pretty disappointing game one. To get two in a row like that is exactly what they need.
Would have had to have been the greatest stumble of all time for that bow mine just to trigger every single one of them. Much better stuff out of Humble, though. The adjustments in round one especially, they're really making sure that Semantic walks down that left-hand side. Early, though, right. I mean, there's a lot of decision-making that goes into this, but of course, the one time Semantic goes right, Filippo is going to go left. Luki does not know this yet, though. Filippo bravely popping a gadget. Didn't have that super.
Hello.
I think could have gotten real sneaky with it if he just stayed a little bit longer to try and charge a super.
Mie mâna. Ce faceți, chat? Ce faceți, lume? Hell nah.
Nu știu ce inovație ai avut tu să faci chestia asta, dar nu cred că a fost cea mai bună.
Da, coai, până și săptămâna trecută mi se păruse așa o duminică moartă, acum parcă puțin și asta. Și fii atent că am venit, cred că fix la finală, că văd că e Humble versus Novo. Am venit la finală, mă?
Da.
Nu, e semifinala, Deci chiar am dat predictorile bune cu aia să moră. Până și la Novo puteam să jur că, bă, ăștia nu merită subestimat, fac chestii. Deci, da, acum e Novo versus Humble. Ok, hai că nu-i rău, acum ne revenim, ne uităm la meciuri. Nice. Stai că ieșim tonerii pe aici să-mi bua pula.
Bă, sincer, nu mă așteptam să mă stâng like-uri la clipuri. Mai am oare membrul ăsta?
Tulipajul, Fuis Tulipajul. Astral are femei înainte de GTA 6. Până și la ăștia s-au făcut întunericoi pe acolo.
Europa, mă. Bă, dar toți s-au găsit, mă, să facă live cu Brawl Stars.
Păi asta zisesem și eu cu aia, adică numai eu cât m-am uitat aveam deja 6 live-uri cu watch party din afară. 6 live-uri. A, stai că încă mai sunt, deci Robbie live, fără wow live, Florin Chivu live, Islow 1 din afară live, Sans live, Toxic Genie live, Madalin live, Înconstrăinez live, au fost și treburi live, coaie. Doamne. Casedi, mamă, deci a revenit și Casedi la fix când m-am trezit și eu acum. Damn. Am revenit după ce am dus Masters-ul, forță. Dar chiar am, ia hai să intrăm și noi pe jocul ăla, că să ne mai jucăm o leacă.
Ce ai zis?
Să-mi intru și eu o leacă pe joc, să mă mai joc puțin. Era clar că se deconectează Power Mirror-ul. Nice. Ia stai, să conectăm și noi, punem jocul frumos acolo în continuare jos. Ok, ok, ok. Aici. Manda, vezi că e map ok de durs. Sau? Da, hai că e ok de durs.
Crazy. Și wow live, e și Robbie live, este și...
Păi asta am zis și eu acum, că e și Chivu live, e și Mădă live, e și Robbie live, adică tot
spune wow.
Da, da, da. Hai că-i dau așa niște meciuri pe Dels. What? Ah, nu, stai, ca să edific cu minte. Ca să edific cu minte. Ce faci, mă, ca să edific?
Bine.
Wow, ce-a fost meciul ăsta de duels?
Care să juca cineva. Cine ai cu abratat? Am dus Masters.
Ce-ai ratat? Păi efectiv m-am culcat pe live și acum m-am trezit și eu.
Da. Eu m-am băgat să duc Masters, chiar am reușit.
Cât ai avut?
Am făcut 7300 și am dus Masters.
Ai avut deja un Legendary 2-3.
6-7.
am dus unul de pe... Am găsit unul în pe BRAWL și am zis să mă joc și aproape am bun. Am dus master cu el. Mă ieșea de pe live, uite asta se întâmplă în spatele camerelor. Când Fei nu vorbește. Noroc că mi-i soundboard-urile pe mult.
Bă, nu pune soundboard-uri.
Da, oare Robi unde este vocal? Așa de live.
Nu știu.
Super mult. Noutăți, nou.
Hai că...
Da, mai văzut că se bagă buff-uri pe...
Am văzut acum, m-am uitat. Că îți dai seama, înainte să mă dau jos acum din pat, am avut telefon și am intrat uleacă pe Discord să văd ce s-a întâmplat.
Bro, dar Rico nu avea nevoie de buff-uri, bro.
Deci o să avem... Fiți atenți, deci avem... Trio Arcade și o să avem ăla cu Star Spa Shop sau cum se numește.
Vezi că Casedi nu zice rău de gift shop cu arcade-ul.
Da, știam deja. Știam deja, adică s-a licuit pe Edgar că o să aibă buff.
Asta
deci...
da. Nu știam celălalt trio.
Acum îl știm. Bă, îmi place că astea au OG acum. Pentru că într-un mod sau altul, parcă mi-aduce, nu știu.
Păi chiar ei au menționat când tine ocupăm de brawleri OG și n-am.
Da, dar uite că Florico de nu mai contează în meta. Ei momentan voiau să se bage la brawlerii vechi pentru că era power creep-ul ăsta și nu se mai comparau ăștia vechi cu ăștia noi. Dar...
Acum e invers.
Da, pe bune că e invers, de fapt, serios.
Serioja. Serioja, de ce mi-ai furat contul? Eu l-am cumpărat.
Da, asta zic eu, preconizez acum. Întâi să se termine finalele, că mai sunt și săptămâna viitoare. După ce se termină finalele, eu sper că vin cu un balance update. Și cu hypercharge-urile pe Sirius, doamne, pe Sirius, pe Global și Pierce.
Eu vreau să mă plâng. Când pula mea dau fix la bug-ul ăla cu rosa.
Pe asta zic, poate atunci o să vină și mentenanță să fixeze bug-ul.
Sper că nu s-au auzit pe vocal.
Nu.
Gabi, m-am stuat.
Ce mă? Mă, ce?
Am văzut că unul și-a luat ad la Gabi Chețaru.
Wow. Bro. Ei, asta trebuie să o vezi. Unde este vocal? Ce zici? Suntem pe grup vocal acum. Ar trebui și eu pe grup, dacă vrei să vezi. Ia stai. Classic ghețară cu aia, adică... Come on.
Ce-a făcut ghețarul, mă?
Uită-te pe grup să vezi.
Cred că mai fac un cont cu numele Ștef.
Mi-am dat seama că erai tu, adică lasă dracu. Prima dată nu știam glumă, dar deja știu ce dracu.
Oh, nu mai pot cu oamenii ăștia.
Da.
Ce făcea? Băi, deci mă, dar nu m-a băgat niciodată vocal. Uite, uite. Așa. Unde am grupul? Uite cu cine stăm, mă, dăm Lucar. Îți dai seama ce downgrade și-a luat în afară de Leo.
Cu cine e vocal luat?
Da, stai că mai am un.
Aoleu.
Bro, am mers puțin până la wow, frate, să vorbesc și eu cu el, că n-am mai schimbat o vorbă cu el de
8 ani.
nu știu, de 4 ani. Bro, îmi vin ăștia pe aici. E Ren realul? Ren, tu ești? Bro, am de-abia 15.000 de abonați, bro.
Bă, asta e, degeaba ștergi că o să pe chat, poți să văd ce scrii.
Mama, stai că am uitat că și-a bă, Astra, mâncați-aș gura ta. Câfă.
Care era să zic o glumă macabră care mă decura din grupul youtuberilor, dar mă abțin. Schibidilix. Cine este Veronica?
Oh.
Sorry că întreb. Dar who to who is Veronica? Mama. Bine, ți-a apreciat mai cât apostolele, congratulations.
Sandy's going to be the one coming down, and I think they're just hoping to have control of the opponent's bunch.
It's more normalized. I think there's only two ways that the right-hand side really wins this. It's either Lily has to be a pop-off player, or they have to be able to win these lanes individually. And I still feel like they need a little anti-tank. I definitely don't think Janet's that, and Filippo, of course, one-on-one versus BB. It's probably fine, but I don't really see advantage. Court's the only one off the top of my head that's been a popular option that comes through as that quote-unquote anti-tank, but I don't know if it's a perfect answer. It's not necessarily fun to play against Sandy or Chester.
It's another one of those kind of mid-range brawlers that can do a decent job against the majority of people. Going to be decent against the BB as well. Should be able to cycle a lot of supers, get some good hyper charges. But this, I think, for me, this.
Tu mai ești
la... Da, mai sunt, da, după.
Da, uite ce făcea Fei pe live-uri ca idee.
Bă, coaie, acum cu toată sinceritatea, dar ok, am stat cât am stat așa până început, dar când am văzut 1-1-1-0, m-am băgat în pat inițial și după, pula mea, hai să mă culc.
Deci n-ai închis live-ul?
Eu mai deschideam puțin așa ochii să văd dacă mai vine, dacă mai intra cineva și drept dovadă, da.
Eu cu ardei, când am văzut că nu răspundeai, am ieșit. Am crezut că ai uitat live-ul pornit. Ce?
Iată ca spoiler. Să-ți pregătiți o ștergi. Deja ți-e
It leaves him a little bit susceptible to Lukey, but I'm sure he'll be fairly close to super if he's using a gadget like that. Little super being used there by Filippo as well.
Ia uite aici mascotă puternic dezvoltată.
Oh, a vitamin booster kept him alive a little bit longer in this tandem of Semantic and Boss have been able to answer
Era adormit.
Nu, stai aici, pe acum nu vezi că mă și joc dacă intri pe live, acum s-o leacă la Brawl.
Puternic dezvoltată.
Așa. Nice. Da, mă, mapa asta de 2 ori era mai bună, cred că acum aș fi putut să-mi țin trofirașurile. Ai, da, na. Păi știe, noi.
Limita de prieteni actuală e de 200, nu?
Da.
Eu am 400.
Avem 400 noi că, na, noi avem la player la prieteni și de dinainte de Supercell ID.
Eu oameni fără Supercell ID, știu că uneori se mai băgăște, știi, lista de dispartăți de la Supercell ID. Eu am undeva la 60, nu știu, de fapt între 60 și 80 de persoane, deci nu mai am așa mulți. Veterani. Știi cum se zice, de acum devine o chestie OG, așa gen, dacă ai pe cineva fără Supercell ID de dinainte, apoi chiar ești prieten vechi cu ăla. Alo.
Băi, Casedi, băi, calmează-te mă și tu mă, mâncați aici gura.
Suntem și noi aproape la finală, nu mai avem mult, na, dacă tot.
Ia pe după fei, joacă duel, negrul nu preferat.
Te mâncați aici gura.
A dat de Leon, da, și Squeak.
Băi, măi,
Lasă meciul.
Ia uite-l pe boss cum trece pe lângă lacul. L-a bătut.
Bă, puteam să jur efectiv că Novo nu trebuie subestimați cu ai, nu știu de ce. Puteam să jur să bag mâna în foc. Hai, Simantec, uite, m-am trezit și eu acum, îți dau o comandă de o șaurma, Simantec, să mâncăm, să ne vedem dacă câștigi finalele.
Shady's back.
Back again.
Cum să fiți scozi în programul 30 de secunde? Îi zice unui alt să se omoare. Adică nu trai. Deci nu trebuie să se omoare. Și gata, așa se iese din program.
E dry banana.
Drie îmi place să-i zic, nu dry.
E banana, omul care mi-a mâncat meciul la rang și a dat vina pe mine.
Jură-te.
Da, mă jur,
să mor tot că tu ai jucat Drie.
Am dat într-un meci la rang că pierdea lane-ul cu aia. Lua middle, pierdea lane-ul, cred că a jucat hit.
Ești prost, a dat ăsta de...
Mai de mult, și mi-a dat timp și mi-a zis că sunt ultimul boss să mă las de joc. Păi, și am zis, bro.
Ai făcut poză? Cred că Astra ar fi cel mai încântat dacă ar vedea un proof de la Drie. O, te pup, Davix, te pup.
Nu, a intrat Davix pe live. Nu. Fuck.
Efectiv, parcă se trezește și lumea acum când m-am trezit eu, parcă se începe să se trezească și chat-ul.
Da. Săptămâna viitoare avem simulările.
Eu nu le fac, eu merg la teatru. Ce nu înțelegi că eu nu le fac?
Cum de nu le faci? De ce chiulești?
Ăștia, profesorii mei protestează pentru faptul că nu mai au salarii mari.
Păi da, și la mine la fel, doar că la mine vin profesori din alte părți.
Bă, voi vedeți că aparent acum majoritatea meciurilor de duel să ăștia îmi lasă meciul? Ce pâlă, mă?
Nu știu.
Fii atent, te-au văzut.
Bă, că ești alb
Hai, băi!
Bă...
Așa.
Așa, doi, băi. Văd că este mai portocaliu așa de fel, sau nu, mai albastru așa.
Așa, deci... Poate ai ceva pe Battle Card, mă? De ăsta mai exclusiv ceva?
Nu, am ăla de records. Și nu, fii atent că în continuare cred că căcatul ăla de schemă, gen pierzi meciuri pe duel și după te dă cu boți. Din pierde intenționat. Stai cu meciul ăsta că aparent chiar îl joc, stai așa.
Aparent chiar îl joacă.
Păi eu am zis.
Da, mă, chiar îl joacă. Eu nu știu cum puteți de juca duels.
What? Bro, ai cel mai W game mode.
Pentru mine e cel mai L game-ul, doar stă lumea pe pereți cu Edgar.
Domnule Cassidy, dacă aveți o I sau un bull sau... Mă rog, nu, dar...
Nu, dar într-o trofee mare e o mizerie.
Păi asta este și ideea, că eu pușez brawlerii care nu-mi plac acolo. Pentru că...
Bă, eu v-am zis, vedeți că ieri am pușat 600 de trofee pe duel cu trofirașul. Că am avut mapă genială, mapa aia cu bușuri, pe mine chiar îmi place. Cam singura mapă care îmi place de duel.
Hai, Lucky! Da, a câștigat Novo.
Noi, 1-2. Da, coai, câștigă Novo. Hell, na.
E finala?
Stai, de fapt, nu, coai, că mai trebuie o tură, că e 1-2. Poate să dai comeback, Humble.
Băi, bate pe Humble, cu cine este Novo acum, mă?
Cu Mio și încă 2, de asta zic. Gen, numai când am văzut pe Mio acolo, se face aura. Mio, Filippo și... Is the light addition to Novo Sports, ia.
Nu vreau să văd deep meta. Nu vreau să
Mio.
văd deep și rap meta.
Ai, Mio a venit, nu.
Sau nu, Biodomul e cu... Nu, Biodomul e cu Bea, nu, Biodomul e...
E B, Roza și Sprout.
Am crezut că e și ălalt. Braps, Bea...
Da, dar nu vrei să vezi pe Sprout cu Buffy.
Da, nici eu vreau să văd prosta cu Buffy.
Câte ore am?
Eu nu vreau să văd pe Tix
Ai
cu Buffy.
de pula mea, 5 ore să-mi bag pula.
Am văzut multe cu Buffy, adică orice
Noroc.
posibil.
Băi.
Îmi curând să văd și ursul, am văzut și ursul polar cu Buffy, care dă hit-uri din fundul cursului.
Păi, ursul polar are Buffies.
Da.
N-are cum să primească Biodome Buffies pentru că sunt doar câte 2 triouri per update.
Dar o să avem update la o lună acum.
Ba nu, o să fie de-abia de la începutul lui august asta.
Wow.
Ei, ai zis că fac fetele de 14 ani, ce ai dezbătut?
Bă, ce-s minciunile astea?
Dezinformare în masă!
Bă, deci, like 14 years girl.
Dar știu de unde... Nu, că știu de unde a zis-o Cassidy, că mi-a zis unul pe un server că i-a dat dox lui Bia aia și eu îi zic bravo, deși mi se rupe like 14 ani, că ce să-i fac, adică...
I-a dat dox, adică ce vrea să
Ai văzut că s-a scos un nivel de la Trophy Road? Ce zice, mă? Mă, că s-a scos un nivel de la Trophy Road, what do you mean?
Nu s-a scos.
Nu știu despre ce vorbește.
Băi, Cassidy, ia are vinut tu înapoi în freeze.
Am încercat, aia am vrut să fac, dar e full clubul.
Îți fac loc imediat, stai. Sau dacă nu revii mâine, că e mega pigul și nu pot să scot.
Minte.
Păi chiar nu pot să scot, l-am pun un pending. Mamă, stai că mi-au lăcheală pe duels. Nice.
Ce reward de l-ai pus pe chat? Ce reward de l-ai pus pe chat?
Ce zici?
Ai pus un link pe chat.
Au fost spray-ul cu pumnul.
Îl am, deci. Borare cu Sonic. Sonica mea.
Nu, dar chestia ce a trimis Astral este fals.
Mamă, le-am făcut la ăștia 1v3 cu grey.
Dau meci în lobby de master? Ce ziceți?
No. Da, coai, trebuia efectiv să țin trofirașul pentru duels. Aia. No. No, stai că minte. Kick, stai că după meci încerc.
În ultimul din club. Eu văd că la ultimul i-ai dat tu senior.
Păi ultimul e Chris, mă știu cu el.
Dai pe Davix în club.
Nici nu știu dacă e el, sincer, chiar nu știu. Păi asta zic. Că și eu m-am întrebat.
Nu știu când ai kick-ul ăla puteți dezvolta mai mult. Na. Nu, ok.
Gata, mă, 112.000 ei.
Dar se simt de la Dumnezeu să mă joc rank. Am dat de quest de echipă.
Jură-te.
Da, e realul.
Kick. Uite că l-am pe ăsta de pe 27 în pending. Și nu vreau să-i țin mai mulți în pending, că după îmi ies și restul. Așa că Cassidy o să revii cu drag mâine.
Da.
Dacă ești prin băreți și ești din club,
Să vedeți pe Max cu Sony, băi.
Crazy.
Bă, nu știu ce să iau cu aia. Să iau Bibi, să iau... Să mă respond, frate.
Mamă, a făcut, mă.
N-am cum să iau Bibi încă rău. Fii atent că să mă care Guesti.
Păi Guesti acum de la sediu știi cum se vorbește cu băieții? Ziceți mă băieți.
Ce face, mă? Ai dat de Guesti în meci?
Da, la mine în echipă.
Zici, se vorbește acolo cu băieții. Ia tați-l și pe ăsta băieți, ultimul bot ca Sedi.
Cum întreabă lumea dacă Nani e fată, bro?
Nani e bărbat.
Da, transexual.
Bă.
Bro, n-are gender, e un robot.
Nu, e chiar fată.
Fii atent că o să se ceartă cu Guesti în echipă. Ia, acum e curios.
Bă, dar nu acum voiam să răcesc, bă. Bă, nu acum voiam să răcesc, mă.
Bă, mulți au răcit perioada asta, sincer, nu e singurul, deci e ok.
Mi-am luat cel mai mare rage bait.
Bro, cum fac eu 1200 de comentarii, mă, ca v-aș gura voastră?
Pentru ce?
F-am pierdut streak-ul. Manaki. Ia mă, ce vinea? Nu, mapa de... de fapt era ok și haste-ul să joc. Ia zi mai revine trofirașul?
Na, bă, n-am dat de Guesti realul, dar măcar facă bine Guesti. Băiatul ăsta Guesti.
E Guesti, nu degeaba îl cheamă Guesti.
Da, dar nu e.
Păi și tu contează, îl cheamă Guesti, e bun.
Coai, chiar își ia bătaie Humble, stai că-i 1-2 și o luase tu Novo pe Bounty.
Bun din partea lui.
Nu, dar de-aia nu-mi place mie Bro Stars Esports. Bro, jocul nu e, bro, mai trebuie să zic ceva.
Am înțeles, e chestia de drafturi și na. Adică, uite, atâtea banuri așa și tot a scăpat un Pierce nebanat de-l joacă acum Humble.
Ai văzut cum este cu Global Bands, nu?
Da, l-am văzut acum, pur și simplu 2 brawler banați de la o echipă și 2 de la altă. Da, chestia asta m-am întrebat acum, bă, chestia asta gen, o stabilesc chei pe zic sau e ceva setat ascuns pe joc unde doar ăștia pe voi?
Au stabilit ei fizic.
Ok.
Ce să stabilească?
Banurile care sunt pentru toate seturile.
Gen Sirius e banat pentru toate seturile, nu?
Da.
Deci Sirius și noile buff-uri, nu, noile buff-uri nu sunt. Să știi cu Guesti cel fals în echipă.
O câștigat Humble-ul, stai.
Mamă, cum bă, ce față are ăsta. Cum îl cheamă, mă, pe ăsta că am luat sus?
Lucky, Nob, Symantec, cine?
Symantec, așa.
Nu, eu nu... Mamă, match point pentru Humble dacă reușești să facă 2-2 sau lose.
Ce față a făcut Symantec, băi?
Păi e supărat, mânca-l tata când vede că pierde în semifinale, nu mai primește shawarma. De Guesti și Angel, băi, nici nu mai zic după la finală.
Stai, asta e finală?
Asta e semifinala, gen. Și după e finala și gata.
Putul e în finală?
Da, e în finală.
Iar a ajuns kebabul în finală. Deci de asta joacă el, de asta Guesti joacă rank.
Ei, la cheală de la Sirioja pe duels.
Stai să ajungi spike-ul ăsta. GG.
La cheală l-am lucky cu Juju. Nice.
La cheală!
Deci e ușor.
Bă, Casedi, ai văzut ce a ajuns Egg Marius de la Clash Royale? Acum la provocări și live-uri versus.
La furt de încărcătoare. Bro, cum să ajungi să ți se fure încărcătorul de la Egg Marius, bro? Să-ți fure ăla încărcătorul, bro.
La cheala supremă, IRL.
Și după aceea să vii cu toată brigada după el să-ți fie încărcătorul. Bă, am și niște tovarăși să-mi bag picioarele.
Bă, stai că mă concentrez și pierd, că și așa joc acum.
Bro, l-a oprit pe autostradă.
Stai că n-am văzut cine a câștigat. O câștigat Humble-ul 2-2. Hell na. Avem meciuri, băieți, avem derby. Hai bă, cu like-uri, scuzați-mă că am dormit pe live, dar totuși voi putea să comunicați, să vă întrebați. Mamă, stai că nici n-am fost atent, că meciul ăsta îl joacă ăștia. Mamă, m-au lăchit-o Piper. Pac.
Am ce urăsc, băi, că se lasă Rico open.
He's gonna eat a lot of that damage from the super with the protective pirouette. Yes, he's probably gonna get hit in the face by a nanny super, but you've got to try it. You really do. The other two aren't getting there.
Again, it's easy. I'm backseat brawling a little bit,
right? But
I can do simple math, and you know, in these big plays, in these moments where there's 15 seconds on the clock, there's a shot clock in front of your face. You know you have to make a big.
Cine nu pot să... Na, eu pierd cu 3 HP pe haste. Eu mă fut în el de rank, el mă fut în el de haste. Ce caută haste-ul la rank? Thank you, Crow. Bă, dar eu-mi bat toată pula în ele, că îmi dă hărți care nu le dă deloc în legendare, bro. La mea Lily și nu joacă nimic, bro. 15-12, bro. Mă, dar oamenii ăștia au IQ pe minus, m-a bătut Seba.
Hell no.
M-a bătut.
And get this win done. I mean, it's going to be a big thing for Novo to get some massive amount of points on the board after a very disappointing first month of not qualifying. Humble are going to want to get as many points as they can because they've actually got a possibility of getting to this.
Nu și-o da heal Byron, hell no.
But I think for Humble, it's huge for their Brawl Cup thing, but Novo need to get points on the board for later in the year.
I do want to point out once more here as well that yesterday we set up the narrative of we don't really have many South Korean players in the game. It's all about Japan in East Asia. Terry moves over to EMEA and is actually making it through to the semifinals.
De ce joc scutul pe Juju?
Da, mai da.
Puteam să... Bă, și credeam că mi se pare mie că au da, mă, da.
Da, mai da. 6-7 comentarii. 6-7.
Pe chat, vă rog.
6-7, au numai copii cu probleme în echipă.
Were the top two teams, it seemed, coming into this in terms of watching scrims. EMEA is easily the one I watched the most of, and I still came to the same conclusion. And yet on game day, we're getting something entirely different.
Again, would have been nice to have two completely new rosters standing in a grand final of a March, but maybe Novo still makes it. And also, Novo Esports did the same last year. It was a completely different roster, but this org, nobody had them on the radar to win a grand final.
Cât damage mi-a dat, Meeple, hell no. Cred că zic de prea multe ori hell no.
And also Cordelius out of the way. So I think just grabbing that early is their way of making sure they have claim to the brawler that everybody's got their eye on.
BB by far the most picked brawler on the map like this one. Surprised that Humble left it open, but they probably had a plan behind it. Otherwise, yeah, kind of a mistake here.
M-au făcut, mă,
notificări.
M-au făcut.
Doamne, b-a bătut Enigma, coaie. 2% păsare.
Yeah, I mean, I actually don't mind the rush out at all because I think Karze's a lot more capable out in the open than a BB would be. RT for me is a really solid role as well, just being able to get, obviously because his height's more aggressive, you're going to be bubble spaces more, you're going to be able to get more super hypercharge charge, and that's going to do a lot of work. For me, I think the hypercharge is what wins games for Humble here.
The hypercharge, also what we've seen quite recently, RT just leave his legs behind on your own save, go ahead and attack the opponent's save. He can both defend and attack at the same time. That's a super neat strategy.
De ce încă nu mi-am schimbat star power-ul pe Juju? De fapt acum a ajutat.
Ce terminat sunt și eu.
But the area control it has is so good. He's definitely taking a step in the right direction and back up a pro tier list because of the recent balance change. So I'm curious if this is finally when we get to see the guy.
I feel like they now have two options. Either they break open the map, Colt is super strong thanks to his buffies, or they go with Rico, is what I wanted to say. They're going to go with Charlie. They really want to defend that Kaze, and Humble still technically has the option to go with something aggressive themselves. Now seeing though that they are definitely not going to break open the map on that right hand side.
Nu, bă, deja am bat joc, am 3 luzuri.
Sunt niște game-uri care nu le suport în pula mea, de ce mi-e căcate hărți. Poți potato shooting star, așa mai putute hărți la rank. Cum să faci eu pe așa? L-am dat succes Juju cu aia, nu știu ce, de ce sunt de legendar în mine. Ai, că nebunesc. Ui, ce faci pe mid? Ce faci pe mid? Ce faci pe mid? Nu, mă bag în colț.
Disconnected.
Obliterated by Luki, and they should surely get this crack done now. You'd expect just one Rico shot or something to get it, and they do. Filippo gonna fall as well, and Meow swinging into nothing, and a hypercharge already, but he gets dealt with so fast.
Hypercharge early, like you said, but it was completely useless. I mean, just a little bit of
Bă, o leacă nu, parcă chiar mi-a prins bine somnul să-mi bat pula. Acum parcă am chef să fac treabă. Chit că e pe seară, merge.
Suntem live de 10 minute! Shut the fuck up, bro.
Cred că este... N-am bat pula în el de serioja.
Serioja?
Mhm. Bă, Humble, wake up! Bă, la un moment dat cred că aș pușa și pe duel să îmbră Prestige 2, că trebuie efectiv cumva să pușez Janeta aia ca mă instricu pe ea. Și nu pot să o risc în ladder, așa că na. Da, chiar, bă, crezi că o să vină o schimbare la matchmaking deja în următorul update?
Vedem.
Zic de matchmaking acum.
Vedem.
Ca să știu că parcă aș băga câteva Prestige 2-uri sau poate un Prestige 3 de siguranță.
Da, vezi că record se șterge, nu știu dacă mai rostești la Battle Card-uri.
Vezi că poate să devină Battle Card exclusiv, mai știi?
Nu știm dacă o să rămână.
No, sigur rămâne. Nu o scot Battle Card-ul.
N-ai de unde să știi.
Corect, da. Just
Până
predictable.
primim un... Da, adică știi care ideea? Că battle card-urile oricum arată urât.
Mie...
Gen, nu sunt... Nu știu ce să zic, nu sunt atât de wow.
Înțeleg, dar e ok. Păi așa, na, de colecții. Dacă stăm să nu uităm, ia stai că mă uit și acum. E chestia aia, gen glitch-ul din spate ce face tot battle card-ul atât. Uite, alea primele 5 de la, până la level 6 chiar sunt urâte alea, adică alea da.
Da, dar știi care ideea? Că se repetă culoarea.
Ala cu verde pare așa super diferit.
Se repetă culoarea, e violet de 3 ori ca idee.
Mhm.
Chrissy, wake up.
Bă, dar se vede că o leacă rămân în urmă pe 76 locală, ăștia încă pușează. Bun. Hai la Megapix să vedem ce se mai întâmplă cu acest game mode. Dennis Ro. Na, eu pic versus Dennis Ro. Hai că am început bine.
Da, am început și eu bine cu Regi.
Nu contează Regi.
Regi, deci am 8200 ilo, pe mine au dat cu oameni care au 7000 best. 7500 best ilo. Foarte corect, nici.
O câștiga Novo. Mamă, ce supărat e Simantec, coaie! Bă, ce supărat e Simantec! Acum zici că se ceartă la cât vorbesc, din ce pare. Coaie, ce supărat e Simantec! Eu am zis că ăștia de la Novo nu trebuie subestimat, deci... Și ăștia ce trebuie acum?
Păi da, l-au pe miau, l-au pe Ninteri.
Pe cine? Ai grijă.
Da, chiar ai văzut în privat ce te-am întrebat?
Pe mine?
Mhm.
Novo from losing with YouTube.
Am văzut, dar nu am un răspuns.
Ok, ok.
Să mă joc, să nu mă joc, să mă joc, să mă joc, să mă joc, să mă joc, Bibi. Mă joc cu Bibi, că n-am.
Dar bine că Denis Ro se joacă serioja, pentru că, na, copilașul român meta.
N-am banat eu serioja. Nu mă joc, nu mă ascult cu aia de renă. Am ascultat ultima dată și nu s-a venit neapărat bine. Am luat Juju pe Shooting Stars. Cea mai mare greșeală care puteam să o fac.
Ah, da,
Bro,
GG.
de ce există skin-uri de Angry Birds cu Sonic, bro? Like, bro.
Ah, de fapt, e 1-1 match point. Cu aia cred că câștigă Humble. De asta erau așa supărați. Da, mă, mamă, bă, au câștigat la limită Humble. Chiar au câștigat la limită Humble. Nu înțelegeam atunci de ce erau așa supărați, dar de fapt se concentrau pe haste. Doamne, bă, la limită au câștigat. Bun, se repetă istoria. Echipa Food Esports versus Humble. Câștigătorii câștigă o shawarma.
Wow, fake. Și un câștig nervi la rank.
Pa.
Nu știu dacă mi-ar mâine la meditații că-ți mor de răcit.
Renchiulește de la meditații.
Ia că gata. Pe ce asta?
Corect. Investim în sănătate.
Investim într-o shawarma.
Vezi, bă, dacă mai vorbesc sincer, Loki, prea mult de shawarma, cred că mi se face poftă să-mi iau una. Abia trezit.
Bull, fă un gameplay profesionist ca ai Hypercharge. Nu, a făcut Bull, al meu a făcut team wipe cu hype, deci să vă dați seama ce bun este Bull, face team wipe cu Hypercharge-ul. Să vă dați seama ce contează un splash.
Bă, dar parcă aș avea chef să pușez efectiv compul ăsta pe Durs la 2K. Să fac 3 brawler dintr-o bucată. Grey, Jojo și Kit.
Stai, bă, na, am pierdut cu aia, bă, dar urăsc gen grab din tot, bă, da, am dat cel mai futute game mode-ul, bă, n-am văzut Brawl Ball. Am văzut Brawl Ball odată.
Ce facem,
S-a scos Brawl Ball-ul de la rang, băieți. Atât de rar îl vezi. Da, frate, este vina mea că voi nu știți să țineți o echipă. Stai, mă. Cred că s-a revenit live-ul meu. Asta nu-mi joacă Stomper pe Bull.
Stomper. Bă, dar chiar că nici nu știu până la urmă. Bă, până la urmă, pe al doilea gadget. Mai merge stunul sau este slow?
Este stun, gen, dacă prinzi slow le dai stun. Și stunul la durează 3 secunde, cred.
Seama acum despre ce vorbești.
Al doilea gadget pe Bull.
3 secunde stun. Dar ca să primească stun trebuie să aibă deja slow.
Deci 3 secunde de stun.
Trebuie să aibă deja slow.
Da, și ca să aibă deja slow, e al doilea star power pe Bull. Sau primul, nu mai știu care era.
De asta că eu jucam al doilea gadget și nu mi se întâmpla nimic, și pur și simplu nu înțelegeam.
Bă, da, dacă mi-ar da un plus 100 ar fi și eu fericit, dar am scade minus 100.
Aia, vezi?
Standard să ce, să-mi sugă pula.
Bă, Cassidy, apucă-te și tu de YouTube să faci parte din gașca noastră.
Hai bă, cu aia, apucă-te de YouTube și fă live-uri cu Brawl Stars. La Ranked.
N-am telefon ca Astral, e cam bubuie telefonul.
Dacă Astral poate, poți și tu. Trebuie să mergi pe citatul ăsta. Nu știu dacă ai văzut live-urile lui Astral de pe TikTok. Bă, da, ce downfall și ea humble, adică... Acum toți votează Foot Esports, numai că am văzut că a câștigat luna trecută, deci... Nu-ți dai seama de acum.
Na, băiatul ăsta îmi dă azi să... Se cheamă...
Na, eu tot o să-mi doresc, poate la vară să iau battle card-ul de la Records, că e păcat. Just in case. Știi cum se zice, predicțiile a lui Fagen în caz de ceva.
Bro, omul meu avea nume good, avea la Special ID Good Random, ha? Da, omul meu numai Good Random nu era. El dădea după mine că am murit, frate, da, pot să fac foarte multe. Ames cu Hyper și Chester cu Hyper.
Așa, da.
Hai cu finala.
Dar ce vor să facă la rank? Să bage timp și solo queue?
Ar putea, da.
Deci să dea reor să prindem, să facă cum era la început, să fie aceeași ligă.
Păi, de mai mult quality of life decât rework.
Păi acum, bă, priveau pe bune că l-aș putea numi ăsta dacă vine gen, dacă mai multe banuri, map pool. Eu te Astrale reclamă la Brawl Cup.
Reclamă la Brawl Talk, că merge MMA inclus.
Ei, merge la Brawl Cup, în paranteză, s-au vândut toate biletele VIP.
N-am niciun chef.
Lupte ilegale dintre Astral și
Drie bananien. Bă, jur, aș plăti bilet să văd asta.
N-am niciun chef mâine de liceu.
Bă, dar ce moftic eu și mai mult, bă, coai, de ce nu vin evenimente de Brawl Stars să se întâmple la Cluj, coaia? Adică trec în toate țările, trece prin Vâlcea, trece prin București, trece prin ea, trece prin unde dracu mai fi, prin Craiova și nu vine în Cluj.
Păi tu n-ai avut, mă, Antold.
Eu zic de Brawl Stars, Antoldul, lasă Antoldul, că...
Păi ia stai mai așa puțin. Păi tu ai zis că sunt evenimente din Europa care vin prin așa, la noi prin județe. Dar tu n-ai avut Antoldul?
Las că am fost atunci, am fost în vară atunci prin zona unde se ținea Antoldul, e blocată toată strada și efectiv n-au loc să țină o scenă efectiv e lângă Brawl Arena. Doamne, Brawl Arena, Cluj Arena.
Brawl Arena, bro. N-ai cum, bă, parcă zici că-s blestemat la Arena.
Dogs comes to Berlin. Na. Uite line-up. Dogs este confirmat la Brawl Cup. Na situație. Artistul adevărat confirmat.
Ce-a făcut, mă?
Au pus aici anunț. Dogs comes to Berlin. Doamne. Imaginează să confirmi un brawler la Brawl Cup.
Stai, mă. Să mor tu că a 4 aprilie.
Dacă era pe 1 aprilie era o păcăleală, dar...
Bro, ăștia chiar o să pună în Berlin un stand cu hot dogi la lui Dag, bro.
Na situație.
Acolo mi se duc mie banii. În chestia aia, mă.
Ia, gata, Foot Esports vs Humble.
Dar Ren, tu te duci la Brawl Cup?
Nu.
Se duce astral pentru noi.
Da. Am pierdut meciul, apreciem un trader de la rang.
Vezi că la Bă, haideți în Berlin acum să luăm hot dogi. Corect. Sau Can Community live. Până și Sau Can face live pe TikTok. Bro. Dar nu înțeleg efectiv de ce merge laptopul greu, o să trebuiască să fac curaj și prin laptop. 12.000 asta.
I just felt like, against Madrid, Humble didn't quite look as, confident as I expected them to in that matchup. Although it was a 3-0, it kind of still looked like it could have been a couple of sets here and there. For esports, I still feel like they are really quite daring in their approach. They've got still a lot of high.
Bă, dar mai dă-le dracu de minus.
Humble might be tired of always winning. Why not,
Are master.
Se vede că n-am mai băut energizante de aproape 2 zile că am golit o sticlă de Pepsi.
Bă, minus 100 că ce, cam random care mi-au Daryl fără hypercharge, first pick pe Brawl Ball.
Wow, eu am fălăchit de un fucking Mortis pe Ders. Du-te în pula mea.
Uite, ia că banișul la mișto, banișul ceacul la mișto, că deja nu mă interesează.
Chloe and Mortis were the two global bans here. Let's have a look at what Foot Esports banned out in semi.
Dacă mi-ar da și niște funii pentru random de la rank, ar fi perfect.
Bro banned out, Mortis banned out quite often. Very similar to what we've seen from Humble. They do not like to play against these aggressors.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of pleased to see that EMEA really valuing the glowy bands. We saw it, I think, a bit too much yesterday in East Asia, considering just how viable that brawler pick already is. And I'm kind of
Ce bine și-au pus pe Ianjeni, dar tot l-am bătut.
O să mă joc la mișto.
De ce mai trebuia un hit? De ce? Just why?
Hai să mă joc serios Franco până master iar.
Na. Hai pe push-o, bravo mă, se vedea acum că am schimbat star power-ul.
Era fain să-l trimis pe hâț. You have no idea what you're talking about. Ar fi fost mișto, da.
Ar fi fost mișto dacă chiar aveam posibilitatea să mergem toți 3, dar merge.
Toți 4.
Oh, sorry. Tu ce făceai acolo la noi? La Brawl Cup.
Eram și youtuber undercover, eram și eu jucător de play Brawl Stars undercover. Deci am luat Astral, că e cea mai... Ăsta e ce?
Bă, Astral, vezi că... Dar nu cred că mai jucăm azi. Mâine neapărat să faci L1, tată. Neapărat, că deja e luni și miercuri se duce sezonul, maică, că idee.
N-am niciun chef de școală și de Brawl Stars să se ducă sezonul de ranked.
N-am chef să mă mai joc rank.
Bă, rankul pe bune că mi se pare mor, la fel cum au zis azi Frank pe clip. Bă, poate pentru jucătorii casual o mai crescut rankul, dar pentru veterani, hardcore sau pro player deja e mort.
Ce mai facem, Robi?
Pușează.
A, bă, lui Robi.
Low-key chiar am rămas o leacă în urmă cu push, se vede că nu prea... Nu știu, nu mă gândesc că trebuie să iau iar 100 de brawler de la capăt, ca pe vremuri. Asta e diferența, că înainte erau 50, acum sunt 100 coaie.
Ce mă, Elox l-a banat pe Prostilav?
Da, tu acum afli?
Nu l-a banat. Elox doar i-a dat report.
De când e asta?
Bă, am văzut că e de vreo 2 sau 3 zile drama.
Dar nu prea e ok, l-a jucat 24 de 7, adică 2 încolo la lui 8.
Mamă, dacă l-am văzut pe Elox acum că a zis I just drink Monster Energy drink and I have a good discipline. Dacă Elox a făcut 200k ca o bău Monster, înseamnă că ăsta e rolul meu. Să-mi cumpăr set de Monster și să fac și eu 200k.
Și să faci live cu gagica ta.
Da. Da, mult spus gagică, mi-aș dori, dar nu.
Da, cum arăta gagica lor ăsta, că vreau să văd.
Ba, vezi că arăta bine.
Are gusturi bune domnul Elox sau...
Ba, sau asta, uite, asta nu știam. Eu la început chiar nu-i dădeam 16 ani, dar aparent chiar are 16 ani, mă jur. Eu îi dădeam în 18, nu știu de ce.
De ce lumea spune că s-a lăsat de liceu?
Nu înțeleg nici asta. Uți geloși unii. Și am bătut un Cordelius 40 HP. Tare.
Bă, da, el... Bro, și-a șters din live-uri?
Da, da. Chiar are multe în spate. Bine, nu poate șterge spate pe privat, dar... Bă, are multe în spate. Îl știu și când scădea brawlere și când pușa înainte, gen chiar are o groază de live-uri în spate.
Eu cred că și-a șters live-uri și recent.
Păi, cred că și live-ul tău o să decoleze, stai ce?
De ce?
Bă, și-a șters live-uri și-a șters live-uri recente.
Nu știu de ce. Mai știi, pe live se poate întâmpla orice, simt low-key, na. Efectiv, așa și eu, low-key, parcă mi-ar veni să șterg live-ul, că pula mea, dar... Hai că mi-l țin pe canal. Bine, mulți pe șters privat, dar înțelegeți voi.
O să zic un cuvânt magic și...
Taci că te decolezi, plecăm pe server.
Nu. Neck hurt.
Na.
Cam aia se zicea neck hurt și se înțelegea altceva, suprimarea sunetului.
Bă, mâine dăm test la geografie.
Bravo.
Păi ce fac mă, Cati, jugul ăla că...
Supercell, ai appreciate. Am la plus
Supercell, lasă-mă să stau acasă, Supercell, dă-mi...
Bro, am la minus 150 de dolari. Mi-am de plus 70 euro, bro.
Dar chiar la supremă. Ce mai întâmplă?
Please, Supercell, please, fix your fucking matchmaking, bro. Da. Referi la un jucător casual de rang.
0-0.
Cred că o să-mi iau Bomberman la cont pe live-ul tău acum la cei de la Supercell.
Dacă iar mă bate Mortis 1v3, nu mai joc.
Oh my god, Mortis și-a first pick, ok.
Ce fac mă cu omul ăsta, mă?
Hai că e mai prost Mortisul ăsta.
Băi! Mie nu-mi place o chestie. Că mâine am treabă prea multă.
Vreau simulările săptămâna viitoare. Eu chiar mă duc la ele. Dar vreau să știu ușor dacă iau bacul sau nu.
Dacă se încheie aici cariera locase de pe Brawl Stars până în vară.
Adică de luat iau, dar cu cât? Dacă iau cu 6 n-are rost să... Trebuie să mă mai joc Brawl Stars.
Dorești să faci facultate după domnul?
Da.
Mă bucur.
Da, să la facultate. O să-l vizitez pe Cristinatorul, by the way.
Jură-te că te duci. Unde era Cristi, că nu mai știu.
La LCSB, la Lucian Blaga, Universitatea Lucian Blaga.
Gen orașul.
Sibiu.
În Sibiu, te duci după Cristi, vezi că ai treaba acolo să vezi la preot, la chestii.
Când am fost la tabăra aia de vară, am fost la UTCB, nu, LBS și m-am făcut de tabletă gratis.
Cum de?
Bă, chiar a fost fain.
Sunt bogat. Sunt bogat.
Bull și Leon.
Bull și Beblon.
Bull și mainul al doi indivizi.
Alor doi, era zic, invidiți. Doamne, ce-am, mă. Faptele făcute și nefăcute.
Iartă victimele mele.
Ce vrea bă copilul ăsta?
Se mai spawnează un copil de la... Astral, fă și mie un... thumbnail. Și vă pune servicia pe la astraldesign.ro. Poate nu Indri. Astraldesign.ro. Poate nu Indri.
Ce rău este Lil Bro.
Hai.enart.com. Poate nu Indri.
Dar ce era acolo? Ce pe site-ul ăla, bro?
Nu mai știu.
Bro, știe cineva ce-i pe site? Acum aveți reviste cu femei gagici.
Era ceva, un bătrânel, Mihai Enat.
Păi îl știm pe bătrânel în sine, dar site-ul.
Eu știu pe ăla. Noi știm de bătrânel, dar site-ul care el tot zicea în continuu. Ce naiba era pe el?
Nu știu, bă, toată lumea vorbește de bug-ul pe Rosa, dar de bug-ul pe Leon nu se vorbește nimeni.
Ce bug?
Gen, viteza de la primul star power să-ți atachează cu aia de la gadget. Gen, ai viteza fără să dai superul.
Ce mi-a zis ăsta, mă?
Gen, am încercat. Și chiar ai mai multă viteză. Dacă ai...
Bă, m-am jucat eu azi Leon, de mi-am dat trofeul, bă, coai, Leon e prea bun, are viteză prea turbată, în combinație cu al doilea gadget și primul star power, de mai are și hyper, chiar e turbat pe viteză.
Păi da, asta e și problema, gen, viteza aia, gen, jocul crede că ai superul activ. Bate retardul cu bull, nu, nu bate retardul cu bull. Ăla nu ia Shelly cu aia, ăla nu mi-a counter.
Bine, hai că m-am jucat puțin duel să revenim la Mega Pick, că dacă am luat primul lose și mi s-a tăiat cheful.
Mamă, mersi că mi-a să de Mega Pick, că trebuie să joc toate cluburile, inclusiv Astral de pe Voice.
Domnul Astral, cât are clubul vostru la Mega Pick? Rapid controlul. Oh.
Nu, nu e full.
Tot e ok.
Pentru că un domn de aici n-a jucat.
Este discutabil ce domn, poate Astral Royal, poate Ren, poate altul.
N-a jucat. Bine,
Oh.
2 meciuri, dar o să le joc pe toate oricum. Dar e iurea că domnul Astral aici nu joacă niciodată la Mega Pick. Ce mă întreabă Drie Baba Ben? Dacă mi-am luat tichet, dacă mi-am luat bilet la...
Cred că dorește să-ți facă o leacă o execuție din server, dar nu sunt sigur.
Gen, omul meu că nu joacă cu mine, la mine, nu juca Stomper. Juca gadgetul ăla, acum joacă Stomper orfanul.
Nu, m-a întrebat pe Twitter. Că am zis eu că deja am o frică foarte mare de a rata pinurile de la fiecare eveniment de ăsta de sports. Și l-a zis, doar fi prezent la evenimente. Așa zice el, doar fi prezent la evenimente.
Nu, și Sherlock, mulțumim tu care vii dintr-o țară străină și îți permiți. Și noi care ne batem românii abia să rezistăm. Și noi care majoritatea cum ar fi Ren sau Cassidy care mai au și liceu gen cu bug cu chestii. No shit, Sherlock.
Bă, poate o să îmi fac și aici niște relații, conexiuni de-astea. Și poate o să fac și o rost de un pin VIP. Poate. Slabe șanse, dar poate. Poate. Respect pentru munca depusă. Ah.
Moment.
De unde știi, mă, că vor da cosmetice la Berlin? A zis pe live? Că pe Twitter n-a zis. Mamă, bă, dar nu știu ce să fac mâine, nu știu ce să fac mâine.
Ei am câștigat meci la Mega Pig. Oare să fiu ultimul nesimțit să las doar win-ul ăsta la Mega Pig? Gen știi oamenii aia care văd că au Mega Pig-ul full și tu dai doar un meci să ciordești. De bine, eu am 4 din 5, dar merge. Hai că o să mai dau, dar trebuie și pe secundar să dau. 16 win-uri. Hai că mai dau. Op, mamă, postare. Tot ce am vrut să văd în viața asta.
Ce?
Ai postat clip long. Tot ce am vrut să văd în viața asta.
Ah, da, de aici că nu credeam că o să mai fac like-uri, pardon.
Pe cât e clipul?
1 de 10.
Bun, vezi că asta zic, de asta, vezi că poate cu creșterea asta pe shorts poate să ajută long form-ul. Că totuși, câți abonați ai făcut din shorts acum?
Mare. Din shorts în toată perioada asta 3000.
Vezi că din aia 3000 totuși măcar 300 de oameni ar trebui să se uite la un long form. Adică un 10%. Mamă, îmi moare iară laptopul, mă, ce? Haideți, mă. Bine, da, știu că nu mai e nimeni pe laptopul meu, ce? Ia mă, Dueling Beaters, ăștia, bine, dar până văd eu iară ce poluat ăștia pe Dueling Beaters, cred că iau un serios de control. I think am I cooked? But I'm not sure. Da-mi ba pula în el modifier de push-uri. Cum să bagi modifier fix pe Dueling Beaters, unde chiar ajută acele push-uri pe mid? Gata, nu mai scapă de acum. Atât. V-am pupat, avem noi mid-ul. Nice. Oferte, colaborări de la rank, nu se face nimica. Depend.
Stai așa că am întrebat pe unul de la mine cât de departe este de Berlin. Stai să văd dacă... Fii atent că fac cumva și tot iau.
Crazy work.
Băi!
În sinea mea, tot e o supărare atât de mare că nu am nici măcar pinul de World Finals, nici Brawl Cup-ul. În sinea mea acolo plânge ceva acolo, dar merge.
Bă, nu știu cum am făcut rost de toate, dar eu vreau să țin stricul ăsta. În afară de Golden Spray-ul ăla de la San Diego, care oricum, pana mea, nu-mi pasă de el că am varianta normală și aia e deja destul de exclusivă. Și în afară de spray-ul ăla care...
Hell no! Eu uit, efectiv, ai până și spray-ul ăla. Cum de la cine le lua sau cum?
Am cumpărat pe... Am cumpărat direct coletul.
Bro.
Am dat 2 milioane pe el. Am luat nu știu cât mărci cu Brawl. De la San Diego. Și de aceea l-am, că n-am mers acolo.
Păi asta știu că n-ai mers, dar nu. Hell na, bro, nu mai e ultimul lache. Bă, lache.
De ce, mă?
N-am nici Brawl Cup, bă, nici măcar World Finals care atunci s-a spamat în prostia ultimii nableți. Pinul ăla care nu a fost și nu l-am eu. Bine, bucuria mea și onoarea mea e că măcar am pachetul de trofee exclusive când a fost atunci în ofertă.
Uite, tu le-ai pe alea și nu le-am pe alea, deci, na.
Pe asta zic.
Tu măcar le-ai pe alea, na. Bine, nu mi-ar fi greu să le iau. Dacă știi cum le iau, nu vrei să știi.
Ia uimește, mă. Că sunt exclusive. Păi nu se ia în considerare așa cu cont. Contul tău. Păi contul tău, frate, munca ta, gen valoarea ta emoțională. Nu cum...
O să fie pe numele meu, asta contează.
Acolo la Supercell ID nu o să fie pe numele tău. Bă, dacă pe bune acum. Când vine schimbare la Supercell ID să ne punem nume? Sau să nu mai fie minim 6 litere? Asta când vine?
Bă, cu i-am dat follow. N-am vrut să dau follow la băiatul ăsta. O să întrebe de ce i-am dat follow. Că cam așa în TikTok. Bro.
Uite, uneori, bă, Loki, chiar ai dreptate când trebuie să reamintești. Că am zis și eu în club la mine, așa, Ciel, bă, jucați și voi la Megapic, că avem 4 din 5 și e păcat. Și îmi răspunde unul, bă, am și uitat, bine că mi-ai reamintit. Aia zic. Și nici gen, nu am dat club mail, am scris mesaj. Că aparent, na, club mail-urile rămân numai pentru mine și Ardei când avem ceva postat pe YouTube.
L-am întrebat pe ăsta de cât de departe e de Berlin? 8 ore. Ok, frate, nu mai vreau nimic, lasă așa.
Hard. Știi cum se zice, decontează și drumul și ziua în sine.
E căcat.
Păi nu.
Bă, dar nu știu, n-am chef mie de rici.
Bă, te înțeleg perfect, nu ai chef, dar la ai avut vacanță, gen cât să mai și... Cât noroc să mai și ai cu vacanța, înțelegi ce zic?
Păi o să-mi iar vacanță peste o săptămână.
Păi asta zic, hai, treci rapid o săptămână. Dacă nu mai dai simulările pe bune că e huge W, adică chiar te-ai scutit de o treabă ca lumea. Pe bune zic.
Și dacă le dau, mă piși pe ele.
Știi cum se zice, măcar să le dai într-o perioadă unde nu prea este aglomerație sau cu multă treabă. Bă, eu am picat versus Cryman la Megapig.
Ce facem, mă?
Onchio, am picat versus Onchio, un C.
Marci mă cu mediul tău, că cam și...
Nu știu dacă chiar am picat, o să mă uit după meci să văd.
Mandy, când eu nici măcar n-am ghege pe ea. Și Hyper nu mai zic, am playable. La Mega Pig îmi poate dracu să mi-l dea și pe...
Bă, dar asta de
Ori,
Mega Pig-ul, nu știu. Ladder-ul e ok. Rank-ul te joc. Bă, dar la Mega Pig la fel ultimii terminați. Coai să joci gen așa meta, nemâncați pentru niște 20 de star drop-uri. Da, GG. Și după cum se mișcă baby-ul ăsta, mi-e greu să cred că e Cryman, dar merge. 1-1. Iară se omoară ăștia pe capete acum la finală. Humble versus Food Esports. Ia mă, Cryman? Nu, hai că numai Cryman dacă e. A, deja mai am un tichet, aia zic. Doamne ajută, sincer, că au rămas cu 6 tichete Megapig-ul. Pe bune, dacă rămânea cu 20 de tichete, era waste of time. Iertare să zic, dar chiar era waste of time dacă rămânea 20 de tichete, înțelegi? Gen la 20 de etichete chiar puteam înțelege, bă, ok, nu vreți să jucați, vă înțeleg, chiar, na. Dar la 6 etichete, hai că e ok.
Are title cu CEO of Brawl Stars și îmi dă dislike în meci de Mega Pig.
Na, situații.
Băi, mâncați-și gura ta. Ce rahat m-am băgat.
Mega Pig time, cum s-ar zice. Bă, și sincer, chiar voiam să fac un clip Mega Pig vs Club League, care e mai better, dar cred că o să-l las pe data viitoare.
Mega Pig cu Club League, ai zis?
Da. Păi chiar e o diferență și o idee interesantă, gen să vezi așa avantaje, dezavantaje, etc. Ca să ne bazăm totuși pe resurse, pe cât trebuie să joci, etc. Și putem include chiar și Club Quest-ul, că și ăla era șmecher. Deci, na. Bă, 4 din 6 chiar e ok. Hai că să intru și pe secundar dacă tot. Mamă, ce-am crezut că se joacă Coco la Mega Pig, mă și miram. Hai că se joacă Coco dacă e. Nici n-am așteptări, dar în fine.
Bă, atât timp cât ai club, de ce să nu te joci pentru alea? Adică, eu asta nu prea înțeleg. Chiar atât de enervant a devenit stardrop-urile, frate, poți să-ți dea credite. Adică, nu știu.
Uite, acum vorbea înainte, da, înainte acum să-mi refac chiar club și eu mai dădeam deja doar meciul ăla ca să cerdez Mega Pig-ul, dar acum dacă am club, hai, totuși de bun simț, din respect, îmi joc meciurile totuși, da. Că, low-key, am reușit să-mi refac clubul ok, sunt pe 41 la calcul, așa că dacă mă țin de el, maybe, da. Dar mai trebuie cunoștințe, mai trebuie oameni să intre în el. Și nu știu pe cine aș putea să mai aduc.
Ai.
Nu știu cum ai tu oamenii pentru fiecare club să ai acolo o bază.
Vice sau ce?
Da.
Pana mea, va trebui să stau ceva până am găsit.
Recruți, cum s-ar zice.
Bine, au vrut să fie recrutați 60 de persoane, dar din aia 60 nu cred că toți se țină de cuvânt, pana mea.
Da, Blaine în ce club era?
Moonstar, al doilea.
Al doilea? Crazy.
Aici am pierdut, pentru că n-am știut că are Frank pe echipa adversă. De ce nu pot să vă, frate, inamicii? De ce este totul gambling și aici, frate?
Mamă, păi tu știi câte înjurături ar fi fost dacă era gambling la rank? Bine, este în Diamond Mythic în perioada aia, dar în fine. Și poate de asta mulți casual rămân blocați prin Diamond, că efectiv este stack-ul ăla de gambling. Poate mulți chiar rămân blocați în Diamond din cauza asta. Că e gambling acolo și pula mea.
Și că care este faza cu Sfântul Patrick și cu ce poți câștiga? Ce Sfânt Patrick, frate?
Cred că Lil Bro a rămas blocat pe Stila Brainrot sau au văzut un thumbnail de la Super Creator.
Nu are vreo... Da, știm și noi care. Nu are vreun update legat de Sfântul.
Cred că au văzut un thumbnail de la cineva nepotrivit. Zic și eu.
Nepotrivit, vorba vine. Cam scurt videoclipul.
Bă, de mine chiar mi se pare lung 5 minute, că înainte cred că le vei de 3 sau 2 minute și un pic.
Pana mea, într-un mod sau altul are dreptate, dar nici n-aș lua chestia asta ca ceva garantat.
Dar până la urmă asta zic, întreb, cum e mai bine să tragi de un clip de 8 minute ca să-l monetizezi sau să faci mai multe clipuri scurte, gen 2 clipuri de 4 minute, 5 minute? Cum e mai benefic?
Eu nu pot să-mi permit mai mult sau mai puțin. Câte noutăți am, atâta las. Pana mea. Dar benefic normal ar fi...
Na, 8 minute nu e chiar cea mai mare tragedie să lași 8 minute un clip.
Da, trebuie să fac gameplay și o... Na.
Just hung out to dry. Yes, it's a 2v1, but it's not like Footer winning the other 2v1, so there must be some level of a pinch in there. But Nob just constantly left on his own. When it's like this, he's like, you can't outrange the Pierce, can't outrange the Sprout, he's going to get pinched in. It's just so hard for Foot to do anything here.
Like I said, I just felt to myself like they just didn't punish this Sprout pick enough. I mean, you know, normally when you see a Sprout, you think Grey, but it's just one of those brawlers that's escaped the meta somewhat recently and is therefore kind of left a bit redundant, but the Brock was their call. It was the third and final pick by Foot, and it's kind of been more that left-hand side lane on the Byron side, and like I said, the Ruffs just can't close the gap.
Yeah, I don't mind the Brock for the breaks, but a Gene at range not going to do too well. He's just getting to X range. Damage. Big shots coming in now.
Mamă, dar și contul secundar când s-a să mă gândesc că de acum chiar o să aibă pauză, că na. Aia e. Și s-au terminat chapterul pe secundar, s-a terminat. Am 100 de mii, am 100 de prestigiuri. De acum la rank trebuie să văd, poate la rework, să-i fac un master pe secundar. Și atunci chiar că am stack, l-am făcut de toți banii.
Deci 3 cluburi au mega pigul full. Hai să vedem în ăsta. Ăsta are mega pigul full. GG pentru mega pig full. Nu mai are rost să joc eu.
Ei, golan aleacă. Și zice, adică, bă, da băi, asta ce înseamnă că ne lași numai pe noi să ne jucăm? Glumesc și eu.
Că eu o las pentru ultima seară și gen, na.
Cumva știe comunitatea, nu?
Da, s-a obișnuit. Hai că totuși joc un meci pe fiecare, ca să am și eu acolo un win, să nu se...
Și mai golan atunci.
Păi de ce?
Nu, mi se pare fair, pula mea, că am zis și eu că mai fac asta. Chiar nu ești de judecat.
Ideea este că am 8 cluburi de care trebuie să mă ocup, de aia.
Păi asta zic, sincer, da.
Dacă era doar unul, da, mai ziceam, da.
Sincer, chiar nu jude persoanele care dau doar un meci. Pot înțelege, chiar pot înțelege. Gen un meci cu win. La Club League atunci, da, puteai să te oftici la Club League dacă nu juca cineva, că pierdeai coins și resurse bune atunci. Nu știu dacă ai pățit.
Ia uite ce zice Astral, făi.
Stai că în meci. 7. Și ce facem noi astrale pe 4 aprilie la Berlin? Doar să vedem standul lui Doug.
Exact. Vlad merge acolo pentru hodogi.
Cu tot respectul, însă mai mari șansele și realitatea ar fi să mă duc. Sănătate!
Mersi.
Mai mari șanse și realitatea este să mă duc la Poli pe 4 aprilie decât la Berlin. Doar din simplu fapt că se ține în România. Da, păi asta am văzut. Deja au anunțat ăștia Poli că e turneu de Brawl Stars pe 4 aprilie. Taxa, cred că 1 milion. E de 3v3, că am văzut că cere iară 3 taguri. Și na, îți dai seama, gândul mă bate, dar chiar n-am echipă. Cu cine pula mea pot eu să merg ghirele acolo la Poli să joc? Sincer. Dacă, cu cele mai mici șanse și nu știu dacă devin realitate, dacă chiar l-aș lua pe MD cu mine să meargă, că e tot din Cluj acum, da, ce dracu. Nu cred, îl știi pe MD până la urmă?
Da, îl știu din 2020.
Aia zic, e bine.
Da, bine, n-am schimbat vorba cu
el. Știu, numai așa ca și jucător, dacă îl știi cine e.
Da, știu. Aici cred că l-am pomit.
Uite, ce-ar fi fost rămas interesant la Megapix să fi lăsat cum a fost atunci, de au băgat numai Brawl Arena la Megapix sau basket, present plan de etică. Asta chiar făcea poate puțin mai enjoyable Megapix-ul, sincer.
Perioada a fost 3
Păi asta știu, asta zic. Păi să fi rămas asta.
Nu mai știu ce mai a fost, hockey, doamne, volei, și da, nu mai știu ce mai era.
Știi cum se zice, bă, măcar dacă e cât de cât puțin și un alta, măcar încerca să-l faceți enjoyable.
Bă, cât damage dă acum Leon.
Asta am zis și eu acum când am jucat Leonul la Trophy Rush. Și damage-ul ca și damage, dar viteza pe bune că-i turbată. Eu mă jur, cel mai rapid brawler din joc în momentul de față, Leonul.
Dar tu ai văzut cât dă gadget-ul, nu?
Da, păi max damage, da. Și lasă gadget-ul, hypercharge-ul, mâncați așa.
Să-mi trag palme, colet.
Deci, Leon, cred că al doilea va fi cel mai bun brawler.
190 de skin-uri scrapped pe Squad Busters!
Bă, nu uitați că suntem... Da, e ok, înțeleg, mă, ce... Dacă nu știu să țină de joc...
Bă, dar e bine că dau acum un match și am Chaos pe primul la Daily Win.
Asta e șmecher. Oh, welcome back, Ario, long time. Ce să fac? Deja ne apropiem de final. M-am trezit și eu acum, că de asta n-am mai vorbit nimic. Efectiv, m-am culcat pe live.
Deci cum să te culci pe live, bro?
Ți-am zis, am stat atunci prima oră așa, că mai era o persoană, două, trei, așa, dar după m-a luat și m-a leșat la somnul. M-am mai jucat și Brawl Stars de nu a avut să-i chef, din chiar nu a avut să-i chef dacă știam. Deci dacă știam, mă jur, chiar îmi țineam acum trofirașul. Dar nu știam ce mapă vine la duels. Și na. Păi m-am culcat frazul, asta am zis acum, de asta cred că m-am și cumva plictiseală, că bă, nu-i nici nimeni, în finale, ok, am luat pinu, na. Adică și eu înțeleg, enjoyable, Brawl Stars eSports, dar cât enjoyable să și fii. Parcă somnul chiar a prins bine acum, că trebuie să mă apuc și ce am zis că îmi fac la prânz și n-am mai făcut. Mă apuc acum să fac pe seară. Și na. Bravo Astrale, bun, și tu mănânci de 600 de lei hot dogi. Faci rost. Bă, asta poate de asta au zis Astra, bă, oare să fie ceva exclusiv la taraba lui Doug?
Sincer nu știu.
Fengul meu e AFK. Bravo, puiul meu, stai AFK acolo, că dorm bine. Acum e finala, nu mai sunt mult. Poate chiar ăsta să fie ultimul meci. Mamă, 2-1, fiu-tiu. Ok. Poate ăsta chiar să fie ultimul meci. Sau penultimul. Clar e penultimul, dar poate ăsta e ultimul. Deci nu mai e nici mult, e ok. Se termină și finalele. Gen, eu efectiv am revenit la semifinală când juca Novo cu Humble. Păi, sincer, cred că câștigă fiu-tiu dacă Humble s-o chinui cu Novo, api la fiu-tii. Na, cred că e GG well played acum.
Ca v-aș gura voastră dacă vă arăt chestia asta.
Cu Squad Busters-ul.
Ca v-aș gura voastră.
Știi că am discutat și nu o mai repet. Și-o bătut joc, pur și simplu și-o bătut joc. Să muncești atâta și să nu mai bagi pe joc. Na. Nu înțeleg niciodată, nu o să înțeleg niciodată ideea asta. Chiar și acum când era în cel mai mort stadiu al jocului, bă, măcar bagă-le acolo să vezi dacă chiar le place oamenilor sau nu. Chit că te afli într-un stadiu mort al jocului, bagă-le să vezi dacă le place sau nu, când știi că nu ai ce să mai faci din jocul ăsta. Și acum, în continuare, mi se pare crazy, adică încă sunt serverele deschise, deși nu mai generează niciun ban. De ce?
Ca să mai lasă lumea să dea enjoy la joc.
N-am mai auzit la nimeni. Bă, la nimeni n-am mai auzit de Squad Busters. Eu cred că l-am și dezinstalat de pe telefonul secundar, sau? Nu, l-am dezinstalat. Da, pe iPhone tot nu l-am instalat, că nu mai merită, gen. Eram și la repelai și...
Skin-uri, bro, skin-urile aveau și animații custom.
Păi, cum să mă plictisesc dacă m-am culcat și acum efectiv m-am trezit destul de ok, adică m-am mai jucat niște meciuri la duel, e și semifinala, finala aici, în joc și la Mega Pig pe club, da, acum e ok, mă. Ce aș face acum, Loki, după live m-aș duce să mănânc ceva, sincer.
Mamă, what the fuck, ce skin pe max?
Yeah, a couple of hyper supers coming in now with Semantic and Boss dashing forwards. They get a couple of kills, and that safe is quickly falling down. Angel Boy going really aggressive, but I think this is just defeat waiting to happen for FUT Esports at the moment. Penny turret still unsafe. The fiery damage burning down, and Boss alive on the left-hand side to add more to it as well.
Yeah, nothing that FUT Esports can do now. Not now that the Penny turret is fully locked in its hypercharged state. And this one is done and dusted for this first game. No questions asked. Really, really strong performance here from Humble. And this Penny pick that we kind of questioned coming in, really, really paying off in that sense. Again, that trusty spyglass gadget that they're able to then lock onto the safe with, it can just cause so much damage.
Absolutely, it really is like a great thing to have. They did a good job off the start not feeding it, I feel. Like, it took a while for Penny to get the turret, but as soon as she got control, got the turret, it became really difficult for FUT to do anything about. Angel Boy cycled a few fan storms here and there, but there was just way too much damage so early on from Humble.
Angel Boy, found nothing but a salty bounce to the face there. Really quick moves then from Semantic, and Guesty now all alone. Not going to be able to do too much there. Pops a Dancing Flame gadget for a bit of desperation, in my opinion, but not able to advance forwards as FUT Esports. Really struggling now to crack through Humble.
Îi rupe Guesty. Bă, dar sincer, chiar au făcut... Organizația a luat chiar oameni care... Oameni buni, oameni cheie. Adică l-au luat pe Guesty, l-au luat și pe Angel Boy. Și aparent e și noob care ține pasul. Chiar e bun și noob. Deci, na. Știu să-și iau oamenii FUT anul ăsta.
Aș face clipul ăla și în engleză.
4 din 5. Pe principal 4 win-uri, pe secundar 3 win-uri. Hai că e ok, merge. Să bag și la de pe cont din ăștia.
Băi, nu-ți dai expose. Brușat expose.
Dar știai din ce țin minte parcă.
Eu știam, dar...
Da.
Na.
Nu, că și parle eu zis-o pe live-ul ăla, deci e în regulă. Păi vezi, tovoră și prietenii, când ai efectiv și... Na, înțelegi tu. Sau la fel, când efectiv am și știi că nu fac prostii. Curent, sunt pe voice.
Și cu domnul ăsta. E duel.
Așa, Astral, da chiar. Am uitat de Astral, păi dacă Astral nu ne vorbește nimica... De ce am dat numai așa?
Today, we definitely get our money's worth. This is a grand final. Worthy of a grand final.
Cine mai e la care pot să dau tag? A, și lui Colex. Stai așa. Da, numai ăștia trei, dacă mai joacă o leacă și după poate mă joc și pe la off-camera. Da, e în regulă.
Bă, vere, deci am profilul de creator și oamenii chiar îmi dau.
Oho.
Oamenii chiar îmi lasă mage-urile.
Pe duels.
Da.
Păi și eu am pățit-o acum, nu ți-am zis că mi-au lăsat câțiva meciuri și am Maiconul ăla de buget.
Ba nu mai contează, ăștia vor doar să-și piardă meciurile.
Păi asta zic, nu-i vorba de Icon sau din astea. Păi ți-am zis că unii poate dau 3 meciuri să piardă pe duels intenționat și după să-și facă win-ul, că pe duels pierd și mai puține trofei și de asta poate e mai avantajos. 2-2, mă, iară se bată ăștia ca pe capete. Bine, Robert. Mamă, Robert, e după 5 ore. 6, pardon. Ce zici, mă, Robert? Ok, ok. Da, pe mine mă bate o Bibi, ok. Na, măcar e Bibi, adică.
Doar pentru că m-a văzut pe mine căscător, că altfel mă piși pe el.
Am făcut crown ca și serios. Aia zic. Keep grind. Da, keep grinding, sau cum se zicea.
Este, mă, l-a omorât, Doamne ajută. Mamă, la Meg.
Ne dăm snipe, friends, ne batem pe duels, bă.
1v1 real time.
Uite, iar mi-a lăsat unul meciul.
Nu, mă, ăștia vor doar să abuzeze de bug, mă piși pe ei.
Mă, bă, ăsta se vede, coaie. 32.000 de trofee. Bibi 1900 cu Sprout și Grum sub 100 de trofee level 1. Se vede că unii chiar fac Prestige 2 numai așa, cu bug-ul ăsta.
Ăsta chiar o să joace de-l măs.
Mă, dar ce să spun, se joacă Brawl doar pentru vizualizări. Ia auzi, ce părere de afirmația lui Ario.
Cine?
Mă, dar ce să spun, joacă Brawl doar pentru vizualizări.
Poate și aici, cine știe.
Decât perioada din 2023, unde atunci chiar nu mai juca Brawl deloc, adică atunci se vedea că joacă doar să facă episodul și atâta. Abia deci mai făcea pesul pe principal, deci na. Acum e mai ok. Decât 2023, urâtă perioadă. Și Astral iar are probleme cu Discord-ul.
Bă, deci duelul ăsta a venit la momentul potrivit, bă, cu trofirașurile astea.
Dacă știam că e mapa asta ok, bă, îmi țineam și eu trofirașurile, bă, în jur.
Mamă, kit cu Grom. Am belit-o. Sau nu? LOL? Ce prost. Bro, s-a băgat în mine cu kit. Bro, de ce se... Bă, da, și eu sunt prost, bă, dau istoria iurea de tot, bă. Mi-am ales bine Grom pe mapa asta. Aoleu, Mico, nu mai contează, Mico! N-am nimica pentru Mico. Și Mo.
Pac! Mamă, ce bine o sărit ăla, dar degeaba. What? Adică ga să înjură. What do you mean? Poate... Da, nu știu, mi-e greu să cred. La cât avea mâine curs? La 2 sau la 4? Cred că la 2. Stai să mă uit.
Bro, ce mi-a dat ăsta cu Mico, wow!
La 2, da. Facem oare mâine un live unde pușăm pe duels? Să vedem cât putem să facem.
Mamă, Bibi, trebuia să păstrezi ghiștul pentru ea.
Da, 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 Prestige 2, Prestige 2. 4, au venit la 8, 4, 5, 5, 6, 4 ore.
Hai că mai fac un... Am mai făcut un... Da, super.
Poate facem live mâine, că da, ia să mai dau meciuri acum să văd. Că poate tot cu compul ăsta îl pușez. M-au bătut, mă. Na, mă bate un semn ireal. M-a bătut un semn. Lăcheală. Bă, dar și ăștia s-au bătut 2-2, Foot versus Humble. Se vede că astea se echipe tarde, se țin în continuu 2-2. Ia că câștigă Humble poate acum, luna asta. Se supără echipa așa urma. Vine managerul, zice... Vine managerul și zice: băieți, n-ați câștigat luna asta, nu primiți shawarma în seara asta.
Bro. Crazy sentences.
Păi mai știi, nu știu dacă l-ai văzut ăla de stă în spatele lor acolo la calculator. Cam umflat. Sunt lucky de un baz, hell na, bro. Futu-ți bazul mătii cu stanul tău. Hai, marș, cât să mai nimerești și tu stanul. A, da, acum ai gadget, hai, marș. Tu-ți bazul mătii să-ți fut. La cheală, futu-ți... Nu, mamă, futu-ți bazul mătii, eu am făcut 4 supere ăla. Și cum au scăpat ăștia să nu baneze iară Pierce-ul?
Bă, ce mă enervează Lily.
Wow, am bătut Praș, cred că mă înjură asta de toți sfinții că l-am bătut cu Kit. Gen Sirius, Mortis și Rico. Iar double match point 2-2. Hell na. Dacă câștigă și Foot acum luna asta, cred că avem niște candidați puternici pentru trofeu anul ăsta, mă jur.
Ce-ai făcut, femeie?
Femeie, na. Dar sincer, transpiră toți acum. Wow, ce noroc a avut, mă. Nice.
Să-i clipul ăla de astăzi în engleză, fei?
Da, Bine, dar pe long fall nu cred că ai șanse low-key momentan. Pe short încercă să te mai ții acolo. Că poate și asta e o problemă, că tu vii pe engleză cu un clip abia după câteva zile, că nu vii chiar cu fiecare. Cum faci pe română, gen vii cu clip zilnic, tu vii abia la câteva zile. În engleză, înțelegi?
Da, ideea este că nu se întâmplă des asta.
Cum am cunoscut cu Ren? Păi inițial l-am cunoscut la... Sincer, chiar l-am cunoscut la ăsta... Am un lapsus. Brawl House. Și na, după ne-am văzut fiecare de viața lui și după când am venit eu, prin vară, pe server. Și na. Și cam aia a fost. Și na, am stat câteva luni bune pe Supermoon până ne-am stabilit acum să facem grup privat, că n-am.
E mai bine grup privat.
Păi te crezi, asta zic și eu, te cred. Bine, acum cu iertare... Cu iertare să-mi fie dat și cu grup privat o leacă, depinde și cine are grupurile, că acum se încearcă o leacă să se schimbe un picuț situația. Da, hai că o câștigat Humble-ul, GG 1-1. Deci ăștia au luat foot finalele în februarie și acum au luat Humble-ul pe martie, GG. Se bată ăștia bine rău. Uite-l pe altul! Prestige 2. Stai, ăsta joacă pe bune sau... Stai, cred că joacă pe bune ăsta, Kid care e bronz la pe ceilalți brawleri.
Ah, nu se poate așa ceva cu Edgarul tău. Bă, ce mă enervează asta cu Edgar.
Mamă, ce-o bătut din pumnii Angel Boy, bă! Nu Angel Boy sau Symantec, pardon.
Edgar! Bă, e imposibil cu Edgarul ăsta! Mă piși pe el, mă primește și Buffy. Du-te, bă, de aici!
Nu-i confirmat că primește Buffy, da, na.
Hai că nu-i confirmat. Și aia oricum, da, este leak, dar provine de la Brawl Stars, oricum aici.
Sincer, bravo lor, adică...
Ce pro sunt, ce pro sunt. Da, mă, aoleu, are Mortis. Eu cu Janet ăla cu Mortis. Băi, eu că mai am trofiraș.
Păi au fost iară două azi, da.
Nu, eu nu știu cât mai durează trofirașul meu, că deja joc de mai mult de un sfert de oră. Nu știu câte meciuri am dat, nici nu am ținut cont. Mi se pare mai fun să nu ții cont, actually.
Corect.
Bro, ceac la duels, pe bune.
Vezi că și ăștia cu cea mi se par cei mai bolnavi că joacă ceac la duels, deci nu subestima.
Ce uite-l naibii ăsta, își face reguli pe aici cu Z ăsta, Z-au, doamne.
Uite-l ce zâmbește Symantec primește shawarma, a fost acum deja plânge. Doamne. Bă, dar și la început, gen prin 2021-2022 ce am dat rating, mi se părea Symantec, da, și acum în sfârșit, da, iese la iveală. De ce să-ți dai lacrimile? What the fuck?
Cred că trebuia să dau hyper-ul ăsta mai încolo. Ma. Ce prost a jucat aici. După aia mai am și Bell.
Mi se pare interesant că până și organizațiile gen încearcă să-și facă marketing gen clipuri, chestii cu Brawl Stars, cu ăștia, cu jucătorii. Că până la urmă și ei trebuie să-și vândă bundle-ul, corect?
Păi.
Păi aia zic. Da, chiar ăștia cât procent iau cu bundle-ul? Că și-au făcut. Oare cât procent iau?
Mamă, cine face?
Ia, weekendul viitor ce avem de luat? Avem de luat... Mamă, Pino și spray-ul. Ok, deci avem... grinding și săptămâna viitoare. Dacă reușesc, sincer, să le iau deja sâmbătă... Da, clar vreau să le iau sâmbătă dintr-o bucată.
Mai am că 2 meci. Mamă, 1 din 10, bă, clipul.
WW. Facem mai mult de 5.000 clipuri de azi? Ce zici?
Sincer, cred că s-ar putea, dar nu mă bazez pe asta. Prima oară când dau de Janet.
Na, ce zâmbește Simantec. Thank you, Slay! Da, beautiful day. I'm so exciting. Vorbesc asta, deci vorbește aici, zice că beautiful day, I'm so exciting. În paranteză, cred că și asta așteaptă să termine odată, dar nu sunt sigur. Așa,
Deci nu se poate așa ceva.
Na, Ren prins. Nervos. Mamă, ce super a dat Guesti. Bă, dar și Guesti. Doamne.
I don't think it could have gone any better for them. They pick up Meow. Obviously, he's a seasoned veteran. We know he's going to be a good player, but it's just a question of whether or not he's going to be able to fit in time. The synergy works.
Language barrier.
Exactly, and they've bounced through the qualifiers, beating SK. Yeah. And now they've beaten Reply Totem and come very close to beating Humble of all teams. It's like almost beat the winners in the semi-finals. They beat SK and Totem, and they're
Mamă, rămân și fără baterie la iPhone. What the fuck? Da, logic mă bate Sirius. Sirius, gadgetul tău, să-ți bag gadgetul fix în gât.
Oh my god.
Deci, cei mai mult 5 brawler jucați. Chester, Gale, Kaze, Ruffs, Bull. Ca și win rate. Cei mai jucați brawler. Crazy. Gale-ul jucat. Gale-ul cu Kaze nu mă așteptam. La ok. În rest, Chester-ul chiar da, mi se pare bun că și eu l-am jucat. Bull-ul nici nu se pune în discuție. Ruffs-ul mi se pare interesant că rezistă. Și ce caută Kaze cu Gale-ul, aparent. Da. Bine, pot înțelege Gale că e un counter bun în meta asta, mai ales că meta iară de tanci, adică BB Bull. Like, come on. Și cei mai brawler banați. Crow, Ziggy, Ginotis, Chester. Ce caută Ziggy în banurile astea așa bun să fie Ziggy, mă, de-l banează lumea? N-are eu, îți banează Ziggy-ul. All global match bans, Globert, Mortis, Ems, Mina, Kraus, Spike, Bull, BB, Grey Ruffs. Mhm.
Very different from yesterday. Honestly, Bull and Crow were the most globally banned brawlers yesterday, and then Glowy still had, I think he was banned out every single time except 3 matches overall, or 3 games overall. So those are probably the brawlers you want to have banned out either in the global stage or in the regular bans at the moment.
You can see it, but Trav genuinely like did the 6-7.
I was just ignoring him.
Gaslighting. Why are you gaslighting?
I need to say this because
He's
it was the
gaslighting me.
cringiest
Nah, he's
thing.
gaslighting
And
me.
behind the scenes,
That's
that
crazy.
just happened.
That's
That
crazy.
just
So,
happened.
Trav, as we turn our attention to the leaderboard, do you want to mention who's in spot 6 and 7?
No, because I listen, he's gaslighting me. I'd never do something like that. Humble back on top though, in the #1 spot, and Foot in second, 174. Heretics and Totem behind them on 106. So they're doing pretty decent as well to be in that top 4. Navi, regardless of a couple of first round exits, are still ahead of Nova, who almost made it.
Bulu mătii. Morții mătii de bul. Tu-ți bulu mătii să-ți
So we've had some, a bit of changes in terms of who's been in the monthly finals in this region.
Hai vino în morții mătii că beleși pula. Hai vino odată în morții mătii că beleși pula. Tu-ți morții. Mă enervează un bul aici pe duels. Na, marș. Manevră. Lache. M-a molăchit. Futu-ți bulu mătii. Bulu și Sirius mătii și asasinii mătii. Bă, adevărul e că
E
am...
prost, am dat meci de duels fără să dau trofirașul.
Bă, dar și eu joc un comp pe duels, nu am niciun asasin în comp, adică...
Pe niciun am.
Am numai control în pula mea. Bine, am kit-ul asta destul de enervantă. Și Grey-ul care mă bazez.
Grey?
Mhm. Gata, hai că l-am bătut, lasă-mi pace. Wow, hai că termină și ăștia, iară reclamă la Brawl Cup. Hai că termin și eu meciul, poate mai dau maxim 1 și cam atât și cu acest live degenerat, că clar am degenerat și live-ul ăsta. Doamne, când drecă să dau. Am doar un curs.
Mamă, Cordelius versus Charlie.
Marți, în schimb, am zi full la facultă. Am efectiv și de dimineață la 8, am și la prânz practică și după mea și seminar. Dar și după de miercuri încoară, ce 5 zile libere. Dacă îmi pierd, dacă îmi fut și alea 5 zile fără să fac nimica, sunt doar prost, am zis.
Care, mă?
Păi de miercuri încoace am liber, că e săptămâna apară, gen. Miercuri, joi, vineri, sâmbătă, duminică. Da, chiar am liber. Bine, e mult spus liber, mai sunt cursurile, dar poate mă duc... Da, nu cred. Bine, gata și cu finalele, stai să ne terminăm și noi aici meciul și... Poate reușim să votăm acum echipele, dacă o deschizi, dar nu cred. Că deschid ei cu o săptămână înainte.
Bro.
M-au făcut, mă. Nice.
Bă, cât de prost sunt. Din prima...
Sănătate, 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 sănătate.
Mamă!
Nice.
Mersi.
Bun, mă. Gata și finalele. Putem vota? Hai că nu putem.
Bro, pe post o săptămână.
Păi asta ziceam, era ceva dacă puteam vota acum. Îmi place că efectiv am și jucat bățul și am lăsat acolo în colțișor, dreapta jos, meciul în sine. Dacă voia cineva să se uite cum mă joc Brawl.
Tu ai și uitat că ai lăsat?
Păi nu, că am lăsat, gen, am făcut share screen și cu meciurile în sine Brawl, dacă voia cineva să mă vadă cum mă joc Brawl. Efectiv, știi cum cineva se uită facerie și dacă nu-i place clipul în sine, pune ceva satisfăcător acolo pe fundal. Că na, unii poate vor să vadă meciurile de Brawl decât e-sports în sine. Da. Noi... Eu v-am pupat, mâine e clar că... 7 ore de live! Mă, ce drecu. Ok, înțeleg, finale lungi, dar mă gândeam că se opresc la 6 ore. Da. Vedem mâine, poate o să fie mai bine dacă chiar mă bag să pușesc pe duels. Că ar fi interesant, low-key, să încerc pe duels. Eu v-am pupat, știu că nu mai e nimeni, Dana.